Kansas City.
You can only, but 4 in a row.
Kansas City's the one I really want back, Crypto, because of that, bro. Their offense was just we easily could have outperformed their offense, man, if we didn't freaking
Here's my thing though. Here's my thing. Now, what are you going to face in the playoffs, right? You're going to face top defenses too. So, therefore, in my estimation, I think legitimately, yes, we deserve to be there. Clearly, our record says it, but I would also say that, like, honestly, like performance against those D's. That I don't care what their record says. You got to play them, and that's what's up.
Well, we're just not going to know at what point we're battle tested and ready for the playoffs till that first playoff game. We just ain't going to know
Until the actual first playoff game, color, right?
I mean, even these big games,
15th,
even these big games during the regular season are just still regular season wins, even if we get them. I mean, you still just don't know until 14:59 in the first game of the playoffs. You ain't going to know nothing.
Right. January 15th or 22nd, that's when we'll know.
At 14:59 on the clock, of the first quarter, like that's when you're going to know what you are. Bottom line. Because look, we talk about good offenses will make you pay for those mistakes, right? Well, the Commanders will make you pay for those mistakes. They're not like a trash football team in that regard.
Depends on which Sam Howell you get.
I mean, they look. I keep saying it. I know it's a divisional. Look, I know it's a divisional game and all that, but they still put up 31 points on the Eagles twice this season.
I think you guys talk about first of all, fins up, everybody. First of all, fins up. I think when you guys talk about the turnovers and the way you guys do, and saying we can't do this against good teams, and it's almost a defeatist attitude. It's like because we have
wait a minute, big nigga. I want to rephrase that though. I want to phrase that properly. Don't misquote me.
No, I'm not misquoting you.
I was saying better teams will make you pay for those mistakes. That's all I was saying.
Right, and this is something that
I'm of the belief we can fix. Though I'm of the belief that I'm happy that the fact that we got problems we can fix. It ain't problems that we can't fix. You know what I mean?
And I haven't looked, but it'd be hard pressed for me to believe that the Miami Dolphins are in the top half of the NFL in turnovers. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though we have committed turnovers, it'd be. I haven't looked, but I'm sure we're probably not in the top half.
You're probably right, bro. It's just been the past few games, man.
I mean,
probably not. And the near fumbles, what we jump on top of, the ones we do lose and we get back, also is
right. And what you're speaking to, Big Nick,
we're not allowing to happen.
You're speaking to the evidence that we can fix the problem. You see, that's why I'm not pessimistic about it.
We had one game where we couldn't recover from a turnover, and that was the Kansas City Chiefs, because that was the one turnover that cost us the game. Right? I mean, it's just hard for me to come on here or hear you guys come on here and talk about how we just dominated one of the best defenses in the NFL, regardless of their offense. We did what we wanted to do against that great defense of the NFL. You could take away the 7 points by Javon Holland, and we still put up 27 points easily against that defense. Let's talk about this type of things that our team are and how we're dominating in different ways these really good defenses.
Their defense already cashed in at that point after the freaking game was pretty much over on the way.
I knew it.
You knew it was coming, Color, because the same crap that we did last year about downplaying the Jets defense and everything, and I cautioned us about that nonsense about what kind of quarterbacks they were playing against, and we was going to play a litany of quarterbacks that's the same caliber of what the Jets defense played last year. So what goes around comes around. So I caution the fan base to stop downplaying the Jets' success against what they did last year, and we was playing the same kind of caliber quarterbacks in these next 5 games that they played all year.
But we're not talking about what their offense was able to do. We're talking about the fact that their defense has been top notch even good teams, and we
I
just
don't
score
believe they
put
They
can
have
27
in the
defend.
points
last
on
two
them.
games. They have given up 32 and 27
Oh
points.
yeah,
Okay,
cool.
that's
Okay,
fine.
fine. Okay, fine.
Yeah, but they tried to bully us for 3.5 quarters. Crypto. They was playing dirty. They was trying to hit us hard. They was trying to bully us. They
I
didn't
get
realize
that,
we
Big
had
Nick.
dog food.
That was the whole thing. But when you so putrid on one side of the ball and your defense is on the field so long, that's the point when you cash in your chips and say, "I'm not playing no more for this team."
Maybe veteran players, but I don't know if a team full of young players like that does that, Crypto. But you might be right.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, Big Nick. That's all. There's come time you just say, "Fuck it, I'm not playing no more. The offense ain't doing shit. Why should I play football?"
Who's washing dishes?
Mike McDaniel
I don't
can
know
get
who's
kind of
washing dishes.
damn. Mike McDaniel can get kind of damn stubborn sometimes. You know what I mean? Like we get it, Mike. You want to show Tua that we still but got your back, but that don't mean don't change up your game plan. Just play ball. Play
And
What
you
ball. Like,
see a
example?
ball.
What play you talking about particularly? You talking
well,
about a particular
the
play?
end after the pick six, right? And it was pretty much halftime,
Oh,
and
when
he
there
was
was no
determined
timeouts at halftime. Oh,
with no timeouts to throw these 7 yard outs. You know what I'm saying? Like I understand we can do it. Let's do it. Fuck it. If you can do it, do it. But I don't think if that pick six would have happened, we would have played that end of the half out the same.
Yeah, Big Nick, you get it now, right? It's like
hmm
who else
you
out
saying
there?
he would have called it
Anybody,
different, like different
anybody,
style?
anybody that's
Try not to get
okay.
the field
Anybody
goal.
out there? If there's anybody out there left that Mike
Wait, I'm
McDaniel needs
confused,
to
Big
prove
Nick.
all that to, those people don't matter, bro. Like there's so few of those people left anymore that they don't matter. Just do your thing, McDaniel. Don't worry about all that anymore.
So you
I
don't think
think
he
we
would have
all
tried to
got
go
Field
for
some.
the
goal.
field goal, Big Nick? Big Nick,
I
you
think
don't
we
think he
all
would have
got
tried
some
to
of
go
that
for the
in us,
field goal,
color. It's
even if he
hard.
doesn't throw the pick six?
I don't. If we're no timeouts, I don't think we're that aggressive. I think he was proving a point to the Jets, like, so what? We can still throw the ball over you. We can still throw the ball if we want to. I mean,
Or
with the
even if
two,
you make a mistake, I don't have no confidence that their offense can move the ball. Period. So I don't give a damn what we do.
Or that
I,
our
kind of,
that our defense can't return an interception for 99 yards.
I only bring it up because
That
yeah,
was the game. That was the turning play of the game right there.
put your foot on the Jets net. I don't care. I only brought it up because it's like at
hmm
some point, all right, we get it, coach. All right, we get it. Let's just, fuck it. Let's just go on and come out in halftime. But he's like, fuck them. Let's throw
Right.
the ball and show them, fuck them.
Right. Like I said last week, Big Nick, win the game first, then play around, bro. Not a problem playing around. Just win the game first.
I don't even think that was playing
Well,
around. I think that
Javon
was
Holland probably listened to it because he took note. Like
I knew he
that
was
momentum.
gone when
That's
he
a big
caught it.
momentum swinger.
I knew he
Yeah, I'm
was
just
gone
being
when he
real
caught it.
figurative, Big Nick. Like when I say play
You
around,
can
you know what
say
I mean? Like,
Boyle is definitely a
because look,
noodle on because
I know I'm well aware that
he didn't even get it in the end zone.
there has to be a point in a season when you're playing a bad team that you know is a bad team where you've got to expand your playbook and start installing stuff and using that game as a practice. Look, with the rules the way they are in the NFL, there's only so much time during the week to check stuff out for down the road. When we're sitting here in the playoffs going, wow, where'd that play come from? Well, it might be one of these plays that failed against a bad team earlier in the season, and we're like, what was McDaniel thinking right there? You know what I mean? Like, we don't know why they're doing stuff, but we got to just trust that we're winning these games. Today it looked a lot better. I mean, look, we still had our issues on offense, but still it looks like toward the third and fourth quarter, we started to get back into that groove we were at before we started this downtrend on offense.
Hey, I'm gonna say this.
Well,
And
what's
I
the
think
people
this is
that called Tua noodle arm? They should be putting out the noodle arm memes of the quarterback for the Jets. That some bitch didn't get the ball in the end zone.
I'm
Like that was
telling
only a
you, man.
50-yard pass.
I'm
So
telling you,
where's the
bro.
noodle arm memes? Where's
It's
the noodle arm
Boyle.
memes for that
Tell him about
quarterback?
it.
hey, you
And
guys
bro,
know I'm super positive.
that pass to Waddle, bro. Oh my God, bro, that was a dime, man. I'm like, damn, bro.
Yeah, Al Michaels tried to diminish it by saying he underthrew him, but I didn't see underthrow. I seen him drop it in the bucket.
He dropped it where it
But
needed to be.
No,
I
that ain't
mean,
diminishing.
I'm not gonna lie. If that ball
Any
takes,
quarterback would have just threw the ball in the
I,
end zone or out of the back of the end zone, so it can't be catched by nobody but
I'm
his
not gonna lie.
receivers.
That ball, if that ball would have taken any more time, even a nanosecond longer getting there, it would have been
oh, you
intercepted,
mean the
man.
first time? Oh, Color's talking about the first one, the outplay when he threw a timer out, and yeah, you talking about that play to the sideline. Yeah, you
Yeah,
talking
and
about?
it
I know what
split
you're
like
talking
three
about. But
defenders.
he
Yeah,
was under
yeah.
pressure. Yeah, Tua was
I
under pressure.
almost think if you go back and look at the play, I haven't yet, but it almost looks like the defender swiped the ball into Waddle's possession.
No, he didn't touch it. He didn't touch it. They showed it a few times. He didn't touch it. But Tua didn't put any torque on it. He kind of lobbed it a little bit, and that's what had me scared a little bit. But he got there. And what about a testimony for Chris Greer real quick? Because I don't know if you guys really understand this. We're injured. This team is injured, and the it's not
But
as
yo,
smooth as ride as it used to
the
be.
throw was fast enough because they got some of the
No.
fastest DBs in the league. So
Yeah,
obviously the throw
but
was fast enough. It's just
yeah,
that
he
he's
didn't get it
slower,
though.
bro, getting there, and it's
But
man.
we're one of the most injured teams. Well, I ain't gonna say most injured, but this team is injured, right? And all of the backups, even though they're playing well enough to keep us to win, but you can obviously see the hiccups and the bumps in the roads, and it's not as smooth as it used to be. And hopefully, man, we can overcome this and get these guys back. I don't look like Phillips is coming back, but I don't know what happened with Javon. That'll be two in this year, right?
Oh yeah. Well, doing what we did against the Jets, just like Buffalo did against us. I don't know if we blew our wad trying to overcome what they had to get, and we got a bunch of injuries. That's like the Buffalo Bills did against us with a bunch of injuries in their victory.
But we got to have the best backups in the NFL. I'm sorry, we got to. We have to because we're hurt and we're 8-3, and we've been hurt doing that 8-3.
But be honest with you, Nick, we've had the same injuries at this point last year that we did this year.
So what is that saying about
Bro,
our backup
we had the entire backup squad in the
Just saying the injuries
secondary
is
in the
the same,
fourth
and we
quarter
had the
today.
same record.
Bro, in the fourth quarter, we had the
That
entire
doesn't
backup
forecast
squad
anything.
in the secondary, man, and we did just fine. Well, I mean, obviously it was Tim Boyle, but whatever, you know.
I don't think it was the same injury as Crypto. I don't think it was the same
Yes,
injury.
it was. We had missed more injuries in our secondary than anybody on there. That stat's been floating around endlessly, week after week on Twitter all last year on how we had more injuries than any team combined, and the second place
But
team
Crypto, our
combined
secondary,
for the whole
our
Their
season.
best,
secondary is the
All
their
one
been
with
best
missing.
James
drive,
Jones.
their
We
best
we
drive
were
was against our backup secondary, and it ended in an interception.
And
Nick,
Crypto,
last year we were
you
the
can't
most
say that
riddled
the
team out
secondary.
there.
You can't say that the secondary is the reason for the resurgence of the defense. That front seven is playing their ass off.
It is.
Well,
It is
we're
a
not.
surgeons. These are coverage sacks we're getting.
Yeah, I was gonna say
No,
it
man,
helps
We're
a
that's
lot,
ending
big
crazy.
Nick.
games with
No,
we're
When
ending
you're front, yo,
interceptions. We're
Wait,
ending
listen.
games
Hold
literally
on,
with
don't play.
hold
interception.
on, hold on. When
You
your
don't
front
play.
can trust that the ball ain't gonna be thrown, bro, it helps out a lot, man.
These aren't covered sacks, man. These are not covered sacks. These quarterbacks are
The
not
hell
holding
if
the
they
ball
not.
5 seconds. They're
Man,
not holding the
The
ball
hell if
5
they're
one of
not.
them today was blatant, bro. One of them today was blatant, man. The receiver made an out route towards Jalen Ramsey. Boyle looked his way, didn't even dare throw the ball, and ended up getting sacked, dude. It was totally on Ramsey, man.
Now that's a one-read quarterback. That's a
No, it's
one-read
not one read
quarterback.
quarterback. You should have took his outlet when the guy's holding his
No,
hand
but
up.
as soon as he turned
Throw it
around
to
to
me.
look,
Throw the ball.
wait. As soon as he turned his head to look at his second read, his arm was already getting swiped by our
So you can't call that a
lineman.
coverage sack. You can't call that a coverage sack. There's another read.
It is.
We
If
were
it's
on
more
it before.
coverage, more than 3 seconds, more than
You
3-4
you get
seconds by
you
definition
your
is a
first
coverage sack.
read. Your first read is immediate. And you didn't have time to go to your second read. How's that a coverage sack?
No, there were times.
Because they hadn't targeted Ramsey all day. They were doing it. He needed to do it there as just to do it.
Look at the
And
all
he
22.
did. He
Big
chose
Nick.
not to.
I would encourage you.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see on the film. We'll see on the film. We'll see on the film because, by the way, Shake Money, pay 94 right now.
What?
Pay K94.
No attention. Yes, I agree.
I'm almost
He got
certain
his
he'll
trade
get it
value
now
up. He
because
got his trade value up. I agree
we got a
with that.
litany
Yeah,
of
you don't.
quarterbacks that's
Yeah,
He
gonna
got
go
his
you
the
don't
trade
farthest
value
and
understand
up.
get
what's
I
more
like
happening.
it.
sacks too.
I like it. He
I'm
got
Mike,
his
sure. I'm
trade value
sure.
up.
Chris
I'm sure we're
Greer,
going to
Steven
be
Ross
getting.
pay attention.
I'm sure we're going to be getting Christian Wilkins' money or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Somebody will. Another
Yeah,
team will.
the other team is gonna give him his money
The
when
other
we
team
Yeah,
sign
all
will.
him.
right. All
Chris
right.
Greer ain't gonna fall for it.
Okay. Okay, all
Chris
right.
Greer he's looking at the opponents we're playing and
If
how
you
he's
think I'm
getting the
gonna
Well,
say
sacks.
something
he
different,
already
he
he
has
already
something
took
coming.
he already took to his cornrows. So is he going to take his money too?
Hey, Ogba earns his money this year.
He looking good.
Agba earn his money every year he played with the Dolphins.
Zach
Shut up,
Tyler got 2
Pinto.
sacks
Do
too
we?
now.
You know what I mean? Do we earn his? Does he? Is he a $17 million player now moving forward?
No.
We'll see. He
Hey,
better be.
it looks like he's got a lot.
I hope so. I agree. I could agree with you there, Nick.
He better be.
I think so.
He better be. Because I don't get on any players, but I think I get on him. Like
Yo, even Raekwon got in the party today, man.
Raekwon took credit for hand stack. He almost fooled me. But yeah, it was a great defensive performance today.
I mean, as to be expected given their trash offense,
Hey,
but
by the
still
way,
good to see.
I want to welcome this next guest. She's the welcoming addition to the tailgate, but Crypto, she was trashing your greens all over social media. Nene, what's going on?
Hey,
Nay.
I just
You
came up
can't
to
trash no another man's collard greens in there.
Crypto, are them green chips you call collard greens done yet?
Ain't no green chips. I don't know what chips you talking about.
Yeah,
This is some bona
they
fide
chips
colors.
because you ain't cook them all the way.
So, Nene, question of the night for you.
Okay.
One more win if we get to 9 this early in the season. Are you finally feeling a little more consistency here? Or, I mean, I don't expect after today, but we're set up exactly where we were last year going into San Francisco. So right now, rubber's meeting the road. What happens next week against the Commanders,
Right
and
after
how does a win against the Commanders getting to 9 this early in the season change or not change? How you're feeling about our consistency.
That's a good question. I'll make sure I'm very clean about it because I got to watch my Miami Central Rockets head to state for 5 years in a row. You know what I'm saying? Go Rockets! But I'm glad you used the word road because the problem I have with this team is we're on the road to the hospital, man. It's so many injuries right now, and I got to see the game. To answer your question, I got to see the game, and I got to see how many healthy bodies are going to come out that game before I get confident,
Yeah.
Because I still
that's
don't
fair
know.
enough. That's fair enough. But taking those intangibles away, let's say we go. Okay, look, I believe the Commanders are. I know they're not the upper echelon, but they're a well coached, well put together football team. They've taken it to the Eagles twice this year, and we're going into their house. I'm thinking,
That's the only team they taking it to.
they
They
are,
get steamrolled by a
but
lot
you
of
got
other
to
people.
admit, Crypto, you got to admit that they're the type. They do have enough, football leverage, I'd say, on offense to make teams pay for mistakes that they make, like turnovers and stuff
Yeah,
like
they gave
that.
up
So we're not talking about like.
they gave up 80 to the
I would
Cowboys.
estimate them to be very similar to the Raiders, in my opinion, as far as their overall quality of opponent.
Hey, but Cutler, I hope I answered that question.
Yeah.
To me,
I
I'll
don't
be
know.
honest, it's hard for me because I don't know what our health situation looks like. You know what I'm saying? It's so many guys that are down right now.
Yeah, we pay the
I don't know
price
what Greer's gonna do.
with Phillips going down.
Yeah, but did y'all get any more updates? Because sometimes y'all more closer to the best than I am. Any update on Armstead or some of these guys that went down today?
I
outside
didn't
of
even
Philly.
know Armstead went
Armstead is
down.
normal. It's another day at the
Yeah,
office if he
Armstead
goes
went
down.
down
It's not a
today.
surprise. Oh,
Armstead.
would you be surprised, Nene? We talking about Armstead here.
I
That's
think
another
I
day at the
think Coach,
office for him.
I think Coach saw the injuries. I think Coach saw the injuries to two All Pros and decided to take the third one out.
Well, I was mad that he kept Tua in there as long as he did. I'm like, what are you doing? You seen what
I
this
kind of
kid
was wondering. I kind of was wondering the same
Yeah, it
thing,
was.
Nene. We
Now,
were all
now
calling
Nick,
it on the
Nick, I can
tailgate.
understand the ego there for McDaniel was bad by not taking two out.
It was only 27 points at that moment, man. It was 27 points at that moment. Big play,
Yeah,
interception return.
but bro,
Yeah, they could have
it
took him out
took
at
their
20.
offense. It took their offense an entire game to put a touchdown on the board, bro.
Right.
exactly.
It could have took it out. It could have took him out at 17, to be honest with you. It could have just said to him, giving
I
you the rest of the
understand
night
that.
off. And it'd been perfect.
So, Color,
Yeah.
I ask you this question, and Big Nick and Papa Paul, all you guys, who is healthy on this team right now?
QB1.
Ferguson.
Christian Wilkins,
Mike
QB1.
McDaniel. Mike
Sealer,
McDaniel.
Zach Sealer's nice and strong right now.
Sealer.
Who said Mike
Bradley
McDaniel?
Chubb.
Mike
Mike
McDaniel and
McDaniel.
Chubb's been holding up. Yep.
Big
Chubb,
Fangio.
Ogba.
Big Van
Austin Jackson.
Our
Austin
defensive
Jackson.
front,
Oh,
our
he got hurt
defensive
too?
front has been proven to be pretty sturdy and healthy, so they're good.
I'm loving it.
Yeah, I'm just
Mm.
saying.
Linebackers are healthy.
You know what? Ramsey may be the only healthy guy left, man, and he's just coming off a major injury, man.
And Ramsey said the reason
Yeah,
he's
he's out
playing
good
so
long
good is
term,
because he
actually.
ate Crypto's collard greens.
Right, and keep in mind
Exactly.
now again, Nene, we're talking about Tim Boyle here, so I want
It's
to
like
preface
spinach to him.
I want to preface this by saying we're talking about Tim Boyle here, but our entire backup unit in the secondary was in the fourth quarter, and that's when the Jets got their best drive, and it ended in an interception.
Hey, I don't
Like,
know.
I'm pretty
I don't
happy
know if
about
it's
that.
true.
You know what I mean?
I don't know if it's true, but I don't think nobody went on X side in the last two games either. Now you joking? I know Ramsey's balling, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
but
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Why do you think they've been hitting up the tight
X
end
will
so
get his
much?
test on
Big Nick?
Christmas Eve.
Don't forget
I
about
won't be
Van
too
Ginkel.
I won't be too overexcited by freaking X. He'll get
Hey,
his test
Why do you think all these
healthy.
teams have been hitting up their tight ends so much against us? Right there, they can't hit the boundary.
And I do got a question for the panel. The first half I was frustrated because it looked like the offense was digressing again, but in the third quarter it looked like they had an even, good playbook, pushing that ball and holding that time of possession. I was impressed. It was like one of the first time in a while the offense just didn't score quickly and they were imposing their will. What do y'all think about that? You think we kind of got something going?
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. That's why I said earlier, it looked like we started to pick back up, getting back into the groove we've been in all season right around the third, fourth quarter, culminating in that another rushing touchdown from 13 yards out from scrimmage. That freaking is awesome that we have the ability to do that.
Hey,
third quarter, we controlled the time for 11, 12 minutes of the third quarter.
I like that.
I just say plain and simple, the New York Jets have an AFC championship defense.
No, what I'm saying is in the third quarter that our offense looked more like itself and it looked better in terms of the first couple of quarters.
Yes, most definitely.
I saw some adjustments.
We ran the ball.
But I'm still tired of those screens. I don't know about y'all. Every time they throw that screen, I start screaming at the team.
Oh, yeah.
Stop throwing that screen.
Yeah, if it break free, you can break free on them. That's what they try. Hoping that one missed tackle, we can get game.
You know, one of the stats I brought up
they hoping
the other
to get that
night.
break tackle.
One of the stats I brought up the other night is on fourth down conversions. We have when we run the ball on fourth down conversions, we convert the fourth down 90% of the time. But when we pass the ball on fourth down conversions, we're only converting it 34% of the time. So why are you still trying to pass the freaking ball on fourth? Yes, 34% of the time is all.
I know
because
that. I didn't know that law. Didn't know what you call.
2/3 of our
Yes.
starting offensive line,
Screens.
2/5.
Well, I mean, it was just the
Because the
fourth
same
down.
offensive lines is blocking for the runners, so it's the same
Yeah,
people.
yeah,
You
I
know,
understand
well,
that.
it was
I
like last
understand
week
the
at
purpose
home when
of
they
that.
tried that fourth down conversion on a screen. I was reading that before it even started, and we lost yardage. Fourth down conversion today, we had 2 yards to go for a first, or 3 or 4 yards for a touchdown, and they tried another pass instead of running
Do
the
the pass.
ball, and but it did not work.
They
Tyreek
rushed it
dropped
right and brought it in the back of the end zone.
Yes,
Tyreek
but
dropped
we have tried the pass more times than we tried to
I don't know if he
run.
dropped that one though.
Yeah, he dropped it.
We've tried the
No,
pass
Woodscout
more
got his hands
times
on
than
the
we've
ball.
tried to run in the fourth
Not
down
on that one
conversion.
point.
That's why the pass is a low percentage of completion on the fourth down conversion. We've only
Now,
tried the run like 8 times this year, where we've tried the pass like 11, 12 times or more on fourth down conversion. So that's why the percentage is such a big difference.
Well, what I'm saying to you guys, I wonder if they found something in the playbook, or maybe McDaniel is getting out of his own genius brain and kind of making, because some of the plays in the third quarter seemed simple. It wasn't all of that motion and all that window dressing that they've been doing with a lot of things. Here's my other
Yeah,
thing.
we did what everybody said we can't do. We just powered up and went at it. You know.
Now, Color, I'm going to ask you this, but I don't want you to body slam me when I ask you this, because it was a big discussion in another space. Do you think Tua's interceptions is because he's throwing to spots, or he's just forcing it to Tyreek Hill?
I mean, I don't think he's a spot. I don't think he just throws the spots anyway. I think that's the one of those narrative words. You know what I mean? But like, I just think they're bad decisions, to be honest with you. Whether they're play design, or whether it's forcing the Tyreek, or whether feeling his own bravado, sometimes they're just bad decisions.
Yeah, it's a bad throw.
Well, because the reason why I asked you for is a spot, because just walk with me here. How fast he gets the ball out.
Well, that's part of it.
That's not a complete route. That's just throwing somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So that's what people.
So you're saying he's trying to avoid a sack, or just getting rid of it just to get rid of it?
I think it's a little bit of both, given what the line is. I told people the offensive line is what it is. I know you get the PFF or whatever numbers that people like to use, but I think the way that its scheme is so Tua doesn't have to be in there long. What they said, 2.5 seconds, he's getting that ball out. So what route is ran in 2.5 seconds? So he must be throwing to a spot.
I agree. Most of the time, the receivers getting there, Nene.
Well,
I don't think he's throwing it that fast. I don't think he's throwing it that fast if Devontae Parker is lined up on the outside.
And that's the thing, though. Those kinds of plays do happen, but I also think we see other types of plays happen. That's where I kind of diverge when I hear the spot thrower kind of narrative, because I just sometimes our offense is predicated on that kind of
receivers.
Stuff.
He's holding on the ball longer.
But that's one of those. That's one of those biased. Not saying that you're biased, Nene. I'm just saying in general, this narrative is one of the biased narratives there is, because as a high school quarterback, I know you lead your receiver. You don't throw it directly to where your receiver is. You throw it to where your receiver is going to be. So in that essence, every quarterback in the history of quarterbacking is a spot thrower. We lead the receiver to where they're going to be.
He's just doing it earlier because he knows Tyreek is fast, so much faster.
That's why I say he's holding on to it.
Yeah, he can literally throw to nobody. He can literally throw to nobody, and Tyreek or Waddle will come in and get it. You know what I mean?
Because he knows they're going to be there.
Even today,
it's more like he's throwing it in 3 seconds if DVP is his wide.
Here's the thing, though. Patrick Mahomes was doing that very thing with Tyreek, except the only difference is it wasn't scripted. So the thing that made Tyreek such a powerful weapon for a guy like Mahomes is he could basically be scrambling around, and during all of that, All he's got to do is identify an open space of grass and chuck it there, because he knows that Tyreek will catch up to that ball.
But to
He doesn't even have to know where Tyreek's at. All he's got to do is find open grass and throw the ball there, and Tyreek will see it and get there.
But to that point, I think there's times where defenses like the Jets or some other defenses know that and they jump the ball. Both of those interceptions seem like they were.
Well, yeah, they also do things. They also do things to fool to it into thinking that they're going to be in a different spot than they end up being, and that's part of playing good defense too. I mean, it is what it is.
They're not jumping the ball. They're jumping the route.
Well, the route, they jumping something. They ain't out there.
Well, for instance, remember,
they actually anticipating what Tua's anticipating. That's how they get.
Well, let me give you an example. Remember in the preseason game when Tua threw that pick 6, and the guy was talking about how he did whatever and fooled Tua into thinking, or Tua thought he could power it in there or whatever without looking, and all that. And the reason the guy knew about that was because he had watched film from the Jets game the last time Tua played the Jets, when they did the very same thing they did tonight against him and intercepted a ball.
I think it was the same guy. 3 years ago,
it was the same route too.
I think it was the same guy. He said 3 years ago. I
don't know if it was the same guy, but it was the same.
No, the guy that got the pick 6 was the same guy.
Right, same automatic blind throw on the same out route. Boom, pick 6.
But Color, add a continuation to that. Wouldn't we want to look at that and improve with maybe a pump fake or manipulation with his eyes? Or
I think he does that stuff, but he doesn't necessarily always do it hard enough they don't always bite.
Yeah, right.
Where I would if you're looking for, possibly not that you're looking for, but if someone would be looking for a particular way to see where Tua could improve, is that when they don't bite, he doesn't bail on it and he still goes with it, and that's where the mistake happens.
But you can't just pump the ball. You can't just pump the ball because you want to pump the ball. It's a timing play. You got to let the ball go. I mean, I'm a pump it and try to take it.
I mean, when you're getting rid of the ball in 2.1 seconds like he was tonight, he's got no time to be pumping it or anything.
Of the receiver.
No, and I agree. That's why I was kind of taking it off of pump throwing per se, and just because there is things he's doing with his eyes, his head, and his shoulders that we don't notice that are happening within that 2 seconds that throws defenders off to a different direction. And he's anticipating that they're going to bite on that. And when they don't bite on it, he doesn't have time to bail on that. The ball's already gone.
So based on the defensive coverage, based on the coverage,
that's where he needs to actually learn to be able. That's
somewhere he needs improvement. Line. There's nothing wrong with saying that. That's somewhere he needs to improve. Absolutely.
We're an offensive line that can give him a little bit more protection for another second or two.
Yeah, and I also personally, I really wish he would bail the pocket quicker, in my opinion. Today, you even saw it on the play where he had all the time in the world to throw, but still took a sack. And it's like, bro, 2 seconds out of the gate, you had the ability to shift out to the flat and open the whole field up for yourself for as long as you wanted it. But he didn't take it. We waited for it in the pocket, and then the pocket ends up collapsing because of coverage, and he goes down. But it's like, if early on in the play he would have just been like, F all this, and got out to the flat, he could have had anything he wanted with as much time as he wanted.
Color, my brother, this ain't the Matrix, man. When those bullets go to flying, you don't see them coming.
Oh, that's why I'm not trying to kill him over it. I'm not trying to kill him over it, Big Nick. I'm just trying to say it was like easier to see on the slow-mo. It's like, I just wish he would.
Movie in the Matrix. But
I see it a lot, Big Nick. What I'm saying is I see a pattern of it, and I just wish that he would himself just get out of there a little quicker. Forget that nonsense.
Everybody got a game plan until they get hit in the mouth.
I know. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to kill him over it. You know what I mean?
On that pick six.
Other than the 2 interceptions, again, the rest of his box line looks great, man. You know.
But on that pick 6 in particular, right? The defensive back, he knows what defensive coverage they're in. He knows what's being ran. He knows which route is going to be open based on the coverage.
And they're a division opponent. They've been watching this film for 4 years now.
I mean, that was the only place Tua probably can throw the ball, go with the ball, and he jumped the route.
Yeah.
Well,
I
he
mean,
could have threw it away. He didn't have to force it in there. There's other things he could have did.
well, true. The one that killed me is this Hail Mary. Okay. You're set up for a Hail Mary. Your offensive linemen are practically standing up before the play even gets snapped, right? Just throw the ball. The underneath guy is covered. You don't ever throw that if there's anybody anywhere near the underneath guy, man.
All I know is, hey, I know the Heat are playing the
That's
Knicks.
something probably what the Jets should have did,
And
right?
The Heat are playing the Knicks. I hope they
Throw it
beat
in
the
the
Knicks
end zone.
because they're on my despised team list.
Okay,
go,
guys. I can't stay. I gotta go
Who's
take some
on the
pain
despised
medicine.
team
I'm
list?
hurting too much, but I appreciate y'all.
Who's on the despised team?
Peace, love, and
Papa
thank you,
Paul.
everybody.
I
Bills
just
and the
got
Knicks,
here, Papa
I
Paul.
despise them both.
We got you, Papa Paul.
I know you
Here
did,
comes
Pete,
Pete
but
with all
I'm
the
in too
worry.
much pain right now, so I gotta go. I'll talk to y'all later.
Oh man,
Alrighty,
you take
Papa
care,
Paul.
Okay,
man.
man. Get
All
well,
right,
man.
Pete. So, yes,
What's up,
2
brother?
interceptions, but also 27 points against arguably the top defense in the league, man.
One of the top. Cleveland's number one.
Yeah, you know what, Color? 27 points is actually surprising. I like it. I don't care how it came, even though the final score was 34. But you know what? I just want to sit here and say I'm so tired of this offense. Like Color. I'm sorry, bro, but I don't know what the passing chart is gonna look like after we get to see it or whatever. But I mean, we canned Ryan Tannehill and Bill Lazor. We ran those guys out of here because we ran too many screen plays. I don't know, but I like these screen plays, this gimmicky sideways offense.
Movie history right now.
This is
Tell you what,
December
Pete.
football.
Did you watch Pete? Did you watch the post game show on Amazon?
I'm gonna have to
The
watch.
post game? No, I didn't watch the post game.
So because we won, we finally got to be the guys at the table with eating the leftover sandwiches with
yeah, I saw,
right?
yeah, I saw that.
And you heard what you heard Tyreek saying that he had a meeting with Ross, spent the day with him a few weeks back or whatever, and he said Ross knows ball. Ross wanted to talk ball with him all day. Like technical shit, you know what I mean? So I'd imagine at some point Ross is going to call up McDaniel and be like, if I see one more goddamn screen, your ass is fired. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Real quick, Color. I just want to see if the rest of the panel. I want to see if the rest of the panel are being in agreements with this. Since Pete spent all week hyping up Josh Boyle, Tim Boyle, and how dangerous they can be, I don't think he get to come in here and talk about the Dolphins offense. I think he needs to talk about the Jets offense.
Were you really talking up? Yeah. Were you really talking up Boyle, bro? I missed all that.
I don't know what he said all week. I don't know what he said all week. It was just the last 2 days. Like, you know, at the end, I started getting worried, Color. I started thinking, like, there's no film on this guy. Yeah, I'm like, by halftime, my feelings already had changed. But Nick, once I saw Holland return that interception to the house, buddy, I said, "That's it, bro. We won. These guys are the Jets are better off."
That was game
the
set
Jets
match
to
right
me
there.
had a higher chance of scoring on defense than they had offensively.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying because that was their only points up to that point. So you're right.
And once I saw Holland take it back, I'm like, "There's no coming back from this." But yeah, I mean, I was a little concerned with Boyle.
Dude, it took them the entire football game just about to score a touchdown, bro, on offense.
Yeah, the Jets are demoralized.
They're so bad.
Those guys are broken.
Before that game, they only converted
Did they even ever convert a
26
third down?
possessions. They're the worst.
Well, I know they converted a couple fourth downs, but did they ever even convert a third down?
Yeah, they did convert a third down.
They were so bad on offense going into that game that they only had like 26 possessions, only one.
Bro,
they were up
to 0 for 17 on third downs, man.
0 for 19, Color, in the last.
Is that where they broke it? Is that where we finally let them have their day? Oh my God, man.
0 for 19
straight,
on third downs.
That was probably
Since
by
week
the
10
time we had
Raiders.
our. That was
They
probably by the
offense
time
only scored
Phillips,
9 touchdowns all
and that was
season
probably by
long
the
before
time
that
Phillips
game.
was out of the game, and it was probably by the time we had our
It was
entire
bad.
backup secondary in the game.
Tyreek
10
and
games,
Mo can have
9
more
And you know
touchdowns.
what, Color? And you know
than
what, Color?
Right.
I'm
Tyreek
so
had more
heated right
touchdowns
now.
than them
Wow,
all
Motion.
season.
Phillips
They whole
And
Phillips should have never got hurt. We are up 3
Yep.
scores.
Motion.
Why do you
shut up, Pete. Oh, Pete, shut
Why?
up,
We
man.
should have
We could have got
never
hurt walking off the
Phillips
field.
today, bro.
We could have got
That's
hurt
another
walking off the
that
field.
hurts,
Historically
bro.
bad. Just like our offensive line was
We
historically
could have got
bad, the
hurt
Jets
walking off
offense
the
Well,
was
if
field.
you
historically
ride
bad.
with that this week, Pete, I'll march with you on that one. It was kind
Yeah,
of
I'm riding with. I
yeah.
need something
Hey,
you know,
hey,
to
Pete.
ride with. You
Hey,
know
hey,
that.
Pete. Hey, Pete. Hey, Pete. Hey, Pete.
What
Real
up,
quick,
Louis?
Pete. I just want to
Crazy.
make sure we're good on our bet now. We're even, right?
No, we didn't win by 25 like we locked in.
No, we locked in 10 points. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
We
you
locked
got
in
it.
by 10.
You got it.
All
You
right,
got lucky
all right.
there. You lucky
0-0.
they didn't start no Zach Wilson.
Hey, Pete. What do you think of the fit, homie? What you think? You know what I'm saying?
I can't
Nice
see.
little.
I'm driving, man. I can't see right now. You got me looking. I can't see, man.
Oh
Hey,
man.
wait, Lewis. You telling me Pete didn't scare you with the Boyle talk all week?
No. We were good. We locked that bet in.
I'm telling you, I had a feeling Boyle was gonna have a
Y'all
career
even.
day. I was so wrong on that. This
Your
guy, I
feelings
don't know.
on 0400, Pete.
Okay. Wait a minute.
And
Wait a
y'all
minute.
know I'm never
Can we
wrong.
clip that?
Pete
Can
put
we
a
clip
lot of
that
money down
for all
on
those
an
people
offense
that can,
that's
for all
historically
those
bad.
people that say Pete never says
Lost.
he's wrong? Can we clip that? He just admitted to being wrong, word for word. I was wrong. That's what he said.
100% Color. I
Yes.
was loud and wrong. I'm being worried.
Yeah,
Like,
you
I
loud
was
and wrong.
worried all week, bro.
Uh-oh,
This
we
guy
got to clip
Tim
that.
Boyle
Hey,
took 4
Pete.
hours out of my
Hey,
sleep
Pete.
looking at film.
Hey, Pete. Were
You
you
worry
wrong
too
about
much,
Wow.
bro.
Antonio Pierce
Hey,
last
shout
year?
out to my man
Last week?
CB83. What's going
Were
on,
you wrong about
CB83?
Pierce last week?
Pete put his money down on a historically bad offense.
Were you mad about Antonio Pierce? I mean, were you wrong when you said Antonio Pierce is going to come in and show the Dolphins what's up?
No, I
Well,
was
he
not
kind
wrong.
of
I was
did,
wrong
bro.
on the score.
No,
I
he
was
kind
wrong
of
on the
did, man.
score,
I don't
but I
know.
wasn't wrong, man. I mean, Aiden O'Connell, man. Aiden O'Connell's better than Tim Boyle. I'll give him that.
I mean,
Okay,
defensively,
so
they did stifle us, man. Come on.
Ron Rivera, Pete, tell us about Ron Rivera.
Man.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Lewis, what we doing next week, man? I got Commanders,
Hey,
Sam
Big
Howell.
Nick, believe it or not, the
Damn, Pete
Commanders
trying to
are the
get
ones
his
that have
money
worried
back.
me as a trap all
Are
I'm
year
gonna get
long.
my
They're the
money back
ones,
now.
man.
Are we worried about
They're the ones for me,
Pete?
Big
Are you
Nick.
gonna do it again? You doubling down?
I'm worried. You're not worried about Sam Howell?
They can
Why?
score
Historically
if they
bad
have a good
offense.
game, bro. If they put shit together, they can score points, man.
Hey,
How many
Crypto,
points
what
they
was
scored
They
Pete?
have
yesterday?
faster receiver. I'm already
How
moved
many
on to
points they
Washington.
scored
I'm worried. I'm
yesterday?
concerned already.
How many
They got
points did they
historically
score
bad
yesterday?
offense. What, 10 points?
6, wasn't it? Something like that? 6.
I bet you we're not favored by 10 this week.
Yeah, it was 10. No, probably not. But we're right there, Color.
I bet we're favored.
But there again, like I said, I think the
won't be double
Commanders,
digits.
if I were to relate them to another team, I think the biggest comp for me would be the Raiders. We need to have the
No,
same
it's
mindset.
bad,
This is
Tyler.
a serious
It's
team
bad.
that can score
Tyler,
points if they're on their game.
Hey,
So,
it's bad.
you know,
hey, Color, you know how many points we're gonna be favored by next week? Color, you know how many points
I'm
we're
gonna
be
guess
favored?
8. I'm gonna guess 8. 8.5.
I'll tell you right now, it's
A 10. A 10. A fucking 10. Gentlemen.
See it.
Touche,
So
Shake.
Pete
Touche.
gonna be in there taking the points now.
Can you please
That's
show the rest of the world how many Super Bowl championships the Buffalo Bills have?
Definitely won't be 10.
Show us, Shake.
sure, I can show you real quick.
Super Bowl trophy.
Show us the goods.
Yeah, show us the trophy case first. We need to know the trophy case.
Let's do the
Man,
trophy
I
case.
just broke my pinky toe for like the 5th time.
I
Here's
need
the
to
trophy case.
right. I need to see the trophy case. Right.
Here you go.
There you go. And none other than Chris Berman predicting the Bills to play the Niners every goddamn year in existence. I got so sick of him predicting them two teams every damn year. I'm like, come on, Chris, take a break.
So,
Hey,
Crypto,
listen.
what do you project? Do you think? And I know what you're going to answer. I know how you're going to answer, but I just want to ask the question anyway. Do you think that even though it was a game that the projections likely had us winning anyway, like in other words, part of the 12, do you think that our projections would go up given that the projections also know that the Jets have been kind of a hump that we needed to get over the past couple seasons? Like, this is a big win, guys. I don't want to diminish this win just because their freaking offense sucks so bad, bro. Like, we took care of business today, man. Like, we all like
No,
those of
I
us
think
that
the
had
win
confidence,
projections are the same.
those
Hey,
of
Big
us
Nick.
that had confidence that we can take care of business are still confident now, like we were. Yo, we went in there and did what we're supposed to do.
Hey, Big
I
Nick,
thought
did
they
you see
said good
the? Hold
team,
on.
big bad team.
Hey, Big Nick, did you see the new book that Buffalo came out with?
No.
Look right here. Look, see it.
Oh man, that's a bestseller.
Buffalo Excuse.
Mm.
Volume 2 is coming
Volume
out soon.
1. The volume 2.
You know what's funny? That
Damn,
looks
Chase, I'm trying
strikingly
to
a
figure
lot
out the
like
edition.
that.
No,
Looks a
that's
lot
a
like
paperback edition.
the stack
That's
of
a paperback edition.
the stack of initiatives that the prime minister in England gives his secretary to file. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
about the
that's
stack.
like
And the newest
that's a congressional bill right there.
yeah,
That's
I was
all.
gonna say
That's what it looks like.
the newest
That's a
initiative
paperback edition.
the
That's
newest initiative goes
That's
at the
what the
bottom
bill
of that
looks like
pile.
before it becomes a law.
No, I'm saying the newest initiative goes at the bottom of that pile.
Yeah, it's the top one. It gets tossed out right away. You want it to be at the bottom.
No,
Or
the
somewhere
top
in the
one is
middle where it's law.
the top one is the one they're gonna work on next, and that was the one that was put on there like 3 centuries ago.
If you want something to become law, just bury it in the middle of a bunch of legislation, and they won't look at
Right.
it.
That's what I'm
They
saying.
can
There's
pass
this
it.
old
Never put it
Brit.
at the top of the agenda. Make sure it's
That's
in the middle somewhere.
that's what I'm saying, Crypto. There's this old British sitcom called Yes Minister, and that's what the new minister coming into office gave his secretary, who the secretaries of in Britain are civil servants, so they follow the
Yeah.
next guy that comes in. They're there permanently, right? So it might be like your political opponent is your secretary. You know what I mean? So like this guy would like give him initiatives, and the guy played by like Nigel Hawthorne or somebody, he'd go into the closet where all the other initiatives are at from like the last 10 ministers, right?
Mhm.
And he puts it at the bottom of this stack of paper that looks just like that Buffalo list there. But he put it at the very bottom, like, you know, like the last 10 ministers shit still hasn't gone through yet.
You know what's another thing? Like I get it. He's such
It's a joke
good
about
coach
it's a
for
joke
doing
on
that.
bureaucracy is what it is. It's a joke.
Here's another thing that's random on my mind, but honestly, I'm so tired of coach trying to save Tua. It's getting old. It's like trying to read the same news.
Daddy loves you guys.
He tries to put the interception. Oh, I made the wrong play call. No, he threw it bad. He threw it to the wrong guy. Just put it like at some point. This coach is gonna get. He's gonna lose his job. He's going to.
Bitch. Oh
What I'm gonna say, man.
Are we forecasting disaster,
unbelievable, right?
Pete?
I don't know why.
Disaster,
Crypto. I'm gonna tell you right now, Crypto. This Jet win right now, even though I was wrong on Tim Boyle, this doesn't convince me, buddy. This offense, this offense, if it continues the way it's continuing right now, playing in December, it's gonna shrink. You know, it seems like it stinks with all these little short screen passes on 3rd and long, especially. We're not even throwing at the sticks at times. You know what I'm saying? Like, something needs to change. If we go, let's
Masterwork. Did anybody get a hold of Masterwork? Or this is about the time he start making a video of the inevitable collapse. I want to see how's he doing. Anybody checked in on Masterwork? What is he?
And why you're even thinking about that, Crypto? Why you even thinking about that? You want me to tell you why? You don't have to tell me, because
It doesn't matter what you think.
and lie around the problems. No, the problems are right in our faces, guys. Third down.
Hey, Pete, Pete.
We
So
won.
Pete,
I get it.
so
We won.
Pete, tell like Master that thing about Master at work. That's funny, right? So basically, the AFC East is like the police chase in Thelma and Louise, right? And there's 3 cop cars behind. We're Thelma and Louise, right? And there's 3 cop cars behind us, and they just finally fade away, and we just keep going off the cliff.
Damn.
It seems like we're gonna run with it, man.
The Jets, the Bills, the Bills, and the Patriots are like, all right, Godspeed, Miami, and they're waiting back, and we're just driving off the cliff.
And this type of game, Tua's not doing himself any services at this turnover rate. Like
no, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
He's losing ground on the
Sunday night,
MVP
that's the
race.
Sunday night game, right? The Bills game.
These type of games, you lose ground.
I think it's still TBD, Crypto.
Oh, okay. I don't think they flexing them all.
No, but I think the start time is TBD. I think.
I'm gonna tell you guys right now.
Oh, okay.
This is. I'm gonna tell you guys. This is the last thing I'm gonna say. This is the last thing I'm gonna say. So you guys don't have no more negativity. No, because I'm gonna get out of here, man. Because it's too much negativity in my mind.
It's Friday night. What the hell you gotta go to do, man?
Because I know you guys are happy. We won. And I
this
get
ain't Sunday, but this ain't Sunday, bro.
It's not Sunday. We got a whole weekend ahead of us, Pete.
Yeah. I'm digging Friday night football.
Yeah, the Bills got to play, so we can root against them. You know.
Well, you know what?
I'll tell you what.
No, I'm really digging Friday. I'm really digging Friday night football. I think they ought to do it more often, man. I think it's great.
If you didn't say that color, my brain would have kept thinking it was Sunday for some weird reason.
Well, actually, I think one of the reasons
it feels like a Sunday.
They could do it now because from my understanding is they can't compete with high school. That's why high school season
yeah.
now.
I got you. Well, they could do an early game, like afternoon game.
Now they could do it now. Now that December, it's there's no football.
Too many kids in school. Yeah, all the kids would be in school. Yeah, people are at work on Friday. It was only because it was Black Friday. Yeah.
Well, like I said, that in high school football, they can't compete with high school football. Remember, high school football they play on Friday nights.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And a lot of the NFL players got kids there that they probably want to go see their kids play. If they can,
It's crazy.
But it is a way better production than Thursday night. I'll give them that. They need to they should cancel out Thursday for Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck them high school kids. You don't hear about no high school kids getting any treatment for their head trauma from concussions and all that. All you hear about, the league should pay money to all the professional athletes for what's the disorder they get from it? I forget the name of the stuff. You know what I'm talking about? The brain swelling and all that. You know what's that called?
CTE.
CTE. Yeah, that makes them all crazy. Yeah. Bro, you don't think I took enough hits in my head in high school football to warrant CTE later in life? Who speaks for those high school kids that never even got to college football that are affected by that shit? Nobody. And we're whining about millionaires and having who's going to pay their medical bills.
And Color, you know why I laugh? That's funny because high school kids don't even know how to tackle. These millionaires,
exactly,
they know how to tackle. So
you
every high school
student,
you see them ducking their head and hitting with their heads down.
But bro, you all see how volatile a person I am. You don't think it's from getting cracked in the head too many times? I mean, let's be real here, man. It affects high schoolers too that don't even make it far enough to get any benefit, from the danger. From the risk.
I did bring that conversation up one time with a buddy of mine, and he laughed it off, Color, because he was like, high school kids ain't hitting that hard. And I said, shoot, I've seen some hits before in high school.
It's all relative, dude. You still got 180-pound kid coming, a solid mass of body coming at you with a helmet on.
That's true. That's true. I'm trying to remember what I was gonna say like 2 minutes ago, man.
Even my skinny ass was like $160 in high school. And I was getting knocked around at $160. I was the small guy. Like, you know, like I was the one everybody was targeting because I was easy to tackle. And I was so tall, it was really hard for me to get lower than everybody else, too. That sucked. That also meant that I took a lot of cracks to the head.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say earlier. I just remember right now. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. I'll be right on the mic.
Oh man. Yes, please make sure you hit the like button. El Capitan, I hope you're not losing your shirt over there in poker. Even though I think Michael K would like to see you with the shirt off.
Oh, Brandon the bookie's got to be taking him to the cleaner, man.
Mm-hmm.
He was all talking unlimited rebuys and shit. He's all serious tonight. He's gonna take all his family's money.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Hey, listen, all I know is I'm hoping to get Brandon Bookie next week on Insomnia, man. So.
This what I'm about to tell you guys right now.
Yeah, go for it.
This what I'm about to tell you guys right now almost confirms. I know for a fact we don't have a franchise quarterback. Okay, as much as you guys want to deny it.
What about a French fries quarterback? Do we have a French fries quarterback? Nobody's laughing. What the fuck, man? Y'all are boring, man. Shit. It wasn't that dry.
Pete got all the killer material today, though.
Pete's like, I'm not even answering that question, Color. French fries quarterback.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Perfect. I hear you guys. This is the problem right now with this. It's not a French fry. It's a celery. We don't want to touch this celery right now.
Oh, no.
You know, we don't want to eat the celery right now. And I'm going to explain. Let me just finish because
probably a bad comparison considering all things considering.
This is real big, man. This is a problem, Color. Like I'm probably never going to forget this. And
never forget.
And I know the two ears are going to sit here and do everything they can to try to like flash us with that Men in Black pen to make us forget this. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think Tua ever gets paid by us again in a big contract. When this guy threw that interception with nobody rushing him, and it was about to hit halftime, let me tell you something. How do you not throw that ball downfield? How do you throw that interception when nobody's rushing at you? Zero rush. Nobody coming at you. What rushed you in your little head to throw that ball? For what? There was not. What were you doing? That's how you know, bro. We got a problem at quarterback. This is horrible. I'm never gonna like that one right there. I'm sorry, that ball needs to go up in there. No, I'm never, bro. You guys are gonna be tired of me repeating that. Watch. You're gonna be. I'm like, Pete, stop saying that, bro. We're over it. But I guarantee that's a reason why this guy here, he's not gonna clutch it. He's not gonna clutch it. Have a Super Bowl. Don't me right now, shit, because I'm getting in my feelings, bro. We have a Super Bowl defense. We have a Super Bowl defense, and we're wasting it with a quarterback that throws an interception with no rush. Absolutely none. Bro.
You know, for some reason, Shake, I thought we were going to grow this weekend. You know, I don't see that happening now, bro. I really don't, to be honest with you.
Oh, well.
Bless your heart, Pete.
Hey.
I don't get it, bro. I need a real and you know what? Somebody might need the help from AI to try to convince me on this one. I don't think a quarterback does that. I don't understand how he did that. That was so mind-boggling to me. Again, the situational awareness, the awareness.
You do it if the guy is all alone. You do it if the guy is all alone because you're figuring they have an extra guy down in the end zone. So you hit that up man and hope you can get a bunch of yardage, maybe get into field goal range. But yeah, not when he's covered to it. Like
Never
Sorry.
forget.
A lot of.
And then the
I'm never gonna
pass. I mean,
forget
come
that
on, the
color. I
pass,
mean,
man.
you see the pick six. I get it. I've seen it before, like in my head. Oh, every time Tua throws to the sideline, it looks like it's about to get picked off. So it happening today, it
No,
didn't really stop me.
it only
Hey.
okay, but the correction there is that only happens when he looks to the sideline against the Jets, apparently.
True.
Let me.
True.
I ain't gonna lie. When Pete said, "Let me tell you something," the first thing I thought about was Fire Marshal Bill from Living Color. Let me tell you something.
Let's say you've got a match, and you're a little
But
kid,
that
and you want to light
interception
it.
with no rush.
Make sure you come over to the stove and turn the gas way up.
That's fine,
Then
though.
you
That's
light that
fine, though.
thing
We're
and
winning.
boom, blow it up.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question. How do you think the Jet fans feel when they saw Mike White kneel?
Well, they want Salah gone. They want Hackett gone. They want Aaron Rodgers gone. I mean, we killed their fandom. They want their team gone.
Yeah, we broke them. That's true.
Hey, by the
That's
way,
true because I was in
shout
a
out,
Jet space.
hey, by the way, shout out to Larry K. He was at that game. He was at the game, man. He was looking dope in his white jersey. Shout out to Larry K. Man, he was there. Oh man, I enjoyed the game.
Mostert. This
I
guy
can tell
is
you right
like.
now, when Raheem the Dream went in for that touchdown, my dad was losing his mind. He had the under in the game, so yeah. I love Raheem the Dream, man. Raheem in the Dream.
And you saw him kind of look back like he wasn't gonna want to score. I thought he wasn't gonna score. I'm like, you have to score, man. Just score. He looked like he was
Did
trying.
Al Michaels really say that shit? He's like, I hope that's his wife.
Yeah, McDaniel apparently cockblocked somebody.
No, when Tyreek handed the ball to his wife, I think Al Michaels said something like, I hope that's his wife.
Hey, you know what I'm noticing? We have an elite middle linebacker that nobody wants to put on a high pedestal. You know why? I get it.
Because he's got long blonde hair.
No, it's not him. It's actually 5'5", and he's been playing elite for a while, but you don't hear his name. You want to know why you don't hear his name and he's not celebrated enough? Because he is actually the most hated Miami Dolphin on the roster. It's not Tua. The only guy that don't like Tua is me here. Everybody hated Jerome Baker. They're not giving this guy his flowers. He needs it in a bouquet. This guy is playing, reading screens. I mean, I don't know what else to do.
Did you see that? Bro, did you see your Pete, calm down, Pete. Pump the brakes. Did you see your favorite wide receiver last week? Hunter Renfrow?
Oh yeah, Hunter Renfrow.
So did Jerome Baker. Right by him. Run right by him.
Yeah, but he did good against the Raiders too.
I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck he was doing. Was he trying to was he afraid to hurt Renfrow or something? I mean, maybe that's what it was. You know, there's some fighters out there, like UFC fighters, that end up quitting because they don't like punching people in the face. And I'm just looking at Jerome Baker watching Hunter Renfrow gain 25 yards right in front of him, and he's just doing nothing. What are you doing, bro? That's why people hate Jerome Baker. But he does have the greatest smile on the team. I'm not going to lie. He's got what? How much money does he make? He's got a $5 million smile.
He's playing out of his mind lately. I'm telling you right now. He's been playing out of his mind. He needs his flowers. He's earned that contract.
I will say he has cleaned up his missed tackles. He has been taking better angles lately and getting that first contact down to the ground. I will say he has improved since the start of the season.
And this guy Mostert, man.
And it's helping us
This
a
guy,
lot.
you see, I'm always, they say, oh, Pete, you're always wrong. I was right on Mostert. I was spot on. I knew what I saw with Mostert last year, man.
Can I
This guy
ask a
was
question
money.
for everybody? How the hell are we a team that can't muscle up and power people out and whatever and out physical people yet? This is like 2 or 3 times now that we've taken the ball from the 13+ yard line into the end zone for a touchdown on a run play. Like you can't do that if you ain't punching people in the mouth. I'm sorry to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you don't do that shit if you're not out physicaling people. One of them was against the Chiefs. So, yeah. Now we do it against the Jets. 13-yard line out, man. Freaking touchdown on a run play. Mostert. That's deadly. To have the ability to do that, it's freaking deadly. That's why it kills me when we're throwing a fucking corner route on 4th and 2 from the 4-yard line. Why can't we do what everybody else does in that position? Flood the end zone and drag a guy across the middle. If he's wide open, you at least get the first down. No, we're doing
And
this other shit.
Is somebody talking color? I don't hear nobody.
It was me.
Oh, okay.
The other guys just fell asleep on us, Pete. Shake's like doing homework or something, and
Yeah, I'm still here.
Crypto is tryptophaning it or something.
Crypto is like, Pete, be positive, man. We're 8-3, sitting on top of the AFC. You've been wrong.
Turn it
4
up,
weeks
Crypto.
out of the 12.
Turn it up. We were 8-3 last year.
This what I'm about to say next must be the most negative thing ever.
Yeah, we definitely were 8-3 last year. That's why it's created a show called Deja Vu. Hopefully, it's not a bad dream, a recurring dream.
It really is, Crypto. Like that's what I was just about to say. I want to hear your voice more, but at the same time, I was just about to say that this is a curse, bro. Like this is gonna be bad if we make the playoffs, and everybody and the majority of the fan base thinks it's all because of Tua. I'm telling you, the curse is gonna be that we pay Tua. We don't want that, bro. Like this can't be happening. This is a disaster for our organization. I'm sorry. I'm not. Well, buddy, this guy is 8-3.
Pete. You think
He's getting closer to signing. He's getting closer to signing that extension. You hear Ross? This is bad. This is bad. We're gonna be miserable for years to come.
Who said he's signing an extension?
Hey, I wouldn't be shocked if they tried to sign it in Thanksgiving and the ink wasn't working. You know, the ink wasn't working. As much as it is hard to believe, I promise you all, I really feel like what's going down this year is really terrible for us, bro. We should not be winning. Not with this quarterback. This guy, bro. This is something else. What we're doing, bro. This is bad. This is bad. The real guys that we need to pay. Look at Wilkins, and people don't want to pay Wilkins. Right, bitches? You have to pick a Wilkins, or you have to pick this guy, and then once you pay Wilkins, you have to pay Tua. You have no team left. We have nothing else. Right, bitches? Winning despite it. And I just feel like if it doesn't crumble down the way I think it should crumble down, which I visualize crumbling down now because December's around the corner, this guy still can't get paid even if we make it to the playoffs, bro. He still can't get paid. Not playing like this, guys. I know what I'm telling you, bro. I don't get paid as an NFL scout or anything, but I just been watching ball too long. I know for a fact I am not wrong in my evaluation on this quarterback. That's the issue. And there's no way in hell you're going to give this guy a $50+ million contract a year, bro. It's not going to happen playing sideways football. You need a traditional drop back, push the ball downfield, see the field quarterback. We don't have that. I just don't. At this, I feel like I can make it to the NFL with these new rules. Like I'm in the wrong business right now. I gotta be honest. Jeff Obrich, defensive coordinator, wasn't he a Dolphin before? He put it on this guy. I just don't. I don't know what to think anymore with this team because the good that's happening for us, in my mind, listen to me, everyone, it's not really good. That's the crazy thing. I don't know what else to tell you guys, but we cannot beat the good teams, and even against crappy teams, the Raiders, the Jets, our offense stunk. Third down offense shrunk. I don't know.
Hey, by the way, Color.
I don't know what else no more, bro.
Hey,
I don't know what else no more. 8-3 feels fake to me.
Color, real quick. Color, you there?
Hey, Pete, that's brutal.
Yes, sir.
Hey, by the way, shout out to Scummy who's in the chat. You know, we're doing a Fins tailgate calendar, right? We're gonna be doing a Fins tailgate calendar, and I got Scummy to post for me for a calendar. I think he's gonna be October. Here's a picture. Here's a preview of the picture.
Yeah.
Nice.
I appreciate you, man.
So Pete, what's your final score against the Commanders? You think Sam Howell has a good game, Pete? Hey, Pete.
Crypto, don't get me there yet because I'm still upset at that no rush interception. But I gotta be honest, yeah, I know for a fact. This is a fact. This is not a guess. This is not me being worried because there's limited film on Tim Boyle. None of that. This is a fact. Sam Howell is better than Aiden O'Connell, and he's better than this guy that we just saw, Tim Boyle. Not only that, he has a better coach. He has a better coach in Ron Rivera. Eric Bieniemy, the OC. They got, what else they got? Scary Terry McLaurin. They got Jahan Dotson, Brian Robinson, the Logan Thomas. What, now am I a Redskins fan this week now? Now I must be I'm a Redskins fan. Because at the same time, we're not beating the Commanders. We're not beating them.
What about
I don't know about that, Pete. I'll be in the building for that game. They win every game I'm attending.
What about their O-line?
Their O-line is a disaster.
For the Philly game.
But we just lost Phillips. This guy has been sacked like
Shake?
Not the Phillips. Remember not the Eagles game.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Not that game. Yeah. Right. Every home the home game. My bad. They're 1-1 in home games that I've attended.
I don't know if anyone's talked about it, but apparently Derek Barnett got released. Do you think we get him or no?
I tell you, if we lose to the Commanders, then that means the season is officially over.
That's how I feel, man. That's how I feel, and that's what I was afraid of. Crypto.
Under no circumstance.
That's what I was afraid of losing today, bro. I would have felt like the season was done. Now I got a little bit of hope, but December ball still has to be played. And if we lose to the Commanders,
that's the first game in December.
That's it. That's 8-4. That's a disaster. That's an 0-4 ending for Tua. Deja vu.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we can't repeat that performance. Never forget. Listen to me carefully, Pete.
Never forget.
We cannot lose that game.
I seriously feel if we lose to the Commanders, you heard Steven, Miami Sports Music, we're gonna go 5-0. Bro, we're not going 5-0. We're gonna lose to one of these bad teams. My gut told me it was gonna be Tim Boyle and the Jets. That guy didn't have it in him. But Sam Howell does.
What about
Sam Howell does?
Right.
shot?
Will Levis, will he be
Pete,
playing? Is he still
the
playing
Commanders
football?
lost to the Giants 31-19.
The Commanders lost to the Giants. I saw that game, Color. He fumbled twice. He threw bad interceptions, forcing the ball. That was just a bad, terrible game. Like, things didn't go their way when it went with Sam Howell. But I'll tell you what, just like any bad team could beat a good team on any given Sunday, Color. That's exactly what happened. Tommy DeVito, for some weird reason, he did what I thought Tim Boyle was going to do to it. I'm not going to lie. Tommy DeVito did.
Yeah,
Well,
they
you're
just
not
beat those guys
wrong
and
about
not
the
about
any
the
given Sunday
experience.
thing. The problem is 100% of the
DeVito.
evidence shows that we don't get affected by that, and 0% of the evidence shows that that we have the ability to be trapped thus far
Yeah,
this season. That's
but you
all
know
I'm
what
going to
my
say on
problem
that.
is?
So
I
while
know,
you're
and I
right,
agree with that.
and we can't
I
hear
agree
you
with
right
that.
now, Pete, unless it's just me. So while you're
I can
right
hear
that
you.
any given Sunday can happen,
I hear Pete.
thus far there's no evidence to prove or to even show that it would happen against us.
That's true, and I agree with that as well. But at the same time, Color, bro, just a few more first downs, and the Jets were in this game. The Jets were in this game.
Well,
They just needed a
Holland
few
changed
more
the
first
game
downs.
around. I can admit
Yeah,
I can go there.
Holland clinched it
Absent
pretty
that
much.
interception, the way they play offense and defense totally changes in the second
The
half.
the Commanders, honestly, bro, this guy has wheels. Sam Howell can run for a first down. It's not. They're gonna get first downs, and if our offense continues to struggle on third downs like it has been, I just don't understand when this collapse and when is this ship.
I'll be honest, there was no reason to go for a Hail Mary on that play anyways when your offense is playing that bad.
That's what I was saying.
I'm
No,
gonna be
you
real.
no.
I'm gonna be honest.
Oh,
There's no reason to go for it.
I was saying,
I'm
like,
gonna be
You
honest.
go into
I'm gonna be
Hail
honest.
halftime
Mary, what
and
the
you let your
fuck?
defense play the way they've been playing.
Actually, I kind of disagree with you, Crypto, because knowing that your offense
But
is
if you got
playing
a
that bad,
noodle arm quarterback that can't get the ball into the end zone on a Hail Mary, then what's the point?
he doesn't have a
You have
strong
to
arm,
get it
but he
into
got
the
it out
end
there.
zone
Yeah, he
to
needed to
do
get
it.
it a
That
little
was like a
deeper out there.
punt return. The ball didn't even get
Yeah.
into the end zone, so there was no chance for a touchdown anyways.
Yeah, the only way the Jets were
It wasn't even into the end zone. I could see if you throw a Hail Mary, you have to get it into the end zone at least, at a
the
minimum.
receivers were in the end zone, but not the ball. The ball didn't get there.
Not
It
the
was short.
ball. Exactly.
It was short.
It was woefully underthrown.
But
And
that's what I'm talking about with our interception.
Bad decision to throw
Crypto,
it if you know your quarterback can't throw the ball 50 yards. That was all intents and purposes, a 50-yard throw.
I agree with that. And Crypto, that's what bothered me and hurt me the most about Tua's interception with no rush. Like, what are we doing? If you're going to go for it, we had no timeouts. Time is against us. We're desperately trying for some weird reason. I don't know why we were trying to score on that with no timeouts left, but we were. That's McDaniel for you. And we didn't throw it to the end zone. Wait, what? We had like 7 seconds left. Why didn't we just throw it in back there? No, he decided, and it worked in our favor. Thank God he did throw that interception, right, Crypto? Because without that interception, we don't get the Holland interception. Run back. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
But the fact that we didn't try the Hail Mary, that bothered me, bro. That bothered me. Like, just throw it out. If you're gonna try to score, you should have just threw it out there. The clock would have hit 0. Boom. We would have went into halftime with nothing. But we actually were trying. And for Tua on no rush to throw that interception, he got so
it was like 9
lucky,
seconds,
bro.
I think, on that
It was
one. Yeah.
it was like 3 seconds left on the clock.
When he threw when he threw the interception, it was 9 seconds because that's how they still ended up with 2 seconds as he went out of bound on the interception.
Well,
yeah,
like
9 seconds to go.
Well, you know what I meant. That final interception play, that play shouldn't. That's it. That should have been the final play of the half, because those 2 seconds would have gone out the door while the ball is still traveling in the air for a Hail Mary throw. If you're really trying to score, what were we gonna do there? Pick up the yard. He gets tackled. Time runs out.
Field goal.
He would have got tackled in bounds. It was 2 away from the sideline.
I don't know. He could have threw a
He's
Hail Mary. He's trying to get it closer.
and another little problem that this coach has, bro. Like, I'm sorry if this rubs any Dolphin fan the wrong way, but this coach is not smart. He really is not. Week after week, we keep seeing the challenges that are ahead of him, and he just doesn't get them. He's getting the victories, which is all that matters. But he needs to kick these field goals, bro. Why isn't this guy just taking the points?
The Jets. We could have won 3-0.
It's not that, bro. It's you gotta have faith in your defense.
Actually, Greg, at one point I did thought that Sanders' field goal was the game-winning points. The very first field goal I thought was the game-winning points. The way the Jets, how bad their offense was. I honestly was contemplating calling the game right then and there. I said, Jason Sanders perhaps just kicked the game-winning field goal.
You thought it was going to be a 3-zip game, that low scoring?
Yeah, I mean, they could have literally put Tua down and brought Matt White in. That would have been the end of the game.
I'm not going to lie. I tweeted it out. When Aaron Rodgers got hurt week 1, the Jets organization is so dumb. They clearly, all they had to do was trade for Mike White. Get that guy back in the building. Save your season. Do something. They decided to roll out and go with Zach Wilson. Now that's all you have left. That guy, he got hurt.
Well,
and he gets hurt. What do you have? You got to have a backup plan. These teams with no. I'm so happy we got Skyler, bro. I feel so good. You guys don't understand. I might be upset, but at the same time, any given Sunday, Skyler could come in and save the season. That's a good feeling, bro. That's a good feeling to have.
Pete, there is an opportunity because we haven't played any December games yet.
Ah, damn, boy.
Skyler may be still on your horizon, Pete. With Pete, there's always a chance with Skyler.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
I just hope you're wrong, Pete. You don't have to come down to that game.
I got to be honest. The only thing I've been right on everything, Crypto. The only thing I hope I'm wrong on is really Tua. I just hope I'm wrong. I don't know when this feeling is gonna get away. Like, what? Let me ask you. What day was it that y'all said, you know what, Tua is that guy? He's our friend.
Studies, 60% of the time it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
I want to know what day, what game was it? Was it the Ravens game for you, Crypto, that you said, you know what? I love this quarterback. Like, what game was it? And you guys said this
just
is
said
my
he
quarterback
passed the regular
forever.
season test. No, just said he passed the regular season test.
I haven't got to that. I haven't got that game yet, Pete. But I have. I do feel that way about the team overall.
Yeah, and that's what.
Right. If he wins a playoff game, then I will label him a franchise quarterback. I haven't labeled him a franchise. He wins a playoff game.
What if he plays the Browns in the playoffs with DRT or whatever that guy's name is?
Joe Flacco?
Joe Flacco.
Yeah, but if he plays DRT, Joe Flacco,
no,
then that would be a quality win because the Browns could move the football with the defense they got.
We get a
DRT
victory morale. Oh, Tua won a playoff game. He beat the Cleveland Browns without Deshaun Watson. Let's pay him $400 million. That's a disaster.
Ron, where are you?
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
That's exactly what's going to happen. And it's going to come like a little cobra and it opens up his neck and just strikes us, bro. That's going to bite us, bro. I'm telling you right now, we better play the Bills with Josh Allen week 1 in the playoffs. We better. I don't want to face let's say the Bengals sneak in with Brownie. What's that guy's name? Their new quarterback, Brownie? Whatever his name is.
Washington.
Yeah. Imagine they sneak in and we play them in the playoffs and we get that victory. Next week, we lose to the Chiefs with Mahomes. You think we're going to feel good? Oh, the Tuaneers are going to say, at least Skyler couldn't win. We got one with. That doesn't count. That does not count. That does not count if we get a playoff victory with a backup quarterback.
Against the Browns? against
Yeah,
DTR.
that
Is that
wouldn't
what you're
count
saying?
if we play DTR or if we play what's this dude's name? Brownie. I don't even know
What
who the
if we
Bengals
lose to
quarterback
the
is right now.
Browns
We'll
in
find out
DTR?
Sunday.
Would
If we
you feel any different if we lost to the Browns in DTR?
I'm telling you right now, we better not lose that game, bro. We better not lose that
You're
game if it's
not gonna say
DTR
Tua is your
starting.
franchise quarterback?
I can't even imagine losing that game. I just can't because I know for a fact Skyler will beat them. That's the issue. So I can't fathom taking it in as a loss. I just can't. I'm sorry, Crypto.
What?
We better not lose to a
Wait a minute.
Detorian Brown-led Browns team with this type
He's
of
won
offense.
some games
No,
for him
bro. No.
already.
There's an
He's
issue
already
that
won
needs to
games
be
for him
resolved.
already.
I'm so happy, Color, because I was watching the post game, but then when I saw Tyreek Hill eating a sandwich with Christian Wilkins, I had to go run this little errand, so I just left to go run this real quick, and I didn't want to watch the rest of it. But I might have missed something very important that Color brought up that I need to hear myself, word for word, the Tyreek and Stephen Ross meeting conversation. It's been stuck in my brain since Color said it, by the way. I can't wait because something inside me tells me by the way that I heard Color tell me this, I feel like we're gonna roll the Skyler Thompson train late in the season. I'm telling you, I'm not the only one
Late
that's
in the
not
season.
satisfied with this offense.
What game is this?
Despite what the win and the stats say, this side-to-side offense, this screenplay,
What am I
the
missing
bad
here? You said
decisions
what game,
offensively,
Pete? What
coaching on
game?
bad calls. 4th and 1 last week versus the Raiders. Tyreek Hill because of hard knock. The guy gets hurt. Next thing you know, screen on 4th and 1 after one play of Tyreek Hill getting hurt. How do you like that's a decoy move. You're supposed to use him as a decoy. He's hurt. And you try to use him? No. The mistakes being
I don't
made
know if I'm buying
despite
the
the wins,
in-game
they're
Tyreek
just
Hill
more
Knicks and
concerning
Knicks
than me
anymore. I
flavoring the
don't know if I'm
wins.
buying that
They
no
just
more.
are. I
It
can't.
happens every
I just
game like
can't wait for
clockwork.
the end of the season play right now. December is all I've been waiting for all season. And it's finally here. Let's see what happens.
Yep.
Hey, what do you think Tua's gonna get Skylar Thompson for Christmas?
I'm done. I'm done. I said my piece.
What he's gonna get Skylar
Told
Thompson
you guys
for
how the
Christmas?
season is gonna end up. I've been telling you guys for a while now. You guys don't want to listen.
I'm
So
listening
you
to you
saying we're going?
carefully. I'm never
So you
forgetting.
saying we're going 8-9
It's
or
gonna be
9-8?
I feel bad for you guys. I really do. A lot of you guys are gonna be really down. And you can't say I haven't been trying to help you along the way. You can't say
Listen,
I
if you
haven't
want to
been
help
trying
me
to
pay
help
my
you.
bills,
At least
Help
mentally
along the way.
along the way.
What?
Real friends do what I'm doing.
Damn, Pete.
no, if you
A
want to
help
help me
along
pay
the
my
way.
bills, that's the best way to help me along the way.
Yeah. Damn, Pete. Pete, so we're going 9-8 or 8-9? What is it, Pete?
Hey, Colin, tell him we listen to him carefully and we never forget. What
We'll
the hell
never
you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
We listen to him carefully and we never
we,
forget.
and we never forget. Pizza pizza legend.
Yes, he is.
In
Hey,
these spaces.
listen.
Pizza
We
legend.
have hold on. We got a message from Tua.
Daddy loves you guys.
Okay.
Pizza legend.
Yes, he is. Oh my God.
Well, we can say we've heard it. We've gotten our heavy pre-December dose of Pete.
Dude, I remember when I first saw Airplane, the movie Airplane, when I first was smoking weed,
Leslie
I'm like,
Nielsen.
this is the hardest I've ever laughed. No, I think this is tonight was the hardest I've ever laughed.
Right. Man. Yeah.
Holy crap.
Mm-mm-mm.
But hey, man. At the Fins tailgate, we allow everybody to speak their piece. You know what I mean? You don't have to agree with them.
Right. Yep.
Well, who ain't agreeing around here? What?
Yep. When there's friends like Pete, whose needs enemies
Dolphinier,
like yours?
I'm sorry, Dolphinier, but I don't think there's nobody worse than that. Sorry.
What did Dolphinier say? I missed
He's
it.
worse than Sharif. I don't think there's anybody worse.
Oh yeah. Sharif has cornered the market on the worst takes. Man. Leftovers dressing and cranberry.
I like Pete too. He is a trip. You'll never hear me say I dislike Pete. Never.
Right. What is it that not like about Pete? Pete's a bundle of joy.
Actually, this is the guy who I love the most. Look at this. Question for the panel.
Wow.
Oh man, Scummy.
There
That's the
are
legend
some
right there.
consistent ones.
That's the legend right there. Scummy
There's
is the legend.
there's some that's consistent. We think Pete consistent, but Scummy is definitely up there with his level of consistency. We can't say Scummy hasn't been consistent. At least Pete say won't trade him. Pete would say just bench him and put Skyler in. Scummy's already putting him on the trade block.
No, not even
Look,
on the
man,
trade
we
block,
got
just
things to complain about in a 34-point game. It's like first world problems. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Scummy.
What's
Scummy
going
said
on?
no.
What's up, guys?
Bryson.
What does it say?
White Hershey.
Is it?
Nick.
Sounded like Bryson.
Oh, White Hershey, Nick. All right.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
I sounded like Bryson. I thought it was Bryson.
I just had like a real quick question about like Phillips, since I'm pretty sure I don't know what's good. You guys would agree that his season is over, right?
I don't know. We haven't heard about what's the injury report.
Whose season? Which player are you talking about?
Jalen Phillips.
Yeah, usually when it's non-contact like
I
that,
think
yeah, it is.
Yeah, because like I saw it and like it looked exactly like Rodgers' injury.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
that's my question is.
It was like Rodgers.
What's that guy's name on the Colts that just got released? Shaq Leonard? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Do you guys, if you guys were like pursue him, what do you think we should like give up if we would try to get him?
Well, I don't think we don't have to give up anything. We just sign him,
yeah.
right? Oh, I mean, like once we put him on, because we're gonna put Phillips on IR, so that's gonna open up a slot.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to give up anything.
He's on the street, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Which I thought there was reports that the Eagles picked him up.
Oh yeah.
Unless that was the Eagles beat writer saying that they might be targeting him. I thought they said they picked him up.
Yeah, but
you know,
I think Ogba is this is going to be Ogba's time to shine. You know what I mean? Because again, I think
yeah,
Ramsey. Look, it's no coincidence that Ramsey gets signed. All of a sudden, we start getting more players are starting to get home more. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not a coincidence. Yeah, it's not.
So guys,
you can contribute it to.
If you guys want to know what the
guys
rooting,
are not.
You guys want to go? You guys want to know who the rooting list for this weekend for Dolphin fans? So just by winning today, without any action being played on Sunday, we now have a 27% probability of getting the top seed in the AFC.
That's what's up.
So let's go through these. Let's start with the obvious. Chiefs at Raiders. Do we think the Raiders can pull one off in their house? Given the way the Chiefs
because
they're
looking
on offense,
they're looking at their scoreboard watching too. They know what they need to do in order to keep distance
right,
between.
of course.
What you call it.
So what do y'all think?
Chiefs will probably pull it off.
We're gonna have to find losses for the Chiefs too. The only other one I can see is the Bills that have a chance to beat
They'll
them.
have to come the next week. If they don't come
And
next
then the
week,
Raiders got to play them one more time in Arrowhead.
Don't the Chargers have to play them one more time?
And the
Just
Chargers
one
have
more, that's it.
Bengals and Chargers have
But
to
it'll
play
be
them one more
December or
time.
a January game, I think.
Correct,
Though.
correct.
I think the Chargers will pull one off. I hope so, anyways.
If they're not already
okay,
dead.
so let's start with because so we got the Chiefs winning against the Raiders. That keeps us at about the same. Jaguars at Texans.
I actually think the Texans are going to win, and I really do. I hope they do.
Texans?
Yeah,
right.
Jaguars.
What do you think, Shake?
Texans will win that. I already picked them in my whatchamacallit.
Okay, so we'll go the Texans. That brings us up to 30% to get the top seed, even with the Chiefs winning tomorrow. Sunday. So now we got Browns and Broncos in Denver.
Broncos. I picked the
Browns.
Denver win.
I got the Broncos, so 3-1 Broncos. All right. The other one that looks like it matters.
I don't see
obviously
how they move
Bills
the
and
ball.
Eagles for the division.
Oh,
but
Eagles.
Ravens at Chargers.
Ravens.
Yeah.
Ravens.
Unfortunately.
Buy whatever they want.
Okay, so basically the way we pick things, we'll end the week with a 30% chance to get the top seed. If the Eagles beat the Bills, that locks it in at 31%, right? So moving on
Now,
to next
Jacksonville
week.
win. It changes.
So moving on to next week, Dolphins beat the Commanders. That increases to 33%. Chiefs beat the Packers. Jaguars will likely beat the Bengals. That's really the only one that can affect us other than Broncos at Titans slightly. But by the end of next week, 27%. So we really need the Chiefs to lose again, and we obviously need the Ravens to lose. And we have to take care of our business. So Dolphins at Titans. We got Dolphins. Can the Bills do it for us? Can they beat the Chiefs?
I think they can.
In Arrowhead.
Oh.
I don't know if they can do it in Arrowhead.
Yeah,
in Buffalo they
gonna
can. I mean, it's possible.
Well, they're going to have
They
to.
will
If we want a chance at the top seed, they're going to have to. Because
yeah, I think they'll pull it off.
So that alone would bring us up to 45% to get the top seed. Then we would need the Rams would be playing the Ravens. Obviously the Ravens there. We would need the Jets beating the Texans would help us out a lot, but that ain't gonna happen. Jaguars would probably beat the Browns. Okay, so moving on, we beat the Jets again in Miami. And then Patriots, Chiefs. Obviously, the Chiefs will probably beat the Patriots. So we drop a little to 37%.
Honestly,
Ravens at Jaguars. Can the Jags beat the Ravens in Duval County?
That's going to be a good game.
Revenge for the Ravens, man.
Wouldn't we want the
At this point, it would help us
the
more
Jaguars
for the Jaguars
losing
to
helps
win.
us.
Oh, okay.
We need the Ravens to lose.
Okay. Because like I thought it like if
Jacksonville is ahead of us now. What about standing?
Oh,
if they win,
they are. Oh, if they win.
Yeah,
okay.
Right now they are. Yeah.
But we had them losing. We had them losing to
Texans.
They lost to the Texans and they
right.
Back.
Okay, so so can they beat the Ravens in Jacksonville?
So hi guys. Good man, good. I
It's
just
not a
want to
huge
bring
difference whoever wins that game.
Spot.
We obviously need the Jaguars to beat the Ravens there, but it's not a huge difference just yet.
I don't
So
think
we'll say the Ravens take care of business there.
I think we
That
need
leaves
14
us
or
at the
13
end
wins to get
end
the
of
top
week
spot.
15. That leaves us at 36% to get the top seed. So then Cowboys at Dolphins. Can we pull it off? Well, we're gonna have to.
Yeah.
To even have hope at the top seed.
I just hope our offense
bottom line, is what effectively too losing to the Chiefs the way we did. We're not out of it for the top seed, but to be real, we have to win out to get to even have hope for the top seed.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
just
Oh,
bottom
yeah.
line. You know, so here we go.
Right, we'll have to win
Raiders
14
at
games
Chiefs.
this
Obviously, the Chiefs will beat the Raiders at home. Ravens at 49ers.
Ooh, 49ers. 49ers.
This is important for us. I mean, at the same time, we still have to
I don't
play
like
the
these
Ravens. So if
matchups.
we take the easiest way to get the Ravens out of our way is just to beat them ourselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just all
That
there
would
is
be
to
the
it.
tiebreaker, right?
Yeah,
But
I
think the
like
49ers
that
will win.
chance versus the Niners beating them.
Right.
Because their style.
Yeah,
and
but the
Lamar's
Niners got a
history
really good
against
defense,
them.
and
But guys, let's not
Yeah,
like
but they haven't
predicting
played
what the
nobody that's
scores.
electric on the running the ball like the
Pre-
Ravens.
predicting what the scores are going to be for the next 7 weeks.
They play
like,
similar to what the Cardinals and what
if you gamble, you'll make millions of dollars if you actually get them right? So it's impossible to get these things right.
yeah, we're just having fun, bro.
One thing to note is with Tua this year, like I swear to Christ, every year we find something new about Tua that's negative. And this year,
You're the only one doing that right now, by the way.
By the way, no, it's not just no.
We weren't even. That wasn't even remote. That wasn't even remotely the conversation we were having.
No, I know that.
But you're actually
You-
bringing up
I'm
to
saying-
the negativity right now.
No,
You're the
no,
one bringing
dude.
it
Are
to
you
the table.
listening to the Big O show? Right, like right
No,
now,
I
it's all
don't
over
listen
the.
to the Big O show.
Then it's fine.
I don't
It's
listen
fine.
to the
It's
Big
fine.
O show, bro.
It's fine. Let
I'm
me
doing
bring
a
some
show
Tua
right-
negativity.
How can I be listening to
what
the
is
Big
the
O
Big
show
O?
if I'm doing
Okay,
a
so
show
let
right
me
now?
let me talk about Tua.
If I'm
right?
doing a show right now, how can I listen
I
to
don't
the
know,
Big
bro.
O
Let
show?
me talk about Tua right now. Okay.
No, how about you let me finish doing what we were doing before you interrupted us to change the subject to Tua? Is that fair? I'll give you the floor as soon as we're done.
Yeah, just wait till the
Is that
exercise
okay?
is over.
Yeah, go
Then
ahead.
you can talk about
Okay,
what
thank you.
Alex and the Big O is talking about.
So, 49ers, Ravens at 49ers. I don't know. I don't know if I don't.
I'm only going on
honestly
history.
think the
I'm giving the
49ers
Raiders one
I think the
will take care of
49ers
business
because
here.
the Ravens and Browns
will
play
win, definitely.
similar style defenses. That's why I'm giving the edge to the Ravens.
Mm,
Nah, I think the
They don't have
49ers
enough
will win.
strength. They don't have enough strength.
Brock, yeah, okay, we'll go Ravens there.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
The game
if-
is in
if
San
you guys
Francisco,
want-
no?
If you want to take a vote, we can.
Isn't the game in San Francisco?
It don't
Game
matter.
is in
The
San
game could be on
Francisco.
the
Yeah.
So how are the Ravens going to win that?
Easy, the same way they've beaten every NFC teams in its entire career.
Yeah, so they're due for a loss. You don't just go undefeated forever and ever, especially with the,
All right,
the San
so let's
Francisco
take a- so let's take
49ers.
a vote.
Okay, just because
Let's
you
take a
want them
vote.
to lose doesn't mean they're going to lose
Let's
because for the
just
sake of
take a
losing.
vote. Let's just take
Dude,
a vote.
they
See
lost
if
to
we want.
Matchups.
Indianapolis and Pittsburgh. How the
That's
hell
an
are they?
NFC team. That's an AFC team. Is the different story with
I
this
know, but when
quarterback,
you're
this
facing
coaching
it,
staff, and this
when
franchise.
you're facing like it's not the Seahawks, they destroyed the Seahawks, the San Francisco
They
49ers.
destroyed the Lions.
And
The
They
Lions are
destroyed the
trash.
Rams.
The Tri-
No, they're
division
not. They're
opponent,
8-3. What are you talking about?
But you're not getting it. They're not facing real teams. It's about who you face. It's
They
not about
are.
what
They
your
beat
record is.
teams that's well over 500.
You're not getting it. 49ers are 10 times better than the
And
Ravens.
the freaking 49ers lost to the Browns with a backup quarterback.
You're not getting it. The game is in San Francisco.
So
You're not
what? That
getting
game
it.
was in San Francisco.
Stop yelling, bro. You don't know what's going to happen 10 weeks from
So
now.
what?
You don't know. So I'm telling you, the
I'm not
49ers
yelling.
are going to destroy them. Just take the L.
Neither
Like,
do
what's
you. You don't know what's going to happen
not.
either.
Guys are so excited
All right,
about
so let's
predicting
take a
10
vote.
months.
So let's just take a vote then. Shake.
let's
Who
So
you got?
what, bro? You just saying it because you want the 49ers to win.
I want the 49ers
and trying
to
to
win.
diminish what the freaking
How do you
Ravens
know what
did when they
how do
just
you
dispatched and what
how
they
do you know
did
what
to
I
the
want to
freaking all
win,
their
dude?
division opponents.
How do you know what I want to win?
Then you
I
want to say that the Lions are trash? The Lions are in first place.
the Lions are
when
trash.
they beat the Seahawks was in first place at that
Seahawks are
time.
trash. Seahawks. There's
No,
a lot
they're
of trash
not.
teams. They're trash.
And the 49ers are beating trash teams.
49ers are beating good teams. They just beat the Cowboys. And destroyed them.
And the Cowboys lost and Arizona beat them.
So Arizona beat the Cowboys.
So what?
Cowboys are 8-3 or 7-3.
And the 49ers got beat by the Browns with a backup quarterback.
But that was that game right there. Everybody has a bad game, so that's one game.
Okay, everybody now say everybody have a bad game.
Yeah.
Okay, when the Ravens lost to the freaking Colts,
Yeah,
they
but
had a bad game too.
No, but
the freaking best field goal kicker. No, the best field goal kicker in history missed a freaking chip shot field goal for his range.
What about Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh is a division.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's a winning record.
No, Pittsburgh is shit, and they lost to Pittsburgh too.
They have a fucking winning record.
It's a division opponent, first of all, and
it's a division opponent.
So what?
Okay, then you want to justify the Niners loss? The Ravens loss is just as justifiable.
Dude, I don't understand what you're talking about. Like they're gonna lose to the 49ers.
Because you want to diminish the Ravens because you want them to lose and you want to overhype the 49ers and want to say that they beaten good teams. They also lost to bad teams. Those so-called bad teams. And I pointed out they lost to the Browns too.
They lost to the Browns.
The Ravens lost to the Browns. Just like the freaking they did. So what? You want to diminish the Browns?
And the 49ers also lost to the Vikings.
The 49ers lost to the Vikings, so they can't beat good teams. We want to go with that narrative that the 49ers can't beat good teams. Okay, they beat the Jacksonville Jaguars on a long freaking layoff.
Seattle is shit, and the Lions.
Okay, what is Seattle's record?
There's only 7 good teams.
What is Detroit's line? What is Detroit's record?
They're shit.
What is Detroit's record?
They're shit.
Okay, yeah, they're shit. Just like, okay, the 49ers are shit.
Why don't you understand?
Yeah, the 49ers are shit too.
They're not shit.
Okay, you want to say that?
Don't worry, man.
Who the 49ers are shit?
Got all the pressure for everybody.
The 49ers are shit.
Well, according to you, but you don't matter. You don't matter.
Who have they beaten?
You don't matter.
Okay, who have they beaten?
They destroyed the Dallas Cowboys.
You don't fucking matter. Okay, the Cardinals destroyed them, and
right. They destroyed the Dallas Cowboys.
The Cowboys are trash.
The Cowboys are shit.
Oh, you beating what you call it?
Your Seahawks.
Okay, you just said the Seahawks were shit, so make up your mind. Make up your mind. You just said the Seahawks were shit. Now you want to give them credit for beating the Seahawks.
No, because
you're building. No, you want to say that the Seahawks are shit. You want to say the Seahawks are shit, then you want to turn around and say that the 49ers are shit.
The 49ers made it with a rookie quarterback.
No, you full of shit.
NFC West. No, you're full of shit.
No, you full of shit. He's not a fucking rookie.
Now you're full of shit.
No, you're full of shit. It's what you is. That's what you is. You're full of shit.
You're full of shit. You don't know
That's exactly what you are. You're fucking full of shit.
What is this? What is this guy's name?
You're egotistical and you want to belittle a team. That's what you call it. No, the fuck you talking about?
Am I wrong?
What the fuck you talking about?
Who are you, clown?
No, who are you?
You're shit.
Who are you? I am who I am.
You know what, buddy? That's
who the fuck are you? I am who I am.
Buddy, some history here. I thought y'all
take
knew
notes, goddammit. Get a goddamn number 2 pencil and take fucking notes.
Relax,
Get your fucking number 2 pencil out, goddammit. Get your fucking number 2 pencil out, goddammit, and take notes.
Relax. I'm gonna take notes from you.
I am.
I'm taking notes from you.
You might as well.
You're a bum.
You might as well.
From you. From a bum.
You fucking moron is what you is.
From a bum.
You're a fucking moron.
You shit
That's
on
exactly
the 49ers.
what you are.
Shit on the 49ers.
You're fucking moron. Yeah, just like you want to shit on other good teams in the AFC when the fucking 49ers are beating up all these has-beens in their conference. But when they play a team in our conference, they don't do jack shit. They don't do jack shit.
You're a clown. Relax.
You're a fucking clown.
You're a clown.
You a motherfucking clown. You a motherfucking clown.
Relax, clown.
Fucking moron. Fucking clown.
All right.
You want to come in here and talk about fucking Tua and want to talk about what the Big O is talking about, and you want to change the fucking conversation because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I want to talk
and
about
we was doing an exercise over the fucking over the what we was talking about, and you want to fucking change the goddamn conversation.
Yeah, you're gonna predict the next 7
So sit your
outcomes,
fucking
how they're
ass
gonna
down.
happen.
Yeah, you
I'm
want to
gonna shut
predict
up
the
because
same
of you.
fucking point.
I'm gonna shut
You
up
want to
because
predict
of
the
a
same
bum.
thing.
I mean, you a bum. Why would I shut up
And you
because of
want
a
to predict
bum?
the same thing.
Shut up, you
We
bum.
only
Yeah,
we
you're a
only
fucking
we only
bum.
had 2
You a
more
You
bum.
weeks
fucking
to go.
moron.
Bum.
Fucking dumbass.
Bum.
You're a fucking
Bum.
Klansman is what you are. You
Bum.
fucking dumbass.
Who the hell shits on the 49ers? Only you bum.
Yeah, who in the hell shits
Shit
on the
on the
Ravens?
49ers.
You're dumbass.
The
You're
Ravens haven't
dumbass.
accomplished
My
shit, you
ex-wife used to like the
dumbass.
49ers.
Yeah, who
I'd
the
shit
fucking
on them
shits
all
on the
day long.
Ravens?
The Ravens haven't
I can shit
accomplished
on
shit.
them. I can shit on them whenever I want to. Just like you have a right to shit on
Hey,
anybody. I
I
have a
just
right to
want to
shit
let
on them.
I just
The
want to let
49ers ain't
everybody
shit.
know.
Anyway.
The
Timeouts
motherfuckers
are
ain't
still
shit.
Relax.
timeouts
Take a
are
placebo.
still
That's not what they They not who you think they are.
Take it.
timeouts
The
Relax.
are still
motherfucker beat
in full
a
effect.
cupcake
Just
ass
cash app
NFC
it to
schedule.
TFTG.
Yeah.
And then they gonna get
Timeouts
their ass
are in
mollywop
fully
when they play the
effect.
40 when they play the freaking Eagles and when they play the Ravens.
Can we vote on the game?
Yeah, we had 2 weeks left to go. Can we get a vote on
Well,
this?
on what?
So,
How about we
so
vote on that?
RD,
That
so
the
RD
Dolphins
is
won
voting the
today, and
49ers
that's all
are
that
going to win.
matters.
Crypto is going to vote the Ravens are going to win. All
I
right,
got the
Shake, where are
Ravens.
you at?
The
got the
Dolphins won,
Ravens.
and that's all that matters.
All right,
Dolphins
Shake's
won.
got the Ravens. Pete, who do you got?
I don't
Ravens
know
or
where all these other
49ers?
freaking votes are coming from.
Pete, who you got? Ravens or
Miami
49ers?
has the Dolphins, the greatest.
The Ravens or
football team.
49ers? What do you mean?
Yeah.
The Ravens don't play the
Ravens
49ers.
at San Francisco. Who you got winning that game?
We take the ball from goal
San
to goal like no
Francisco.
one's ever seen.
Okay, so that's tied right now. Alexander, who you got? Ravens or San Francisco?
How about we talk about a dub today? No, I'm just kidding. I got the. That's a tough game. I'd say San Fran.
San Fran. All right, and Hershey. Who
I'm
you
gonna say
got?
Ravens. That's a different week though, right, Color?
Yeah, so it's the end of the season. Lamar Jackson is 20-1 against that conference with this freaking organization and these group of players.
Yeah, I don't see Brock
Hershey's
Purdy
got
being able to
Hershey's
carve
got
up.
the deciding vote. Go ahead, Hershey.
I think the Niners will pull it off. I think so.
All right, so we're gonna go Niners.
No, there's no way. The Ravens are gonna win that game, Color. Listen to me, bro.
I know it's Dolphin fandom. They're not thinking about it
So now
logically. That's
we get to
fine.
put our Dolphin
That's
fandom
fine.
right
They can
on
go
full
with their
display.
freaking Dolphin fandom on
Okay,
freaking full
Crypto.
display.
Okay, Crypto. So we can put our Dolphin
That's
fan.
fine and dandy. It's all
Okay,
good. They
okay,
can keep
okay.
ignoring the Lamar Jackson success against that
Okay,
conference all the fuck
fine.
they want. That's
Okay,
fine.
fine. So
Lamar's
we can put our Dolphin fandom on full display. Dolphins or Ravens? Who's winning that game? Obviously, to have a chance at the top seed, we're gonna have to win that game. So Dolphins will win the game. And when we do, we will have an 82% chance of making the top seed while the Chiefs and Bengals still have to play that week. So who you got? Bengals at Arrowhead.
Oh, the Chiefs are winning that game.
Go ahead and let
Week
this scumbag
17.
freaking Daniel pick the freaking Bengals to win because it's fandom.
The Chiefs.
Knowing damn well the Chiefs are going to destroy them.
Yeah, it'd be
Okay,
nice.
so we'll go with the
It'd be
Chiefs
nice
there.
if Bengals could win though.
Okay, so then Dolphins at Bills to end the season. Week 18, we're sitting at 76% to get the top seed going into Hard Rock to face the Bills.
You know
We beat
what?
the
If I
Bills
was,
there.
oh, I'm
Hey,
sorry.
caller. By
we
the way,
beat the Bills. Hold on. We beat the Bills, and we're at 100% chance. It don't matter what the rest of the teams do. So basically, we need the Chiefs to we need to win out. We need the Chiefs to lose, and we need the Raven, and we need to beat the Ravens, and we got the top seed. That's how we do it. That's our pathway to the top seed.
I like it.
Yeah.
Oh,
The topic I wanted to raise. Tua.
All right. I promised RD would have the floor when we were done with that. So go ahead, RD. Usher us in, segue us into the Tua talk for the evening.
So the first 2 years, there was a performance thing. So then he overcame that. In the third year, he had a concussion thing. This year, he's overcome the injuries, no concussions. The performance is good. Now we have a turnover issue, and it's a big turnover issue. because he's got 10
Huge.
interceptions and 10 fumbles. Now he didn't lose 10 fumbles, but a fumble.
How the performance is good if he turns the ball over, Mouth.
Well, no,
You could pretty much say he's averaging 2 turnovers a game at this rate.
He's an average
No,
quarterback.
like that's what I'm saying. Like
Well, you
because he never
motherfuckers
had
are
a
freaking disingenuous anyway with this dumbass conversation when you just sit up there and said we was gonna win every goddamn game to finish the season out. So who gives a fuck if he throws 20 interceptions? If you think we're gonna freaking win fucking every damn game.
Crypto. Tua might be crypto. These guys are happy with Tua going 30 for 30 for 30. Tua might be the first 30 for 30 for 30 quarterback ever.
Pete, respectfully, please. Crypto, I never said we'd win out. I
Pete,
said
that
we'd
was
have to
Jameis
win out to have a
Winston
chance to get the number one
Not you,
seed.
Jay. I'm talking about the other ass
What
clowns up
Crypto
here.
is trying to
Not
say
you,
is,
Jay.
guess what, guys? Teams
I
get,
know you didn't say we
turn the
was gonna
ball
win
over
out.
and still win games. That's what Crypto's trying to say. Why are we so hung up on it?
Anyways, the
We're
conversation's
winning.
not about how many. The
I'd
conversation's
like to
not
ask
about how
everyone
many
a
games we're
question,
going to win. One
please.
second,
It's in 2 parts.
Let me finish because I didn't even finish my points. I was just
Fair enough.
breaking it down. So it's not about how many games we're going to win. You can't predict the wins, but we're talking about Tua's play, right? Because this is his contract year, right? So, and Pete brought it up as far as like
No, it's next year. Sorry, I had to correct you. It's next year.
No, I know it's next year, but like this is the year where they're going to have to make up their mind. Is he going to be with us long term and sign into a contract, or are you just going to finish out? Because there's no point. You're going to give him another, like they're either going to sign him to a
That's your
long-term
opinion. I'm not going to
contract.
argue anymore. You don't know what you're talking about.
RD. No, well, he's right. Quarterbacks don't play on their 5th-year option. They just don't. It rarely happens.
There's precedent for it happening.
Okay, it rarely happens.
Franchise QBs
Even though
don't
they
play
get
on their
that 5th
fifth
year
year.
option, they don't play
Yeah.
on it. They get paid
They don't
on it.
like they'll play on it, but that means they're not going to sign to a long-term contract. Like the real money is going to be signed this year. It's not going to be signed next year. So if he's going to get real money, it's going to happen this year. Now, if he has this type of issues with the turnovers, okay, the whole year through, right? Even if he's healthy, even if he's performing well, that is a huge, huge red flag. Now, we don't know what's going to happen in the playoffs, but we're going to evaluate what happens in the regular season because the playoffs can always be a one-off, right? And you might lose a game. It wasn't his fault, but who cares? But the evaluation has to be on the full season. I've never seen him throughout his whole college career and professional career for him to be so turnover prone like Josh Allen, right? But he's not Josh Allen in the other aspects, but he's turning into a Josh Allen, right, type of player, which is like and we've seen it with Josh Allen, with all the talent in the world, you're not winning in the playoffs if you're turning the ball over. You're just not. So this guy right now is showing a red flag that we've never seen before. And it's the most annoying thing to be a Dolphin fan, to watch your potential franchise QB give you another reason to not trust him long term. That's all I'm saying. And now you got a bunch of quarterbacks coming in. This year's is loaded. Right?
I do want to interrupt you just for a second to correct you on one little factoid. When you said this is something new or novel and we haven't seen before, and that I beg to differ. I think it was 2021 or 2021 that he had 16 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and 9 fumbles. I mean, I don't know. I don't think this is something new.
He had 11 interceptions.
He's been high turnover prone.
Yeah, but that's the whole season. That was the whole
passes.
That was a huge
almost
difference
won the
that year.
That was the whole
passes
season.
that are high turnover worthy rate plays.
But one
Tua's
second,
not
that
a
was
real
in
safe quarterback.
In 2021, that was the whole season, right? And he has already surpassed that in just 11 games this year.
No, that was 13 games. That was 13 games that season, bro.
Right, 13 games. But I'm saying that was this full season, right? In this season, he's going to have way more interest. Like at this pace, he's going to destroy that record.
Agreed. I'm just
that's all I'm saying.
You're furthering my point that this is not anything new.
That's what we was talking about.
No, I know, but not at this
He's gonna
extreme
end the
levels.
starter. There's
Like,
no way
his
he's gonna end as the season starter if his turnovers are this high, bro.
Yeah,
he will
like,
get
it's
benched.
just
we pulled the
Listen to
plug.
what I'm
it's
telling
not
you. He
a-
will get
it-
benched.
it's
Hold on,
And the
though.
reality
Hold on,
is,
though,
it is true.
Artie.
You can't.
It is true. He will get
We
benched.
pulled the
not
plug
because
in 2021 and
sit here and tell
2022
me
it's
Mike
before
impossible
it
to
White
got that
get benched at this
extreme.
stage, Pete.
is
I
going to
mean,
lead you
people
to a
can
Super
talk
Bowl.
about the
Don't sit
concussion
here and
all they
tell me
want
that.
with Green Bay, but no, we pulled the plug on the season last year, and everybody knows it, even those that don't want to admit it.
Color, let me ask
Right.
you a question, and anybody else
Well,
could
he
answer.
wasn't concussed at all this season. So what are you talking about? What are they talking about?
You
There was
think
no
if this guy
concussions
throws,
this year.
you think if this
There's
guy
the same
loses
amount
the
of
next two
turnovers.
games,
Actually,
you think
surpasses
if this,
last year's turnovers.
you think if Tua loses the next two games that are check marked as wins right now,
They're
but the
not losing
reason
the
we
next two
lose them,
games.
okay, but I'm saying
They're
if we
not
do
losing.
lose them,
Bro, there's no
and the
if.
reason we lose
We're
them is
not
because
losing.
Tua has 2+ turnovers in each game, right? Do you think that's not bench worthy at this rate with the
They're never
the
gonna
last few
bench.
weeks?
They're
Wait,
never gonna bench.
Bro, it's
you have
never
to
going to
take
be
Even if
every.
he
bench-worthy
throws
This
until
is
nine
the
it's
thing. This
affecting
is
interceptions
the
our
a game,
thing.
he's
This
not
games,
is the
ever
bro.
thing.
It's
getting
I
not
know it's
affecting
hard
our
to.
games, man.
Okay, I understand that, but you have to take everything into
I
consideration.
know,
This is why
Color.
I
Even if it
firmly
does affect
believe
our games,
it will
the
be
Tuaneers
bench
will not
worthy.
allow him to be benched. They
This is
have
the
that much
issue.
stranglehold on
If
this
you
franchise.
Well, maybe
you guys are
that may be
look,
true,
you know
but
what it is. You know what it is. It's the
Even if it
wins
was
the
Tua's
last
fault,
few
he's
weeks
not getting
that
benched.
have you
It's
guys
impossible.
reason saying that he's not going to get benched. But let me tell you something. If we would have lost the last 2 or 3 weeks, the last 3 games,
He's never gonna get
everybody
benched.
here,
well, but
based on
Pete,
his
if we
third
would have
down
lost those
performance
games, we would
alone,
be in a completely different story. We would be in a completely different discussion right now if we'd have lost those
Even
3 games.
Color,
like
you got to remember this is supposedly a
Well,
high
well,
potent,
that's
high
true
efficient
too. But
offense.
he wouldn't be benched. He
Pete,
wouldn't be
Pete,
benched.
It's not that
like
anymore.
he's got the coach like in full support of him. He'll never be benched. The team, everything. What I'm talking about for the fan base of the Miami Dolphins,
Right. He's
because we
pissing me
thought we
off, bro.
found
I love
we
McDaniel, but he's
we
pissing me off.
we thought we found a franchise QB this year. At some point this year, he was trending up on the way. The problem is this: we all predicted that the turnovers would eventually go away. Problem is these turnovers, they're not deflections. They're blatant turnovers. Like he can't even hand off the ball without it fumbling. He cannot even run with it. He tried to run, he got gouged in his arm. Meat came off. Like there's something really off with Tua this year that he hasn't had to this level his entire career. And it's as if
I'm telling you, he can't even hand the ball off. That fumble
it's
by
just
Evans,
it's
bro,
scary.
that was a high snap to the running back, and now he looked good. For some reason, I like that 37. It looked like a really fast Myles Gaskins, and now the fan base is gonna hate De'Arrington Evans because he fumbled, and that wasn't his fault, bro. That's a Tua issue, bro. That was a high place ball.
Tua's fumbled.
Hold on.
Just stop it. Just stop it.
Hold on, real quick before you go, Winners. Before you go, I just want everybody to know that the statistician credited Tua with that fumble and a loss.
No way.
No, here's the thing with Tua.
Yes,
See, bro.
They credited Tua for
Here's the thing with Tua.
And Color, you know me, bro. And Color, you know me. Even if you would
no,
have
the running
said
back
that,
never had possession. That's why they rewarded Tua for
if
it.
you would have said that Evans was the NFL put the stat on him,
Yeah, he never
I
had
still would have sat up here and said it was Tua's fault based on what I saw. You get me, Color?
So here's the thing with Tua.
But yeah, the running back needs possession. Though, Pete,
I just wanted to
in order
point out what the actual
running
official
back.
record of the NFL calls.
I'm glad. No, I'm glad you
Go
said
ahead,
that
Winners.
because now I know.
Okay, so
the running
here's
back never had the football.
Hold on, guys. Go ahead, Winners.
First, I want to say happy holidays to everybody in the chat. That's first and foremost.
Happy Thanksgiving, man.
Winners. Happy Thanksgiving.
What's up, Paul?
Happy Black Friday. Happy Thanksgiving.
Dolphin winners.
Definitely. Second thing, Pete, you conspiracy theory having ass. You just want Tua to be benched for fucking scholars so fucking bad, don't you?
He doesn't believe that.
I don't think he's hiding that though, Dolphin winners.
I'm not even hiding it.
That's all.
I'm not happy with
it. You are the worst, bro. You are the worst. I've been sitting here listening to everybody.
Nah, man. You know what the problem is, Winner? I need you to understand because maybe you don't understand. It's like I was told that we have this nice 3-point shooter and he shoots from the arc really good. But then when I see him play, he never shoots it real good. You know what I'm saying? Like I just don't like the play. That's it. I'm sorry. My evaluation is cooked. His
I'll say
performance,
this.
the way he plays football, I just don't like it. It's too.
I'll say this to you, Pete.
You know
This is
what?
this is what I'm gonna say to you, Pete, right? And this is how I felt in the beginning of the season about this team. I was fucking going crazy about the defense, and the defense wasn't showing me what I wanted to see. And what's happened through the season is we've progressed with the defense, and the defense is getting very scary good. Right now, the offense is regressing to me, and it still works though. He's still putting numbers up, regardless. It don't look pretty. It's not beautiful. You can still take her out in the daylight. You see, but yeah, it's still a winner. The last time I checked, we're 8-3, and I'm gonna tell you
Winters,
this.
right on this channel, plenty of the people gave Big Fangio the first 4 weeks of the season.
Let me finish. Pete, I'm gonna tell you something, brother. We are going to win a Super Bowl with or without Tua. The thing about it is, who you really think Mike White or Skylar Thompson is going to come in and sit there and put those same numbers up?
No.
Really so?
No, he's full of bullshit. He just wants a reaction.
In my opinion.
Although I agree with Pete, Tua is not the long-term answer.
Yeah, no, Tua is just.
I have a two-part question.
I want to see if it's gonna make me throw up.
We're trying to discuss his long-term contract and how the turnovers are going to affect it. And basically,
That's
this
a
is a
whole
real
other
thing.
conversation, right, gentlemen? Right now, the conversation is this: we are 8-3 right now. He has turnovers the last couple games, but the last couple games, I think I'm correct. He's still
All
throwing
season long,
for 300
bro.
yards. He's still throwing for 300 yards though. So
Who wants to take this two-part question and it can work its way down? Color, do you want to take
versus
it?
good teams, they don't fight.
I'll let y'all talk and listen to y'all bullshit for an hour. Y'all gonna listen to me for about
Not me, you haven't.
Okay. So
I want to hear your 2 cents on what I got to say, brother.
It's all good, but let me cook for a little bit.
Winners finish, please, guys.
Because at the end of the day, I'm listening to what y'all feel should happen. Y'all need to get the fuck out of y'all feelings, and this is what it is. What it is this: McDaniel calls the plays. If the man doesn't execute it in or doesn't look off the fucking receivers, which the first interception, he didn't look off his receiver. The fucking guy looked at his whole eyes the whole time. He stared his receiver down. The second one was just a very good defensive play. I'm not going to blame that on Tua. It was a great defensive play. The guy was on him. The guy picked the ball off. You can't have that happen later on in the season. We all fucking know that. All right. The last time I checked, did we put up 34 fucking points? We put up 34.
Right. Exactly.
So, a pick 6 from the end zone to end zone and 24 points offensively and 3 points on special teams. Let's think about that for a second. That's a B plus, close to A minus game for me. And I'm like this. It was against a divisional opponent, which I still worried about with that young boy that was the quarterback. At the end of the day, gentlemen, it's not going to look pretty. It's not going to be perfect, but we are winning. And that's all that matters.
Can I also point out, winners, that we won the turnover battle against the Eagles.
Yes.
And still lost the game.
Yes.
We have lost the turnover battle against some teams and still won the game. It really is about how you handle those mistakes. And I firmly believe that the evidence is on my side when I say the mistakes we got, the problems we got, we can fix and should. The evidence is on my side.
Mm-hmm.
The narrative is still there, though, Color. We're beating up bad teams, and we can't beat good teams. That's just the narrative that's stuck. Unfortunately, we have to wait until Dallas game, and that's just the truth.
Oh my God, Pete.
Hold on,
Well, yeah, we might have to wait till the Dallas game, but
yeah, we have to.
Everybody's
can we try
rooting for
this?
everybody to
You're
lose.
talking about we can fix the problems. We can fix the turnovers, right?
Get some feedback here.
RD, let Alex talk. I can't hear him.
I haven't had a chance to put any 2 cents into this. It's amazing. After a victory, you would think that we lost this game because everybody's in their feelings about Tua making 2 interceptions today, and he's becoming all of a sudden a turnover machine. Up until last week, and I don't think it's been a long time since I've seen Tua fumble a ball. That's one. and of course with the interceptions, I agree with what he said earlier, that it was just a great defensive play. He broke in the ball on the pick six. It wasn't a good throw. No, it was not a good throw. But you know what? The defender made a great play on the ball. And the same with the second interception. He made a great play over Hill and intercepted that ball. That was just an unfortunate incident. Okay, so we're 8-3. We beat a division opponent. I don't care if it's the Jets. I don't care if it's the 0-16 Lions, for all crying out loud. A win's a win, and they're in the NFL for a reason. Okay, these are professional ball players that come out there giving it all every single
Yeah,
day.
but Alex,
And
there's a reason why
Pete,
Vegas has
no.
spread points, and
Pete,
there's a reason for all of that.
There is no
There's
point.
everybody's in the NFL, but there's total different talent, bro.
The fact of the matter is that this Dolphins team is a damn good football team, and they will go a long way with Tua at the helm.
Struggled offensively, and we didn't get.
You put up 22 points. Is that struggling?
27. We put up 27.
27 points. Is that struggling?
AP, keep playing that violin, Pete. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit right now. Skylar's not coming in. He's not getting
Skylar's not getting as much as I love Skylar Thompson. I'm not going to say
you guys don't understand, man.
We do understand.
Tua is a better quarterback out of all three of them on this roster. Tua is a franchise quarterback.
It is me, man. It is me, because I guess it's me now. Everybody done became Tuaneers. They're accepting of all of this, and it's like you guys don't want to listen to me. Does anybody remember
the last 2 weeks? You said we'd fucking lose. That's why no one wants to fucking listen to you. You said we'd lose to. We're gonna lose to Washington next week, dude. Can I make my fucking point? My question. I want to get some feedback.
You sound. Go ahead, talk. Have the floor.
Go ahead, let Jay talk. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead. Ask your
Okay,
question.
I'm interested in everyone's feedback. Okay, it's a two-part question. With the loss of Jalen Phillips, okay, for the year, how much of a drop-off is Phillips, in your opinion, to Andrew Van Ginkel? That's number one. The second part of the question is, Emmanuel Ogbah, does he have a role on this team? Can Fangio
He does now.
help him out? Well, I mean, I think he's got talent. It just didn't dissipate. So from starting with number one, what's the drop-off in your opinion? 15, 25% from Phillips to Van Ginkel?
Yeah, about that.
No,
About 25%.
Big of a drop off.
It's not big. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, when you talk about peak to peak, if you're talking about peak to peak,
we'll know on Christmas Eve how big of a drop off it is.
Absolutely.
Listen, Van Ginkel, when Van
Man,
Ginkel,
everybody will be afraid to say it. Christian Wilkins and Jalen Phillips only show up against bad teams. What did they do against the Eagles, Bills, and the other one that we lost? They don't show up versus good teams. I've been telling this fan base,
Christian Wilkins.
I feel bad.
What are you talking about?
Are you kidding me?
Give me the stats. Give me the stats of Wilkins and Phillips versus the Eagles, Bills.
Don't you realize?
Don't look at the sacks.
No, Jalen Phillips destroyed the Eagles. Jalen Phillips destroyed the Eagles.
Jesus Christ.
But here's the thing. Van Ginkel, he's always around turnovers. So it's going to be like it's not a huge drop. Like this is not going to change or derail our potential for a Super Bowl, but the turnovers will. That's the takeaway from this game, because we haven't stopped turning the ball over consistently. Now every game it's and it becomes habitual for everybody. Like everyone is starting to fumble. It starts with Tua, and he's so hard on himself, rightfully so. But
they scored 31
if
points.
this is the last red flag that he has to overcome so he can be that elite guy, so be it. But I'm telling you, this team is so special because we have everything, the talent, the coaching, the momentum, that if it's the turnovers that derail us, it is the biggest moment in Dolphins. I don't know. We haven't since the Dan Marino Super Bowl or in '85 when they lost
home
to
is not. Everybody's like, oh, we got 4 of the last 5 games at home. It's been raining. It's starting to get cold here now. Like, it's not getting any better only because we have home games. We can have a Sunday game. It'll be in the 60s. That's cold to us, believe it or not. And it could be raining.
Got to run the rock, fam.
By the way, Jalen Phillips got Jalen Phillips got a sack on Patrick Mahomes, by the way.
Mhm. And then the second that I actually like your point. The gentleman that's in the middle, I like what
Artie.
you said earlier. Yes, I like what you said. I want to piggyback off of that real quick. The way I look at things is this: at the end of the day, our defense doesn't drop off with Phillips, and I hope he gets back soon. And we all know with Achilles injury, it depends on what type of injury from the Achilles. What happened? It might be 8 months to a year, depending on how fast he heals up. But I don't think it's a major drop off. I think Ogbah actually comes in and fits in perfect. I think Van Ginkel fits in even better because he's a lighter, faster dude, and you can do a lot more with Van Ginkel in the defense. I'm like this. I'm more excited to see next week against Washington because really, truly, if you're a Dolphin fan, you understand the history of the Miami Dolphins. The playoffs start in December for us because we're shitty in December. I've said it in preseason. I've said it in the off season. I've said it in training camp. I've said it in the first 4 games.
That's part of
And
what
I'm
I'm gonna
going
be
to say
talking
it
about
against Washington.
on Monday. I said that's part of what I'm gonna be talking about. The season just started.
Yeah. The season the season really starts against Washington because in December we do shitty in December. Washington, I am not sleeping on Washington. I circled the Washington game for a reason. I don't give a shit that they traded off 2 of their most important pieces on defense. This team can put fucking points up regardless. I don't care what the fuck the Cowboys did to them. Any given Sunday, anybody can be even beat. I don't like hearing, these are teams that we should beat or these are easy teams. Fuck that. Any fucking Sunday or any day of the week, anybody can be beat. Period. We just seen that against the Packers and the Lions. Even though it's a divisional game, the fucking Packers punched them in the mouth. Period. So I'm like this. The Washington game is going to prove a lot. It's going to prove a lot for us going into December.
Wholeheartedly agree. They're like the Raiders with a decent quarterback.
Yeah. So and you got another defensive-minded head coach in Ron Rivera. So
but their defense has been like terrible.
Yeah, it's
true.
Yeah,
I mean,
He looks like
winners.
Sam Howell plays like a young Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's
No,
wild.
he's Josh Allen,
So he's boom
but
or
shorter.
bust, basically.
He's shorter.
And even if he
boom or
busts, he's boomer bust crypto. But even when he busts, he's still gonna have a lot of numbers. 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
Yeah, but
he is leading the league in total yardage. Yardage.
That's what I'm saying.
We didn't have a lot of necessary scouting to do against the Jets. We took care of business. We scored 30. We put 30. Ended the game. Took care of business. Let's talk about this. Let's move on to the Commanders now. So just to catch everybody up to speed. They have wins against the Cardinals, the Broncos, the Falcons, and the Patriots.
They took the Eagles to the wire both games.
They're notable games.
Which is irrelevant versus us.
The Bills beat them 37-3. They put 31 points on the Eagles both times they played them. One game, Eagles had to win in overtime. Bears beat them 40-20.
Short week.
Giants beat them 16-7.
Bears, remember?
Yeah, but it was a short week.
And by the way, you talk about Tua. Tua has 8 interceptions. This guy has
10.
13.
He has
Sam
10.
Howell has 13.
The Giants beat them 16-7. The Seahawks beat them 29-26. Giants beat them again 31-19, and their latest loss was 46-10 to the Cowboys.
Remember one thing about Tua, his superpower is efficiency, and he's not being efficient like he's supposed to. That's why the turnovers are an issue. Like he's not playing his best football, so we want him to play his best football. Like we want to see his best football transpire this year. If not,
it feels like you know what, and I know a lot of people.
It's a Jekyll Hyde team we're playing against.
But you know what? What I might be wrong according to a lot of people, but I'm telling you right now, this is just the way I feel. I feel like since the Denver game, we haven't had a good offensive performance. I'm just saying, like since the Denver game, when has our offense actually been really good?
Panthers. We smoked them, and we had a clean game.
No, we didn't. We played in the second half
Panthers
better
game.
than we did.
No, we
Yeah,
played.
Nah,
We
bro,
we
we took
started
that game
playing.
over in the.
That wasn't a
We
wire to
Took that
wire.
game
It
we
was
put that
over in
game
the
over
second
in the
quarter and
second
never looked
quarter.
back, dude.
after
Yeah.
the second quarter.
No,
Never
in the
even
second
looked back.
quarter
Tied
we
it up
put it.
14-14.
No, we put 28 28 points in the second quarter.
Right. Look, the fact of it is, the moment we take the lead in a ball game that we win, we never relinquish that lead.
Absolutely.
Look at
Also,
every
a
game
big
we've
thing,
won.
a big problem with us is we don't start fast anymore. So this is like horrible.
No,
We
it's
don't
been.
start
That was the
on
last
time at
game we
all.
started fast in. Was the Denver game.
Like we suck at starting on time.
I'll be
It's
honest with you. You got to give the defense credit for that. It can't be just all us. You got to give the opposing team some credit for that because they're going to stop us on some plays. I
no,
mean,
but like
Yeah,
we go
that's
on
true
fourth
too. That's
down,
what I've
just
been
get the
trying to
points.
do.
We go on
Oh
fourth
yeah,
down, or we
earlier
turn the ball over. Like what the fuck is
RD
that?
The
RD.
other
I gotta go
defense
to a
does earn
point.
a paycheck too. They have to feed their families as well.
yeah. So
Yeah,
I mean,
but
I give them.
don't feed your families on our week.
So
Feed them on.
Washington,
RD
guys,
RD.
Washington is scoring 20.5 points per game.
Yeah,
I
but
got a
they're
question because
bipolar.
RD has
And
been
they're
talking about the
giving up
turnovers, and I
and
love this conversation.
they're giving up 29.2 per game.
So they
Let me
upside
ask
down by
you guys a
3
question.
field
How do you guys feel? Because it
Or is that,
feels
hold
like
on, I can't, hold
everybody
on, I need to see
agreed
if that's the,
with RD when he was talking about Tua's
get that
turnover
number
problems.
right. Hold on.
Everybody's agreeing with that. But how do you guys
Yeah,
personally feel
29.2.
about Tua throwing these interceptions like this at this rate? But yet we get our head coach at the podium saying that it's the head coach's fault. He's
Man,
taking
they're
blame
all gonna
for the
say that.
interception.
When
How
are
do
you gonna
y'all
learn?
feel
They're all
about
gonna
that?
say
They've been
that
trained
shit,
to say
bro.
that.
How do y'all feel about
It's
that
like
though?
the
I
movie
don't care.
where
I
it's
don't
time
care
to even point
that's
it
his
out.
job. He's gonna help his boy out. How do
I'm gonna
y'all
be.
feel
But
about it?
here's the
I'm
thing.
Because
gonna.
y'all know it's Tua's fault.
Listen,
It's
You
guys.
got to
not his
realize
fault.
that's
Listen.
coach speak. You're supposed
Their
to say that.
offense is scoring 20 points a game, 20 and a half, right? We're giving up 23. So let's give them that. Let's say they overachieve and they score 23 points on us, which is what our defense gives up on average. They're giving up 29.2 points per game. We're scoring 30 and a half. So we're getting all of that 29.2.
Yeah, but what are they doing at home? Because this is a game of
Yeah, I need to. Yeah,
They got
and
4
what
wins, dude.
and how
They
does
got
it
4
look
wins.
like? How does it look
So
like in a 1 o'clock game? Because that matters too, right?
Well, I'm just saying they got 4 wins, so obviously they're not doing much at home either.
Look,
Let's
we
see.
should
well, 4
smoke them,
wins.
but if we
Let's
turn
What's
the
the
ball
average
over,
point
I'm
per
gonna tell
game
you.
in those 4
They got
wins?
one. They got 1 win at home. One of their 4 wins is at home.
Color, he's a top
Right.
passer
So they
in the
only
league.
run
Like
on the
he's like a
road.
top 5 passer, I think, when I saw the stats. But also, I think he has the most sacks in the NFL. So we should actually get another 7-sack
I
performance.
see Van Ginkel get 3
And what about
sacks.
the no? Don't ignore the 13 interceptions too.
Because he just throws them up.
Matter
Yeah.
of fact, the last time they won at home was their home opener against the season opener against the Cardinals. Was the last time they won at home.
There could be a total of 6 turnovers, 3 by each team
So
on
they went
Sunday
3
versus the
months, 4
Commanders.
months almost without winning.
They beat Dobbs.
That's Rashad.
That would be crazy if they freaking
voice.
break that losing streak at home.
If we didn't lose Jalen Phillips, I would agree another 7-sack day would be possible. But that's a little disheartening. Hopefully,
Yeah,
they
but
show us
Jalen
better.
Phillips, he
That's what I
creates
say.
pressure,
Did we
but
blow out Ward just
he
putting all
doesn't
our
get the
energy in this
sack.
Jet game like the Bills did against us, losing a lot of players in the victory?
I know it sounds bad, but listen, I know you guys know I said it like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Literally, I was up here screaming that we should start Andrew Van Ginkel. You guys are gonna see now. Van Ginkel, he's going to make things happen. This isn't a big drop off. In
Van
my
Ginkel is
opinion,
a pure pass rusher, better than Jalen
this is
Phillips
not
on a
like
pass
Phillips
rushing.
hurts. It hurts, obviously. You know, it sucks that we lost him. He's not a bad player. But when you look at both of them play, Phillips and Ginkel on that edge, I've always liked. I'm sorry to tell you guys the truth. Van Ginkel to me
we had a
looks
few
more
games this
fit.
year
Like
without.
It's the number one position we have
No,
depth in.
wait a minute. We had a few games this year without Phillips and did just fine.
Yeah.
Remember
The
in
Broncos
those
game.
games that we didn't have Jalen Phillips, we also didn't have Ramsey. Now we do. So I don't think the drop off is going to be that significant, even though yes, Jalen Phillips has that game takeover ability, which we witnessed a lot of today.
Multiple
You know what I
times.
mean? So, but at the
Hey,
same time,
Week
the
we
Van
one.
never.
Ginkel thing, the Van Ginkel makeup that we do when Phillips ain't in the lineup is not sustainable down the stretch. We are,
That's
I
what I'm saying
really
right
hope
there.
at least we're going to start to see a little more number 53 in the rotation at the, in the number one in the first team action. You know what I mean? Because it's now or never. We got to see. Is this guy
Getting into the
just
part of the
a
season
practice
where
squad
he's
Did
guy,
gonna be
or have they been, or is it just because of the talent in front of him that he can't get in that spot?
did he make a 57-yarder today, our kicker?
54.
54 it was. In
Yo,
the swirling winds
yeah.
of MetLife. Thank you very much.
He's getting his confidence back. Like even the miss
Well,
that he
he's finally
had
putting his
last
head
week.
back down. What it is he's finally putting his head back down, and that side rush that's coming in from each side is not
It's not
entering his
distracting him.
peripheral anymore.
Yeah. Because he always had the power. It's just he would always hook it, like especially if he hits it right smack in the middle. Like if it's not in the hashes, but it's in the middle,
We've
he's
seen
always
this
good.
before, but I'm hoping it's finally re-clicked for him. You know,
Hey,
let's just
Yeah.
let it ride. Just let it ride. two field goals and 54-yarder today. Good job, Jason. Just
I
let
got
it
I got a
ride.
quick I got a little quick question. Someone said something about like, is it like a 1 o'clock game and how that matters? I'm genuinely asking. Like I'm genuinely confused on like why the time matters. Just genuinely, I'm a little confused.
Everybody's adapted to their normal
And
time.
there are those that believe that we have a problem in certain times of the evening and
Well, it
time
has to
slots.
do with weather. Like
Okay.
it gets
because the
colder
hotter,
after
Yeah,
night.
it gets
1 o'clock
colder
is
at
not
night.
that
Yeah.
cold.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just genuinely like asking. I had no idea. All right, thanks.
And you know what? You know what else I found? And maybe this is completely abstract, subjective, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, that's me. I'm trying to
Hold
see if y'all can
on,
hear
hold
me.
on. Do y'all notice, like, when you talk about the teams that you're supposed to lose to, that you're supposed to beat, like these really bad teams, you ever notice that it's like every time you're facing them, like when all eyes are on it, that's when the traps happen. Like when it's just a 1 o'clock game and everybody's just being lazy. And yeah, it's football Sunday and blah blah. Nobody's paying attention, and you just roll right through them, and you don't even think about it. So that's kind of how I feel about the Grand. Yeah, let's have them at 1 o'clock. Nobody really cares.
Yeah, that's where the
It's a
70
bad
games
football
happen.
team. It's gonna go like it's supposed to go, as if you don't even. You almost like if you didn't watch, it would just go the way the statistics say it's gonna go.
Sorry to tell you, Color and Air, that I.
We better run the ball like
Getting in my
crazy.
feelings. I admitted when I first started saying all that I was.
We'll have the A chain
totally
back
unreal.
that game. What the hell?
Yo, someone fix this mic, bro.
Yo, I thought that
What
was
the
just me. I'm like,
What the hell was that?
What the fuck? Somebody.
I thought that was the end of the Matrix.
Come back in, bro.
I thought there was a glitch in the Matrix, and we're all getting unplugged.
He's
starting to believe, bro.
Hey, that was that 95 South sample. It just
didn't want to
he
hear what y'all
forgot to
was
turn
saying
it off.
clearly.
It's like,
Yo, auto tune went bad or something. I was like, yo, I'm sitting there like,
I got a question for y'all because I didn't.
you know that really fast snare roll they got in that one tune they got for 95
You know what
South?
that?
Like,
You know what that sounds like? After they
Techno
cut off
music.
the transmission between the head coach and the quarterback. Like, ah, shit. What's the play to? I don't know. Just go deep.
that was the YouTube Tua liaison was like,
See, you know
cut
what
him
that
off,
was?
cut him off.
I'm gonna tell you what that was. That was the internet gods telling everybody to tell Pete to get off for all the BS that he's talking about. That's exactly what that was.
AT&T coming to the rescue. Is that what
You did
I got
not
a
pay your
question.
bill.
Pete should
I
work
mean,
for Fox.
aren't they one of our sponsors? Don't they have an AT&T logo behind our players
Damn it.
a lot of the time?
Hey, Crypto, how are we supposed to listen to him carefully?
Yeah, I know. How are we supposed to do that? You're right, Jake, buddy.
Put on an
Got me
iron
forget.
suit.
What did you guys think about
Put
that
on
early
an iron
challenge?
suit
What did you
and
guys
chase
think
the
about that
devil
early
off
challenge?
this earth.
What did you guys think about that early challenge? Like the like right the first drive, the very first pass, they challenged it.
Oh shit,
How
man.
scared shitless was their coach?
Hey, I mean, you got to pick your battles, and sometimes you got to get a dub when you can get a dub. You know what I mean?
That was for
he
five. That
knew
was for 5 yards. Like that shit
he
didn't even
knew
matter.
if we got one first down, the game was over. Like,
Oh, that was like Dan Campbell going doing the fake punt on his own 25-yard line yesterday.
by the
It's
way,
like, bro,
Dan Campbell
nobody
and
was
the,
ever going to be fooled by that, dude. Come
Dan
on, man. What
Yeah,
are you
Dan
thinking?
Campbell. I don't know why. Is it? Yeah, he's just
Dan Campbell went
blindly going for these fake punts and then
all
stuff.
for 5 on fourth down. All for 5. That's crazy.
You
That's
guys got to
crazy.
remember, I might have been
fake
wrong.
punts on
I
those
might have
fourth
been
downs.
wrong the last 2 weeks with these quarterbacks, Aiden
You have.
O'Connell and this other Tim Boyle dude.
Oh shit,
But
Pete, Jack.
that's
I was
not
waiting for you to get
Sam
back to
Howell.
Pete.
Sam Howell is going to get first downs. Sam Howell is like a young Ryan Fitzpatrick. I'm trying to wake you guys up. He's gritty. He's nasty. He will run with the ball.
You know what else he's going to do, Pete?
No, thank you,
Because he
Pete.
knows
I'm
he's
almost
going to
by
get
30.
getting better.
Scared of Fitzpatrick.
I'll come to the
What
table.
we talking about here?
You could
All
throw
I'm
all the
saying
ball
is
right
this
in
will
Jalen
be.
Ramsey's I'll just stay there.
That's playing right into Jalen Ramsey's hands, dude.
Are you
But
killing
here's
the
the thing.
defense now, Pete? You
Pete,
got a problem
Pete,
with the defense?
Pete, here's the thing.
No. I like our defense,
Howell-
but it's not like we're going to shut him out like we did O'Connell and we were able to do with Tim Boyle. This is a different level. Yeah, he's going to put up 20, 24 points. He did put up 30 against the Eagles.
They held Patrick Mahomes to 14.
He is put 30 against the Eagles.
They held Patrick Mahomes to 14.
Yeah, what about
What's
Patrick
up, man?
Mahomes, Pete?
What's up, Carlo?
What about Patrick Mahomes?
What was that?
It just
We
wasn't
held Patrick
Aiden
Mahomes to 14.
There's a
O'Connell
Tony,
and
we can't use the
Boyle
Chiefs game
only
as a
threw
badge of
one
honor because the
touchdown
Chiefs have been
each.
putrid
Patrick
this year.
Mahomes threw only 2. So, you know what I'm saying?
Hey.
You saying
Hey, Tony, you notice how loud Rashad
why
and
should-
Mike is
you
around
saying-
here, bro?
You can't.
He
Yeah,
knows
I
he's
guess.
got
I
to
guess
step
Can't
up
use
his
the
game.
Chiefs no
That's
more
'cause
because
be
the
the
Chiefs
YouTuber.
are
That's 'cause I'm in
bad offensive team this year.
That's
Horrible.
because I'm in the car and the police is behind me, so I ain't got my headphones in. So you saying Sam Howell is better
Oh,
than Patrick
bro,
Mahomes?
hey, if they pull you over, we'll help
The
you out.
police behind you ain't doing nothing
Just
illegal, are
hand
you?
him the phone. Hand him the phone, and we'll talk you right out of it, bro. Don't worry, bro.
Hey,
Hey, but I do got a
Oh.
question for Pete because I really came up. I was driving. I just got home because when I earlier, and I want to go back to what I was saying. I heard that you said that you think that Tua and another person had a turnover problem. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Yes, RD
100%.
came
I've been
up to
pointing this
express
out
his
and how this
concerns
offense
about
been
Tua's
figured out.
turnovers.
Hold
Yes.
on, wait a minute.
Hey, wait,
So
let
you
me
were saying-
just clarify, Tony. RD was expressing a concern about the rate at which Tua's turnovers are happening this year, as opposed to previous years.
They're
Yes, he's turning
terrible.
over the ball a little bit. I think the team had
No,
a
I'm
turnover
saying that's
problem
the
and
order
not
of the
just
universe. Getting
not
back at the
just
people
Tua.
who's bashing Josh Allen for his turnovers.
Yeah, well, that's what I was about to go to because I mean the team has a turnover issue, but if you're saying that it's just Tua having a turnover issue, no, all of the top quarterbacks that's in the league, they're all turning the ball over at a high rate.
I actually had a question.
It just comes with the territory.
I actually
It's
had a
not that it
question
comes with
about
the territory, T. There's no excuse for that play with 3 seconds left in the game. He had nobody rushing. Listen to me.
So how many
Nobody
turnovers
rushed.
how many
He could
turnovers you
have
think
sat
Tua had
back
this
there,
season?
milked the clock
How
out,
many
and just
turnovers do
kneeled
you
it.
think Tua
Does
had
he
this
have
season,
any
Pete?
awareness?
Pete.
Does he have any football awareness? Why was
Pete,
he
how many
pressured?
turnovers do Tua
And you know
have
what?
this season?
Hey, listen,
20,
all I
no,
know
he
is,
has
hey,
10 interceptions and 10 fumbles.
No, he don't have 10 fumbles lost. How many did he lose?
It doesn't matter that he didn't lose.
Yeah, but a
he
fumble
still
is a
has 10
fumble.
fumbles on his resume.
Because you know when a botch fumble in the height in the
Twice
snap,
on fourth
that
down,
counts as
didn't
a
he?
fumble.
Didn't
That
he
counts as a
fumble
fumble.
twice on fourth down, and then he recovered it. So that's still
I
like
knew
a
we was
turnover.
gonna get to this point when
No,
Tua starts having to go psychoanalyze it. They
Yeah,
never
because
psychoanalyze
got a
Josh
question.
Allen's fumbles.
I got a question
They
about
say, well, they looked at the
we only
stats.
count
They looked at the
fumbles lost.
stats line, and then they just say, "Well,
all I
that's what
know,
he got.
No
That's what it
awareness,
is."
bro.
Yeah,
All
no,
I
but
know,
he
all I
doesn't.
know is
Just because
2
he
weeks
has
from
10
now.
fumbles don't mean nothing because they put that
No, I'm
fumble
just
the
saying,
handoff
but
today.
we're more careful on how we psychoanalyze it
Hey,
now that it's our guy. But then when the other
No, no,
quarterbacks
no.
on
I
other
was no, no,
teams
no,
was
no. Because
doing it, we never
I was gonna go to
psychoanalyzed
everybody in
theirs
the
and
league.
deep dive into those.
No, I deep dive to
hey,
everybody. So you only count the ones that he lost. And if you look at all of
Yeah, yeah,
the
you count
top,
the ones lost, but
Anyways, the only
and
reason
you
that
you can count
yeah,
the
Tua, the only
interceptions and the
I
reason,
fumbles
get
that
that
he
part.
lost. If you
the
look
only
at Josh
reason
Yeah,
we're
Allen,
the
bringing
if you
lost
look
up
at
ones. Yeah,
the
Sam Howell, who Pete is over here acting like he's this fucking rail beater. If you look at Patrick Mahomes,
Way better
Wilson,
than Boyle and
all of those
O'Connell. And
people have
O'Connell had a
multiple.
chance at the
You know
end,
what?
bro.
All those people
hey,
have
man.
12 turnovers
Is
and
he
more,
better
Pete.
than
No, no.
Patrick Mahomes?
All
Is
of
he
Hey,
those
better than
listen.
people have
All
Patrick
I
12
Mahomes?
know.
turnovers and more, Pete. All of them. Every
Hey,
last one of them.
hey. All I know is in 2
Sam
weeks from
Howell's
now,
had how
two
many
weeks from
turnovers?
today. Hey,
Sam
2 weeks
Howell
from
has
today.
14 turnovers. I'm
Hey,
look,
sorry,
look, look,
hold
15.
on. 2
guys.
weeks from
One sec.
today, check this out. 2
14.
weeks from today,
That's
Pete's
too
gonna be like,
close for
you know
comfort
what?
to our quarterback.
I was wrong about I
But
was
Josh
wrong
Allen
about
has 15 as
this
well.
quarterback from Washington, but now Will Levis now Levis now he's gonna be the real deal. Will Levis, he's the real deal.
Whoa. I'm gonna tell you right now,
Well, he's probably got
Shay.
17 turnovers,
He
Shay.
is the real
Who
deal. He is. And let him get and that's 2 more weeks of extra preparation of
I'm
the
sure,
playbook.
I'm sure
And
he's got
okay,
17 turnovers, don't he?
No,
I don't
not
know. I'm
Will
just
The,
Levis.
guessing.
No.
Levis
the
he's a
concerning
Will
rookie,
Levis does
but
have
he's better than
17
O'Connell and
turnovers?
Tim
No, he
Boyle.
don't.
the
Oh, okay.
concerning portion with
I'm just
Tua is
guessing. I
that
don't really
these
know how many
No, Will
turnovers.
turnovers,
Levis, he don't even have
all of
double
his
figures of
turnovers,
turnovers.
the vast
I
majority of
tell
his
you what,
turnovers
that
this
rookie
year
quarterback in
are
Houston
unrushed,
only got like 5 total, I think, or
unpressured.
Yes,
8
yes.
total.
That's
Now
the
he's balling
problem.
out.
If you're gonna turn it over and you're not
He
being
has 9
pressed,
turnovers.
that's scary,
4
right?
fumbles
Remember,
That's
and 5
scary,
picks.
Forget
he
about
has
that.
especially in year
Forget what I
4.
say.
he lost 4 fumbles.
Right, he lost 4 fumbles.
Yes, I don't count the time that they
Actually, 3
fumbled
of them was in
because
one game, I think. The Arizona game.
three
That
of
was
his
his worst game.
interceptions.
Yeah, that was his worst game.
And I know they've checked out on the season. I
Yeah.
get it, but we cannot forget the defense that we just played. One guy on their team had 3 interceptions on Josh Allen.
Yeah.
One
Then that-
defender on
yeah.
their team. I mean, come on, man.
What did they?
He got a
Whitehead?
Still
bonus.
got to
Whitehead,
give
right?
credit where it's
number
due,
3,
man. The
Whitehead, I
Jets
think.
have a stout defense.
He got a bonus because of that game.
I never got to actually
he
see
probably
what
got a lot of
happened
money,
with
but
Austin Jackson. Who did he
No,
fight?
he
that was
got
in the
he
opening
got
fight.
suspended.
week of the
He got
season.
in
They
the
had a
fight.
lot to play for back then.
But who did he fight? That's what I'm saying. I missed
He
that.
fought the guy. He fought the guy that punched the referee.
No,
No,
he
he
didn't
didn't. It was
fight
good with
him.
his
No, he wasn't.
contract.
He was fighting another guy. The guy that punched the referee was trying to point at his guy to tell him to back up, and he hit the referee in the process.
Right.
Yeah, it was totally
So he
accidental,
was
but
innocent.
the
He shouldn't have
referees
got
aren't
kicked out.
allowed to
If you
have
look at the
discretion
replay,
there.
they
Even if
shouldn't
it
have
was
kicked him out.
accidental,
What is it, number
he's got to get
72?
him out of the game.
Yeah, it was in.
But
Yeah, it was.
real
It was
quick,
unintentional.
one other thing I wanted to
Like
point
that
out about
nastiness from Jackson. His name is Action Jackson now.
Hold on,
Yeah, he
Pete.
balled out. I like the way he played today.
The other thing I wanted to point out about the Jets defense is that as good as they are, the reason they're partly why they're so good is their secondary is really, really fast and really, really fast to get to the football and keep their guys covered.
Lengthy.
So
Yeah, but even though Tua had a bad
you see
game,
real quick,
he
you
still
see the
did well.
interceptions. Hold on, you see the interceptions that come out of that, but also don't forget that Tua turns around and puts a freaking dime between 3 of those guys with just enough time to get the ball there, even though those guys have super fast defenders. You know what I mean?
Catch?
You're talking about if that
that
ball
was
is
Jalen
a half
Waddle.
second later, that's an interception with as fast as their
Waddle
DBs
on the
are.
left?
So, Tua also made some great throws against this really super fast secondary as well.
Yeah,
No, I
but
think
if
that
Tua
Jalen
doesn't
Waddle
throw
one was
them 2
crazy.
interceptions, we easily beat this team by 40 points.
Oh
Easily.
yeah.
No,
I got a question.
if we didn't turn the ball over
Well,
at
again,
all,
all mistakes we can fix, all stuff we can fix, which is why I
Yeah, but
like
it's
our
becoming
prospects.
it's becoming a
Because
trend
there's
now.
not
So it's
anything out there that you say,
kind of worrisome.
oh, that guy's
Can
just
I
bigger,
ask you-
stronger, and faster.
Hold
There's
on,
nothing we can do about
Tony.
it.
Hold on, Tony. You getting concerned that Tua's turning it over at a high
No,
rate?
I did not say
But we
Tua. See,
can't
you
do
like to put
that
Tua, and I said
if
this
we take
team is
away our
turning the
mistakes.
ball over a
There's
lot.
a mistakes
the
that
team
they
has been
made that
afflicted
was
by
like
turnovers
Wow. So now it's the team. It ain't Tua throwing the ball, right?
No, Tua
It was Raheem
Mostert.
Mostert. It was Raheem Mostert that fumbled the ball on 3rd and 1 against the Bills.
That's not the way the universe works, brother. If you're gonna use a balance, a counterbalance, and take away something, a mistake on one end, you have to take away the mistake on the other end.
Pete, what do you think?
That's what I'm saying. No,
That's not the way the universe
Let me
works.
raise my hand.
Guys,
real
it's
quick.
I want to
becoming
ask the
it's
panel.
becoming a trend of them
Can
turning over
I
the
ask the
ball
panel?
multiple times a game, and that
Just
is
one thing
That's
becoming
why
about
you
Tua.
can't say if. That's why you
I
can't keep
have a
saying if
question.
we stop making mistakes.
Yeah, no,
We'll
that's
figure
what
it
I'm
out.
not saying.
If
That
it's
I'm
a
saying it's
trend,
becoming a problem. It's becoming.
then you have to
All right.
be
I'm real concerned
willing to
about
take
that.
away our opponent's mistakes
I
and see where the
told
chips
you.
fall where they
Hold on,
We're
may.
hold on,
figured out.
hold on, guys. Wait a minute,
Can I
guys.
ask you a question?
Go
Because I
ahead,
missed the
Rashad.
game. I missed
Go
the
ahead,
game.
Just let
Rashad.
the game
Good
fall out the
Lord.
way it is. That's
All I
all.
seen was the first quarter. I
You missed the
from the
game?
stats, I missed the game. From the stats, Tua looked like he had a bad performance. But from the highlights I seen, I didn't see nobody open. Like
No. Get
when
the fuck
players
out of
was
here. No,
open,
hell
Tua
no.
was hitting.
Tua
So
had a
Tua
bad
was
performance.
so he was that bad.
Yes, the
Okay.
two interceptions was terrible throws on both times.
I mean the interceptions.
The
I think he
decision
should have.
making was
I think he
He
should have
had
throw
just.
the
very
ball
bad
was
decision
bad.
making.
Yeah,
He could have threw
I
another
think he
one where he
should have.
threw it to Smite for no
the
fucking reason
decision.
when
I
Water
think he
was wide
should have.
over again over the
Yeah,
top.
I
I
Eric
think
seen
Hill
he
that
was
should have.
open
too.
too.
I think he should have ate the
Yeah, it
first
was
the pick
it was
six.
bad decision to
The
throw
pick
the ball in the
six,
first
I think that was just a bad. Nobody was open for one, and if you were throwing it to Smythe,
But
you should have
guys,
threw it upfield towards the sideline, not straight at him.
like
That's bad.
Yeah, he
those
thought his
turnovers,
receiver was
I'm
going to be
glad
in
they
that spot,
happened just because of the Javon
and the guy just
Holland
jumped the route. He
moment,
played the
right?
route. The defender
Yeah,
played the route.
that's what I'm saying. If you see that zone coverage and you know that slot corner
Yeah,
or
the
whatever he
defender
was is there, you
jumped
throw
the
it.
route
Yeah, you throw it over him. You don't try to throw it past him. You got to try to get that over his head and make
over the
your
top of
receiver.
him.
Yeah, you make the receiver tight end, whatever, adjust to it.
But if you look at the play, he
Yeah, he threw it
determined
on
that
the
he was going
line
to throw it there regardless.
to
He
do it there
Yeah,
regardless. Yeah, he just quick decision. Let's get it out quick, and then
because
But
they
in
I
any
was
throw the
looking
case,
at
route.
that
You know,
Forget
the
thing.
this
play
is
the
the
before I
play
great
before
leave,
his
I
play.
just
eyes.
want to
Bro,
ask
I
the
could pull
panel
up
one thing,
I could
guys.
pull up a play
Yeah, he
right now.
wasn't fooled by Tua's eyes.
I could pull up a play right now and
So,
trick you
so
guys,
Tua had a bad
and
performance. All
you
right, I'm
guys
gonna do
wouldn't
that.
even
I'm gonna watch
realize
these
it. You
highlights
guys
again.
wouldn't even notice that the uniforms are
When I
different.
watch the play
Anyways,
back.
I want
I
to
could
ask the
pull up the
panel
game.
one
I could pull
question
up the
only.
game from 2021. Okay, when the Jets
Shoot.
perpetrated the same pick six on Tua in that game in
Yeah,
Hard
yeah,
Rock.
Same guy too.
same
I
thing.
mean, yeah, same. Was it
Yeah,
the
it's the
same
same
guy,
guy.
Tony?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I
it
same
got
wasn't.
exact guy.
confirm
Yeah.
on
That's what I
that.
It
said.
was
It's the
Reed.
same guy.
No, it wasn't the same guy. It was Reed that time.
No, it was the
No,
same
read
guy,
on the
bro. I
second
don't know
one. The
what you're
same
talking
guy on the
about.
first one.
The pick six
The
is the
first
same as
interception we
that guy.
talking about, RD. That was the
Yeah,
exact
first
same
Echoes
guy
or
that got
interception
the
was the
pick
something.
same
Yeah,
six.
guy in
like
Yeah,
I could have
2021.
brought that play up, and if you guys wouldn't have
yeah.
forgot that the uniform schemes were different tonight, you would have thought it's tonight's footage. You'd have been
Exactly.
like, "Damn, Color already got the all 22. How's that?" You know
Yes.
what I mean?
It's
Because
almost
it's
like
the
he
same
knows
exact
Tua's
play.
anticipation. If he getting
Yeah.
the
It's
pick
also
six
the
off you
play.
twice in
Listen,
back-to-back
it's also
games,
the
Remember when
play.
we did the joint practices with
Yes,
with the
yes,
Falcons?
Tony. It's the
Houston.
play that DB
Yes,
The guy
cited
did
that
the
he
same
watched
thing.
on film.
he
The
said he
guy did the
watched
same
film.
exact thing. He
That was
said,
2
"You
years
That's
know
what
how
ago.
to
you
pick
want
you
out of your
off."
defense, though. That watch film like that.
Not only
That
did he
pays
say the
attention to
same thing,
detail.
that DB cited that play against the Jets that he saw.
Exactly. He said, "I saw that same thing."
Yeah, in the
So
preseason he
I
cited
can't
that.
wait.
But that
I
was the
can't
put
wait.
up
Houston
on
guy
that.
that cited that Color, I think.
I
He
can't
cited
wait
that.
until
Hey,
Hard
and,
Knocks.
Or
and
Atlanta. I
how
forget
many
which one.
times did we
Houston, yeah.
see? How many times did we see the
Yeah,
same play over
he
and over
cited that
again
play.
today? That little triple option pick. You can
He
pick
did
it
his
to the
homework.
flat.
I ain't gonna
Like
lie.
we keep seeing that play over and
Every
over
team runs
again,
the same
bro.
play all the time
No,
with
they
different
don't.
variations
Not
of it.
like not at this
That's
rate.
every team in the
Not
league.
at this rate. Not at this
Yes,
rate.
Anyways,
yes,
This,
we
yes.
know Tua is a
hey,
different
RD,
cat altogether this year because he's got a
RD, before you
bandana, he's
hold
got
on.
tats, and he's got now got a gash, a scar
Now he's got
in
a
his
gash
shoulder.
on his
So
skin.
Here's
So
my
everybody
next.
was trying to figure out where he got that gas
He's
from. Y'all
even
know he
tougher
got that
now.
gas from when he tried to run
so
that
now
dude
he's
over.
a straight up gangster, so
Hey,
he's ready to roll.
Hey,
He
the
just has
other
to
irony,
cut the turnovers.
Hey, the other irony about that pick six, that game was the last time Tua faced the Jets.
Yeah.
That pick six happened. Like, you had two games in between without Tua, and then he plays them
picked
again,
up-
does the
he
same
picked up
damn
where he
thing.
left off.
Yeah.
He picked up where he left
This is
Hey,
something
Crypto, I
that
got a
I
question
really
for you,
don't get.
Crypto.
Hold
Yeah.
on, because I need help with this one. I really do need
ahead.
help from the
Go
panel
ahead,
with this
Pete.
one, because this
Yeah.
is what's driving me. Like, I don't get it, because now even the national commentators that are talking about the game live while they're watching and stuff, they're even saying it. And I never like first of all, since when has it been good to always get rid of the ball at 2.1 seconds?
Tom Brady.
Good,
Like,
Pete. What
no,
you
no,
talking
no, no,
about?
This week,
bro,
If
no,
when you're in
bro,
a West
because
Coast offense, that's the
have you
I'm
seen
ideal.
so
That's
offensive
ideal
linemen
when
in
you're
this
running
league?
that
If
kind of
Sorry,
you
Tony.
got
offense.
Tyreek Hill as your wide receiver and Jalen
Uh,
Waller and not DVP,
Yeah, Pete, there's nothing
Go
wrong
ahead.
with
Let
that.
Tony
I
answer.
just
Go ahead, Tony.
don't get it, bro,
Hold
because
on, Pete. Let Tony answer your question.
Pete, you're running a
quarterbacks
West
buy
Coast type of
time,
offense. It's
drop
all
back.
based on timing. So
Trying.
you always have to get the ball out. The only time you want to hold the ball longer if you're a play action goddamn quarterback. And other than
or
that, you
your
want to get the
receivers are
ball out
slow as hell
quick.
and can't
Or
get
if
out
you're
their
the type of
break.
quarterback that gets out of the pocket really early. You know what I mean? Like you
Yeah,
just
like roll
evade the
out, like
pocket
if
quickly.
you when you're running this West Coast type, where it's not technically West Coast, but it's a style. It's all about timing, and you want to get the ball out quickly as possible.
Oh,
And if you add,
and by the way,
Or you know your
we got
receivers can
look.
get to a
Yeah,
spot
I don't,
fast.
Tony. While I agree
I'm
with you
telling you, the
about it,
speed of
about
receivers
every
makes a
West
hell of a
Coast,
lot difference.
every coach that's ever run a West Coast adds their own wrinkle and adds their own image to it.
I
We are
guarantee you
officially
DVP
listed
ain't
on
getting to
Pro
that
Football
spot
Reference
fast
as a West Coast. Like they have that
like
slot
Tyreek
filled on
can.
our
right.
page.
So, and if you think about it, if you heard Josh McDaniels, the reason he likes Tua throwing the ball out so quick is because he said the time that the receiver generate the most separation is right out of his break. As soon as that's the most separation you're going to get from your receiver from the defender. So that's why he wants it out as quick as possible. You don't give them no makeup time; they have that makeup speed. Especially with a team like the
Yeah.
Jets, with their DBs are pretty fast and linebackers. All their defense is a real fast flowing defense.
Peace, guys. I'm out.
The
Great
only
chat.
other thing, the
Thank
only
you,
other way
caller.
to get
Thank you, guys.
separation,
Take
the only
care.
other way to get
Peace.
separation is if you're a guy
Go
like
Tua.
Russell
All right,
Wilson.
man.
If you're a guy
Go
like
to
Russell
RD.
Wilson that evades the pocket right away, like at every play, like you notice Russell Wilson don't
And you
trust
know
the
what,
pocket at all.
Cutler?
He
Russell
gets out
Wilson
of
is
it
one
like
of the only
every play.
quarterbacks that had a good game against this Jets on defense.
There hasn't been really, other than
No,
Josh
I'm saying
Allen
Russell
last week.
Wilson is the only
Last
one.
week maybe he was the
Russell
closest.
Wilson had 2 touchdowns and no interception and 243, I think it was, or
Right.
263.
No, right. I was just
Yeah,
we were
right.
talking
Russell
about
Wilson
we
as
were
far
talking
as the
about
rating. Yeah.
separation and time to release the ball and all that. There are some quarterbacks like Russell Wilson that don't trust the pocket at all and never have, and usually gets out of it at the
Right.
first opportunity.
Correct.
And so what happens there is you get a situation where the secondary is running around with the wide receivers for so long now because he's standing around in the flat by himself.
Exactly. That's
With
why
so
I
much
pointed that out.
time
Where
that
he's
it
one of the
becomes
ones that get out of
backyard.
that
And look,
pocket
you
like
can
that.
only ask your DBs to do so much. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, they only
somebody
can
sits
cover so
open in the
long.
zone that's created.
Correct.
Even in
But-
man-to-man, the zone ends up getting created because they start running around when the quarterback buys time.
Yeah, everybody. It's like a scramble drill. You know.
Right.
That
And then you
cat
got guys
don't
like
even like
Kelsey.
Tua either.
You got guys
Every
like
body
Kelsey that
languages.
just quietly sit down somewhere in that zone, and Mahomes seems to find him every fucking time. It's like so aggravating, man. It's like, man.
Yeah, it's not like he runs the best routes.
I'm
He just
starting to
knows how
figure
to
out
throw.
Kelsey's game, though,
That's the
guys.
thing.
You know what?
He's real
Can I
deceptive.
ask Crypto a question real quick? Because I was watching the stream.
Yeah.
Was it yesterday or the other day? You were pointing out the similarities between the last season to this season. You remember that episode?
Deja vu.
Yeah. I remember.
All right. So
Monday.
based
Yeah,
on
it was
that,
Monday.
right?
Yeah.
Because we're 8-3, exactly where we
Yeah.
was last season. How
Yeah.
important do you think this game is next week?
Very.
Oh, very. Yeah. It sets the stage. It basically resets our season. It's kind of
You
like
know what
we've
I
been on
don't
that-
like?
Hold on, Pete. Let me finish answering
God
the
damn,
question.
Pete.
It's like we've been on a. It's like basically this was an 11-game preseason that we just finished up. This game.
Right.
11-game preseason. Basically, the season starts on Sunday.
No, what I was
because
gonna
we
say.
basically got the identical record, same scenarios on how we beat the team we just beat in this week that we beat in this week last year, almost by the exact same margin if you think about it, 30-15 versus 34-14, almost
Yes.
the same margin.
It'd be
We had the same kind of confidence
We
going
just
into that
got to
next
go
game.
6-0,
The
baby.
same
That's
thing.
all we got to
It's
do
just
right
all-
now. Like
we just got to
Steven
run.
Star Crypto
We
says,
just got to.
season starts
We just
now.
got to run the table. You know what I'm
6-0,
saying?
baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
So we
'Cause-
got the same kind of confidence, Tony, going into the same week. Road game. It was a road game in San Francisco. Now this is a road game in Washington. So it's just that's how it's playing out.
Yeah, because I'm noticing Tua is starting to struggle the same way he was struggling last season. Just so
Right.
happens that
It happened at that point.
Can
It
I
actually
just
happened in that
offer-
Houston game.
I love
He
your
threw
guys.
two
You see what I
interceptions.
was look.
I think
Hold on,
he
hold
threw
on.
I think he threw an interception in that game too, Tony.
I love
But
your
yeah,
guys' back and forth. I want it to keep going, but I also just want you to consider real quick while you're doing that usually deja vu is a change in the matrix. And the change that makes me more encouraged, I think, that is going to see us with a brighter future than last season is the fact that look who we've got to take care of in this stretch now. We had to start off going on the road with the 49ers and the Chargers last year at 8-3. Now, I don't want to diminish any other NFL teams, but like Pete said, there's a reason the odds makers make us favorites against some teams and not others. The fact of it is we're 8-3 now, same situation, but the code is different. We've got the Commanders. We've got the Titans. We could easily be 11-3 before we have to face another one of those awesome teams, or 10-3 before we have to go in and face another upper echelon team. Whereas last year we're sitting at 8-3, a lot closer to the edge, a lot closer to the burner. You know what I mean?
You're right,
yeah,
Color. But my
eerily
problem is
similar how the setup is. It's crazy.
This is my problem because Tony, ask the question again. Watch this. Well, I asked the same question you asked Crypto. You see, you're trying to blame the team.
No, I said I literally asked him because he was comparing the season, how it looks similar, real similar to the last season, right? Based on record, based on how we beating the teams, based on how we struggled coming out of bye week, all that stuff. So I'm trying to figure out how important do you think this? Well, Pete, I know how you feel, but about the Washington game, how important do you think it is?
Exactly. And this is what I don't like about that question that you asked Crypto. Number one, it's really not that important, but it's a huge important game for one guy, bro. The problem child, Tua. It's really important only for Tua, or the rest of our team is really
Why
good,
did I
bro.
just
So
predict that?
and
What
hold
Pete
on,
was
Crypto,
gonna
Crypto, and he knows it's Tua, and he
I told
knows
you I
it's
already know how
Tua
you feel.
because after you answered your question, Crypto, he came back up and started saying Tua and his turnovers instead of just asking the question the right way. Like Tua is the problem, and that's how it should have
Pete,
been because we
you
all
just
know,
made me
bro.
switch.
Classic.
Pete, you just made me
Wait a
switch
minute.
over to indica for the evening, bro. Just saying, man.
What does that mean, Crypto? I mean, Color, what does
Wow.
that mean?
I know what
Wow.
that means, brother. I'm with you. I'm with you, bro. Oh my God,
I'm
Pete.
saying, like I love how he
Oh
found the
man.
way. I love how he found the way to ask that question to not put Tua in the Matrix. You know, like that's the Matrix. He didn't want to put Tua
Tua's
in the
not in the
Matrix
Well,
there.
Matrix.
I literally,
But
Hey,
that's the
Pete.
This is
guy. That's the
crazy.
Hey,
problem, T.
well,
Pete.
Pete,
Hey,
if you was
Pete. I
listening, I
start
Hey,
to
I
literally
got
like
my
said
you too.
tickets.
Tua
I'm
is
gonna be at that
struggling.
game though. No, I ain't got them yet. I got them, but I'm gonna print them out probably on Wednesday.
Hey, Pete, man. I start to
Pete,
like you, and then you come with some bullshit, bro.
yeah,
What the
I
fuck,
literally
man?
said, Pete, that Tua is struggling at the same time. Now,
You said after.
so what are
You
you
said
talking
that
about?
after.
Winners, I just found it
After
easier to
crypto
like
went. You
him
did. You
and not
did.
get bothered by the bullshit. You know what I mean?
But but all I was saying was you could have literally asked that question as Tua being the problem because you knew you were gonna come
Oh my
back to
god.
Tua. I mean,
But you know what, Pete?
it's just
The
you know
difference
what.
is this season
No,
that
it
the
was
team
based on
is
my show last week,
the
Pete. That's
the
why
only
he
thing
asked me.
is I think that the
This
team is
guy's gonna cough
somehow
it up.
learning how to win in spite of Tua having bad games. Last year we couldn't win in spite of his bad games. So the defense is coming around, helping us out. And another difference, which I hope if we pull this game out next week, is that when we went on that 2-game in the middle of the season, that 2-game road trip, we lost both of them. And then we proceeded to lose 5 in the goddamn row. This year
Yeah.
we started off with a victory,
It went
and
from 80%
hopefully
to
we,
40%.
you know what I'm saying? Hopefully we get the victory next week, and then we come back home after a 2-0 road trip instead of a what we went 3 because we went to LA. We did 2 games in LA and flew straight to Buffalo, correct?
We went
Last
to
year.
Buffalo, right? Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah, those were
Yeah,
the 3
believe
road
yeah.
games.
so.
Yep.
And then yeah, and then
This
we
year is
got
3
the
home
Jets
games,
win in the
33 road
meantime,
games.
and then the Patriots loss, and then
Mm-hmm.
what
No.
Packers?
If y'all remember
Packers were a
when we
home
went on
game.
that road trip,
But
when we went
yeah,
on that road trip, the next time we got a victory was the very last game in the season.
it was
It
the
was
very last game.
Chargers. It
Yeah.
was
That
Chargers,
was
We
it.
San
Yeah. It was
Fran,
the
and
last
then
game of the season.
Buffalo.
Yeah, we
Something
lost.
like
Right,
that.
Remember,
right,
we
right.
lost a 5 complete straight until we got to the
Mhm.
very last
And then
game,
to
and that was the
the
only
very
Oh,
time
last game
that's
at
right.
Hard
we
Because
Rock.
the
won.
Jets was after Green Bay. The game
Yeah,
after
yeah, it
Yeah,
Green
was
Bay
at the
was
Green
the
Bay.
yeah,
Jets.
So
Right.
yeah.
Right.
we have the opportunity instead of going on a
Yeah, it
5-game
was
losing
5
streak to
games,
go on a
right?
5-game winning streak based on the way our schedule is set up.
Absolutely. I got a
Which
question
is
for everybody. I got a question,
Exactly. Yeah.
and not to stop anybody. If you weren't finished, I'm sorry. Are you finished?
Yeah, no, go ahead, bro.
Okay, so even though we won the game, even though we're 8-3, do you guys think that this in-season television show is bothering the team? Is that a distraction right now?
Winners, real quick. I'll start with that one because I got a ready-made answer for it.
I don't think so.
Having
I'm not sure yet.
watching it and having watched it.
Right.
I've been adamant. I absolutely hated the idea from the beginning, simply because I hate distractions. I've never heard of a team that's had even a good distraction that's gone to the Super Bowl and like won and all that stuff. I just don't. I just really believe, especially with our history, I don't want no distractions, and so I hated the idea from the beginning. Now I watched the show the other night, and I have to say, number one, I was impressed, highly impressed by HBO's production level. And two, I kind of liked the show, and I didn't really see it as something that really was a distraction. Maybe I'm wrong, but I felt
Because
a lot more comfortable
I
about
know
it
what you
after
mean.
the show, after watching it, than
Yeah.
I did before. I'll
Of
say
course, color, because all we got was Tua got his hair braided
Well,
and
yeah,
and the
but
other little stuff.
but
And
I'm
this week
talking
I could
about other.
predict
I'm
what's
just
gonna
talking about
happen.
the whole feel of the
Tua
players.
got
The
cut,
players
and
didn't.
he took his
The players
Tua
didn't
got
look
cut in
like
his
they were
arm.
play.
That's what's
Hold
gonna
on,
be the
Pete.
theory. And then he
Pete,
took his braids off.
Pete, I'm not
It ain't
talking
gonna
about
give
all that
much.
deep stuff. I'm talking about the fact that the players didn't
Cut
look
his
like
arm.
they didn't look like they were playing up to the camera. They didn't look like
Oh
they were
man, it's all scripted, huh, Pete?
playing down to the camera either. Like it just and
Oh man.
shout out to HBO.
Hey, color.
You got a couple of tidbits that they held on to all week without making it viral. The number one, the nacho incident was just absolutely
Oh, that's
hilarious.
comical. That shit was comical.
Let me explain to you why I
and also
disagree
the
with that.
fallout from it was even funnier. Like
the
I'm
reason why
on her.
I think
I'm on
that
the
is,
side. I'm on Tyreek's side. I think it was her fault.
It was.
But
the reason
either
why I
case,
think it's a distraction is because I don't like watching this kind of shit, but I just so happened to went to YouTube and watched it, right? And what stood out to me was the very first thing that happened was you see Mike McDaniel giving that big ass speech about what's going on. So to me, that just shows that there is a distraction, and he had to let them know how to act and how not to change because the cameras are around. So if it wasn't going to be a distraction, there would be no need for that big ass speech that he had to give and tell people how to act. So for me, that was now how they handled it afterwards. I was impressed. I will give you that.
And the other tidbit, shout out to HBO for holding on to it, was what the ref said to Tua before the Raiders game, bro. Yo, stay healthy, bro. We need you. Like, man, I can't believe that didn't go viral. Like, I can't believe that wasn't the topic of discussion for the whole week, man. Like, what did that mean? Like, damn.
Well,
we've gone off the rails over way less stuff than that, man.
You got other players that have like real good relationships with referees and shit like that. Like Chad Johnson always talk to referees and try to get all kind of calls his way, stuff like that. So I don't think people are new to the fact that the refs and the players actually have
right. I was just thinking with the way our fan base is about the organization with Tua and all that stuff, and it's like the whole league is in on the thing, you know what I mean?
The referees, that referee played that referee played Tua in fantasy, and he needed him to perform.
Oh gosh, Pete.
That's what he was saying. He was talking about his family. Well. My family needs you, bro. We need you, man.
What's up, everyone? How's it going?
What's going on?
I just thought it was neat. Again, look how we've already made jokes about it. That's why I'm surprised it wasn't talked about more than it was, man, after that got out, like and cool, and shout out to HBO for getting that, man. Like dang, good job, HBO.
Hey, by the way, the one positive I could take away from this game is that Wilkins got his trade value up for next year.
It went up a lot. Somebody actually gave him $30 million.
He's trying to wake up the rabid dolphin. He's
I will say though, Wilkins, he really has showed that
I'm
he is
almost
worth
ready to
that
send
money he
Batman
was
his money.
asking. He really has shown. And listen, I was up here with everyone else saying, he's got to show those sack numbers. He's got to show those sack numbers. And he done it. He did exactly what we asked for. So it's going to be very interesting. And I'm really excited with this defense. I mean, I'm kind of late to the show, but I had some things to do after the game. Man, this offense is really making me worry. Listen, I'm not trying to downplay the win or anything like that. I'm really
Another
happy we
one.
won. No, let me just finish though. I'm really happy we won. I want to say that first. I'm stoked because it's a divisional game. Divisional games don't always go your way. We saw that with the Packers and the Lions. The Lions are a better team than the Packers. They got beat up on Thanksgiving. It just happens. Divisional games happen. That's not the only example. But anyways, back to it. This offense just hasn't seemed like in the beginning of the season, they were at
Since what game do you feel? Since when?
I think since the Eagles game, there's been a regression. I think that was the first game where we were like, "Oh, we can bleed on the field," kind of thing, and it just doesn't seem like we're pushing the ball down the field as often. There's a lot more screen plays. There's a lot more horizontal play calling. I'm not sure why. The run game, and I think this is partly because of the injuries on the O-line, the run game has not been as successful. Today it was pretty decent. I mean, they had some great rushing. I mean, Mostert had a great game. Jeff Wilson played outstanding, had over 5 yards per carry. But it just still hasn't been the same there's a reason Devon A-Chain was averaging 12 yards a carry, So this was not
However,
the best
I would
game.
just quick push back a little bit on that, Bryson.
Yeah.
I would say 2 points.
Can I
We
point
have been
something out too,
quietly
fellas?
getting our buck every week, and today it was by committee until that long run by Mostert. But one of the things that I would say as a second point is that there are times that if you're talking about at the point of attack, in the moment, in the situation, there are times where we just have an unstoppable running game, dude. Like to be able to take the ball from the 13-yard line like we did today and run it into the end zone.
Yeah.
That's not the first time we've done that.
And
this
that's
season.
not easy to do.
And it's not the worst defense. It's
That
not the
drop
best
was
defense
beautiful.
we've done it against this season, too. So
For sure.
Yeah,
That's
but color
deadly
and
weapon to
everybody, you
have,
guys
man.
got to remember
That's a
that this
deadly
was a
ability to
Jets.
have.
This was a defense that was just straight up drenched. They were done. You have no energy when your offense gets nothing going.
And that's
But
on a
my thing
35-degree day. What was the temperature today? 30 to 40
They
degrees?
kind yeah,
They're
but it
falling
was
apart
too
like
much.
that?
And in the cold color, it's hard to breathe like that.
No, but my point
50
is
degrees. You're
it
talking about
just seems
football
like
weather, man.
Listen,
Like, and they're
it
gassed
seems
like that.
my biggest
Time of
worry
possession.
is
What was the time of possession if you're looking at the
Well,
stats?
we
Fellas?
killed them
it was
today.
like
Quarter, it was
45 minutes. It was
third quarter.
crazy.
Yeah, it's
Anyways,
45
besides
minutes.
that though,
Ridiculous
my
time of
biggest
possession.
worry
Wow, that's a
is our
record.
passing game on short yardage and on third and fourth down. We have not been executing like we did last season and early in this season. Third down, we're awful. I don't know about you guys, but I just feel like we're not good on third down, and we pass it a lot. It's like they almost know.
Not this game though, right? You're not talking about this game, right?
And just in general, there was multiple times where we had a third down, fourth down. I mean, there was in the beginning of the game, there was multiple fourth down plays that we missed. It doesn't. The
Fourth
offense
down or
doesn't
third?
seem like they're clicking. We're winning games, but I'm worried when we get to the later end of the season when we play the Cowboys. That's a good team. When we play the Ravens, we play the Bills again. I'm just worried that the offense won't have it figured out. Right now, it's fine. We're not playing
So I
big,
think
heavy teams, but they need to start clicking before we get into the end of the season when we're going to be playing good teams and we're going to get prepared for a playoff run. This team's a playoff
Just
team.
fact check.
He's right.
Fact
He's
check
right.
real
He's
quick.
right.
Forgetting one thing.
Guys,
We're
real
talking
quick,
about
fact
our
check.
offense
Time
right
of
now.
possession was 35-41 to 24-19.
So can
Just for the
let me
posterity.
address what he
That's
said.
really
I
good.
think
That's
what
really
we
good spread
forgetting
for us.
about is during this stretch, let's not forget every team we played was top 10 in passing defense. Every single team. So when you look at it in that aspect, there are going to be times
I
that
know
you're
that
not going
can't
to
be
look.
lost, Tony. You're spot on, man.
You're not going to look
Sure,
as
but
good.
when
You're
you're
not
the
going to look
number
as good
one,
as
number
you
two
used to.
offense,
And
you can't look mid.
Listen. Wait. The turnovers is the problem. It's not the offense. If you cut down on the
But that's
turnovers,
part of it. That's
No,
part of the
no, that's
offense.
the
Turnovers
main
are happening
issue.
on the
That's the
offense.
main.
Yeah,
That's the main
exactly.
issue. The turnovers are the main issue. That kills momentum. That kills drives, and that sometimes deflates your team. If we have multiple turnovers in 3 of the last 4 games, so
But
you
that's what
just
we're
can't.
saying. These mistakes
Yes.
are what's stalling the offense and making us
Yeah,
look
but the difference
Bryson is
is
subpar.
saying that against
the offense
competitive
still
teams, T,
listen.
we cannot afford
The
this.
offense
We,
still
Yes,
there's
put
because
up
not
we lose
27
when we
the
points
can't
the
against a
score.
top
Cowboys are
5
gonna get
defense.
first downs. The Ravens will get first downs. The Bills
Listen,
are going to get first downs. We
listen. That
cannot afford
defense,
to
you
play
are
this
right.
sloppy, is what he's saying, and I agree with
Yeah,
That is
exactly.
true.
everything this young man
Thank
has
you.
said.
That
Pete,
is
we
true. That's what
disagree
I'm
a
saying.
lot,
The
but we agree
turnovers, they
Yeah,
need
you
to
here.
got to
turn
clean
down.
it up
They need
I'm
to
just
turn
saying
down
you
on turnovers.
you
against
got to
teams
cut
that
it
got
out
good offense.
because 2 to
Again,
3
things that
turnovers
can
against a
look
top offense,
right, but
that's
again,
the game.
and this is the one thing I would point out is where I take solace is the fact that these are things that we can control.
Yes.
We're 8-3, and there's not a bunch of things in front of us that we can't control. There ain't bigger and faster and stronger teams in front of us. There's just ourselves and these mistakes. That's all we got to fix.
Well,
I agree with that. Yeah, we
well,
beat ourselves. I agree with
it
that.
could
But
be
I
even
just want
towards
to
the
Well,
back
say
end. The Ravens,
you
I'm
gotta
more
you
on
can't
the
take
Cowboys,
away
and,
the
and
credit
side.
from the
Ravens are pretty
defenses
different.
though.
I'm just on the
Let's not.
side that I've
They
believed
are a
in this
physical
Dolphins
team.
team in the
Yeah,
past. My whole life, I believed it, and then they would come up short. So I want them to show me they can do it before I put faith. Now I'm going to root for the team, but they keep showing me that they're making these mistakes and these interceptions and these big games. They're on 3rd down. They're not making the plays. It's like that is concerning to me. Defense is balling out. This defense has come like huge strides since Ramsey's come back, and even with injuries. And so I just want this offense. If this offense comes online and they show us what they did in the beginning of the season, dude, the sky is the limit. I just want them to fix those mistakes and show us, even when we're playing shitty teams. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want.
To that point, you got to keep that
This
same
defense
energy
is
for
a
that
unit.
defense
Their
though.
first test will
Let-
come against the Cowboys.
I was just about to say that, Crypto.
Yep.
That's their
Don't
first real actual
don't
test.
count that defense until you see them against a bona fide offense.
Right.
Because
Washington is
Real
a
quick,
good enough
quickly,
test.
I've
you're
got to
judging
shout
the
out
defense
Jalen
on how
The
they
Waddle.
playing
Cowboys are
against
more
top
balanced
10,
than Washington.
I
top
It'll
level
be
defenses.
Dallas will be the
I
real test.
must do my housekeeping and shout out Jalen Waddle today because
Yes,
his
sir.
over under was
He balled.
56.5. That was ridiculous.
Yeah,
I
he
actually
balled out.
added 10
When he
yards
did
to it. Hold on, Pete.
Sauce Gardner in,
I added 10 yards to that and got plus 115 on it on free 20. I had free money from my site, right? And I threw 5 on it and got a free $5 out of that bet. So thank you, Jalen Waddle, for padding my pocketbook
nice
with
hit
another
right there.
$5. Because not only did he blow through 67 yards, which is what I got the plus 115 on, but obviously he had what, $140 or something like that,
No, he had 114.
I'll
114.
always
Okay.
say I will always have the same energy, especially if this defense plays
Real
poorly.
quick, Bryson, and I'm sitting here while I'm making the bet. I'm like, should I add another 10 yards? Come on, he can get 77. Come on, he can get 87. And I'm
You
like,
would've
no,
hit it.
play it safe. You got plus 115 at 67 yards. Just take that. And that's what I did.
I actually like what everybody been saying, like all up to everything, and everybody has a right to feel that way because I feel like exactly what I said earlier. The defense, when we sat there and said that when everybody got back, this defense will look different, and we are seeing that these last 3 to 4 games now, well, 3 games now, with Ramsey back, with Xavier up there doing his thing, with Holland doing what he's doing. It's sad that we lost Phillips, but I think that everybody that comes in, they will fill in, and I think this defense is going to get better than what we've been seeing.
Yeah. I
That's
think you're
the
right. I
scary
think we
part.
are
I really
vindicated. We
do.
stand vindicated on defense. We as
Mhm.
fans should feel licensed to go out there and tell people we got a top defense now.
Mhm.
And I would like to say, you guys said we got to test this defense. This defense already got tested with the Chiefs.
No,
Yeah,
no.
but
The Chiefs,
They only allowed 14 points.
yeah, but the
They
Chiefs
shut
they
down
haven't been
Kelsey.
scoring
Kelsey
nothing
didn't
this
do.
season. They've been
What?
terrible. That offense
Yeah,
is
the
horrible
Chiefs
this season.
wasn't really the
They're
measure.
7-2.
To be,
They're
Yeah,
believe
but
it or
we talk
not,
about the offense. We talk
to
about the
me,
offense.
the Eagles was
No,
more of a measure
Bryson, you're
because
dead
we
wrong
won
on
that.
that one. The
No, we
Chiefs are
won the
terrible this
turnover
year on
battle against
offense.
Yeah,
Philadelphia.
They have been
7-2
terrible.
and
They're
have
not
the
the
They've
best
same
been horrible
person.
on offense.
They're only
I'm talking about
7-2
a
and have
top
the
They're the
10 rated
best
best
defense.
quarterback.
best
You're
tight
looking
end.
at the
It's a
name on
moot
the jersey
argument.
and not looking at the results
Yeah,
of
you're
what they're
not looking
doing
at
on the field.
the offensive rank. They're ranked
Bro,
bottom in the league
that's terrible on
in
offense this
everything.
year.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're
he's
not the best
Crypto
in
and
the
Tony
world.
are in
I
agreement
still
right
think
now.
I
Hold on,
still
Bryson.
think that was
Bryson, real quick. The
performance.
better measure would be the Eagles because we won the turnover battle against the Eagles, despite how that game turned out.
Yeah, but they put
That is
31 up on
that
us,
is
Cutter.
playing good on
No,
defense
they
against the
scored.
top
No,
offense.
they scored at will.
They
They
scored
didn't.
31
They
on us,
scored
though,
when they
Cutter.
wanted, whenever they wanted.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, well
I
yeah,
still
of course.
think
That was
At
not a
some
good
point in the
test.
game they did
I
finally.
still think the defense played very well, and
They're
I
also
still think
10-1.
Kansas City,
Yeah.
what you want to see, yeah, their wide receiver core is awful, but they still have playmakers, and we shut them down.
No.
Pacheco,
Everybody
No, they
shut
don't.
them
They have
down.
one
Stop it.
playmaker. Everybody did
Everybody
it.
shut them
Pacheco.
down. What are
Everybody
you
did
talking
that.
about?
What do you mean? What am I talking
Including
about?
the team we
Travis
just
Kelce had
did
4
today.
catches for 14 yards, and
No,
Isaiah
I tried
Pacheco
to.
has had
Yes,
a
but
great year
everybody
this year.
does that to
No.
that offense.
Everybody's
The
been
offense
doing
is
that to
not
them.
everybody.
Tony,
Bryson,
welcome to the
Everybody,
fight,
that's
bro.
why
I've
they
been
have
trying to
they're
argue this all
7-2,
season.
right?
The Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes,
Let's
they've been winning on
let's just
defense. They
look it
have the
up.
number 2 ranked defense. That's why.
Well,
Yeah,
how did
right,
we do
exactly.
today on third
Exactly.
down? What was our third down
They give up like
percentage?
13 points a
You can't
game.
say that the Chiefs are dog shit. They're not dog shit. by
Their
any
You
means.
saying
On
the
offense, they
dog
are.
shit.
You're
Their
changing
offense
it
you're
is.
moving
dog
the
shit.
goalpost.
Well, we're gonna
I'll
look
say
at
it.
We want to see the defense tested against a top ranked offense. And
Offense,
Kansas City
right.
is not a top rated
It's
offense.
not that test no more. Last year it would have been a test because they was a
Yeah,
top
this
ranked
season
offense.
the offense is trash.
This year is not the test for them.
I
I
don't
wouldn't say they're
understand
trash. I
why.
wouldn't say
Like,
they're trash.
first of all, somebody
No,
time
tell you
no,
Tony
now
and
right
your
now.
Crypto
team is
out.
not trash, Bryson. We're
Somebody
trying to
time
say.
these
I'm gonna
two
tell you
guys
right
out.
now
Like,
why.
Mahomes is
If you
elite,
take
bro.
out Travis Kelce from that offense,
No one's
they
saying
barely
Mahomes is
get
not
100 yards a
elite.
Yeah,
game.
but
What are
you
you
still
talking
have
about?
They
to
have,
do that, bro.
they
You
still have a
have to
great
do
offense,
that.
bro. How many
still have
touchdowns
No,
to
they
did they
stop
score?
don't.
Kelsey.
First of
Oh
all,
my
touchdowns
He
god.
is the
did.
only thing that matters. How many touchdowns do the
Guys,
Chiefs have
the Chiefs
offensively?
are scoring a whopping 22.5 points per game.
Exactly.
Exactly,
Nothing.
which is
And
I'm
the
not.
terrible.
bottom of the
Which is
other
lower
half
than
of
what
the
we
league.
scored last year.
That's
All right,
one. That's
somebody,
less than a point more than the Denver Broncos,
Exactly. They're
Somebody
trash. They're
dumped
a
the ladder
bottom
on this
deep
guy.
offense. They're
which is why the
bottom.
Broncos beat them.
They're
That,
still
that,
8th in the league
Exactly.
with yards
that's
per
what
game.
we
They
telling
still
him. Like
put.
that
I
Chiefs
mean,
is not
okay.
a good offense. We're not saying good team.
We'll see.
Yes,
We'll
they're a
see,
good
man.
team.
We're not
They
saying
putting
good
out
team.
victories.
We're
Hey,
saying
man,
not a good
Our
offense.
defense.
I
That's
get
not
it, and
what
I
you
Bryson,
use
Bryson,
as a
get
measure
it.
or
this is the
barometer.
case, Bryson, of both can be both possibilities
Can I
can
say
be
something
true.
real quick?
They
Can I
can
say
have a
something real quick?
trash offense,
Only
yet
fraud
still
team
have such
here
a
is
good
us,
defense
bro.
and
Admit
enough
it.
on offense with Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey that they
I
can
get that.
still
Let me
that
say
they're
something
Super
real
Bowl
quick.
champions for a reason, and they're
Right.
still playing,
Okay, but the
winning that
only
way.
They have a
Exactly.
one
Because
man
all
on
they
the
have
offense.
to
Chiefs
do
like
is
that,
score what
it's us
19
that's the
points a
frauds
game.
here. Like, we
Listen,
haven't beat
all I'm trying to
nobody.
say is they shut down Patrick Mahomes and they shut down
But
Kelsey. Whether you want to
everybody
say
did.
no, like
No,
can I
not
There's nothing
finish though?
everybody
special.
Can I finish
did.
though? Can I
What part are
Everybody's
you
done that.
missing?
All right, yeah, sounds good. Go ahead, yell over me. That's cool. Go ahead. What you have to say, man?
We're
We're
telling
just
you
saying
that
everybody
everybody
did
shut
that.
down
That's
Patrick
nothing
Mahomes.
new on the block
That's
about
nothing new
people
this
doing that to the
season.
Chiefs.
Okay, sounds good. I wasn't done finishing.
I
my
don't like to
Let's go
measure
ahead.
my
Go
team
ahead.
against what other teams are doing against a team
Tell
like
you
that
what,
when they've they've
You
been
take
doing that.
Tyreek Hill out of the Dolphins. That's what. What do we have then? Don't do
What that got to
nothing.
do with the conversation, Pete?
That ain't got nothing to do
You
with it.
guys are
That's
over here talking
offense, not
about the
defense.
Chiefs don't have nothing without Kelsey.
We're
So
talking
then
about
the Dolphins Tua don't have nothing
we
without him.
we are talking about
No, we're not
our
talking about
defense
that. We're
being
talking about the
tested
defense being
against a
tested.
top-rated offense. That's what we're talking about.
Well, I never said they
and
were
the
top
Chiefs
rated
are not a
offense. I just
top-rated
said they
offense.
weren't
Right,
trash.
but that's what we're
You're not
saying.
listening
That's
to
what we're
me.
saying,
I
But I
Pete.
said
also
when I told
said
you the
Holding
game,
them
I
said
said,
down.
hold
Okay,
on.
can I just
I don't think he
clarify
understand
for
what I was
everybody?
trying to tell him.
All they're saying is that holding the Chiefs down to 21 point or to 14 points is no big feat. Everybody's been
Yeah, I
doing
was
that.
not.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
what I was.
I was
Right.
trying
A
to
lot
get
of
to my point.
matter of fact, the
but you
Broncos
guys
held
aren't
them to
letting me
9
get to my
points.
point. That's all I'm
Yeah,
trying
they
to say.
scored 30 against the Broncos, and we
Exactly.
scored 70 against them.
Right.
know,
The
Yeah, but
Broncos held
remember, I
that same
think,
team to 9.
but
So
remember
now the
that
Broncos are
Broncos
lead now?
Finish.
But
If you let
that
me talk, I
Broncos
can
game,
finish my
the
point.
Broncos
The
game, didn't
Broncos
he
are
get sick
scoring
that morning?
less than 1 point less than the Chiefs per game.
Kelsey's
That
worst
Broncos
game Kelsey's worst game this year was against Miami. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah,
so
fine.
what?
That's
And
okay.
how much
That's
separation
okay.
from his
Everyone's
second
done
worst
it.
game?
But that's still
Probably by
something
one
that
catch
I'm
or 1
impressed about.
yard.
You don't have to be impressed about it, but I'm impressed about it.
Okay, but what I
Their
Oh
said,
my
defense.
okay,
God, the moral
but listen,
victories is
but what I said
unbelievable.
was don't crown that defense because the way you are criticizing the offense, I say let's
You don't
not
even
forget.
know me, bro. I've been criticizing the defense in the beginning of the
I
season.
don't gotta
said,
know you to attack your argument, bro. I'm talking about what you're saying.
Saying
you're
now,
saying to
right?
keep
It's
your
based on
same
what you're
energy.
saying
That's what
now.
you're about to
I'm
say.
telling
Keep your
you
same energy.
based
I've
on
always
what
kept
you
my
just
same
said
energy.
now. When I said let's not forget that our offense is going up against top 10 defenses while they're struggling. So you're gonna have some struggles. And you said that our
They're
defense
playing down to their opponent, though.
that's
The
not playing
offense
Who's
is
down
playing
to your
down
playing
to whose
opponent.
down to
That's
their
your
opponent?
defense
opponent.
being good. Like why we always take
How are
away
they playing
credit
down
for
to
good
Philly? And
defense?
Philly's don't won 10 games.
Well,
What
I'm
are you
talking about
talking
other
about?
games, like the
You
Raiders,
hold
where
on.
the
How
offense
But
can
we're
you
pretty
just
actually
try to
much
not
crown
because
Tennessee?
won that
if the
game.
Jets have a top
Hold,
defense,
hold on, wait a
it's
minute,
not
wait a minute.
playing down to them to score 27 points on them.
I
And
just
and
Hold
think
on,
they're
that
wait. And
and
they
if their
beat that
offense
same
has
team that you're talking about, the Eagles.
right,
They
and if
beat
their
them.
offense is scoring
Right.
13 a game,
That's
we
that
held
they
them to
beat. Right,
7.
Tony.
And Patrick Mahomes
How
had
did we
one
play
touchdown and
down
3
to them?
interceptions against that same defense.
that
Against
might
that
be a
same
bad. Hey,
Eagles
that might be.
defense.
You're right.
The
That's
same
probably a
people you were
bad way to
talking
say
about.
it. You're right.
And
The
whether their
only
offense sucks or not, they're scoring
no, you're
13
right.
a
That's a
game, and
bad
we
way to
held them to
say it.
Matter of
7.
What I
fact, the
should have
Eagles
said.
shut them out just like we shut them out in the second half.
I
They
just
held
Exactly.
them to
think,
Like I
17
don't get
points.
what I'm
yeah.
trying to say is I don't think this offense is playing to its full potential. That's a bad way to say it. That's a better way to say it right there. Is I just don't think this offense is performing at the level that it should be because I've seen them perform better. And I'm not saying the Broncos game because that's not going to happen ever, really. That happened one time. It's probably not going to happen
Well, we
again.
know
It's 70
that,
points a
bro.
lot.
We
But
But I
I
know
was
just
that,
saying,
don't
but
though.
you
think
also
Anomaly.
turned around and said
I
that this
don't think
defense
that
has
this
been playing
offense is
lights out since
playing to
Jalen
the level,
Ramsey came back.
regardless of the defense. I still don't think that this offense is playing to its
Look, Bryson, I
But
potential.
we
agree
get
with you
that part, but
because I
that's not the
believe that
part
if
that I
we
was
do play at our
rebuttaling.
high level, a 70-point game against the Broncos, to me, would translate to a 35-point game against somebody like the Dallas Cowboys if we were playing up to our level. So I agree
Agreed.
with you to that point.
Like the Eagles.
You know what I mean?
Eagles. That game could be
Like the Eagles, yeah.
34-31 for
We
us.
would have put more points on them had we be but that doesn't you can't then you got to remember at the same time that you're talking about high level defenses, and so today we showed we can crack one of those regardless of
Yeah,
how bad
even
the
with
Jets
even with
offense
3
is, bro.
turnovers.
The defense are still good. Yeah,
Like this
I
team,
agree. I still, but it
this
still
team's
didn't.
defense was good enough to carry their team to defeating those same Philadelphia Eagles, and it's the only loss they've suffered all year.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I still think today, like with Tua, I thought he made a couple mistakes that are just like, what are we doing, kind of thing, and the fumbling too.
Right,
Like I
this is
think
go. I know,
Mostert
Bryson.
dropped
This
the ball.
argument's not really for you. This goes back to
Tyreek
another
had
argument I've
2
been making
drops.
about the
I got
level
you.
at which we play the Jets defense. Because if the Jets defense was good enough to
We
carry
still put
that
up 27
trash
against them,
offense to
Color.
a win over the Philadelphia Eagles,
Color.
then
Our
come
offense scored
on, we did
27
something
against that
today.
defense. With 3 turnovers, we still scored
Well,
27 points.
They didn't get as many. They didn't get as many turnovers.
That's what I said. With 3 turnovers, we still scored 27 points against that defense. That shut down
Exactly.
Patrick
They
Mahomes.
would have never beaten the Eagles if they would have turned if the Eagles
This
would
is
have
my
not
point.
turned over the
This
ball
is
like
my
that.
point. So if we're playing at a high level, we know we can crack one of
Force them
those
to
good
turn over the
defenses.
ball.
We just did
See,
it
we got
today.
is we
I just
forced
want
the
to see
Jets
them
into
do it.
turnovers.
I just want to see
We're
them
acting
get
like we did. The
big
Jets haven't
ones.
turned over the football today.
Yeah, they did. Yes. And because their offense is horrible. Like, that's the reason that Buffalo put up all those points because they have 4 turnovers against this.
Oh,
that
did
offense.
I mention on the road?
You know what I mean? I was just saying, if you're
Yeah,
going to
see,
criticize
both
the
teams benefited
offense,
from touchdowns
if we're going to
of
criticize the
the
offense for
offense
not looking as
and
good as
playing
we
on a
think that
short
they
field.
can be playing, or say that they haven't been playing, I was just saying, don't forget that they're going up against top level defense game in and game out.
Yeah, I mean, game in, game out's not necessarily super accurate because I don't think.
Yes, it was. The ones
Not
that
the
have been
Raiders.
struggling,
Not the
every team
Raiders.
is worked in the top 10.
the
in passing
Raiders have a
defense.
couple really good players on defense for
But
sure.
they're still top
I
10
still
in
think
passing defense.
I
Hey,
still think the
Bryson.
Raiders.
Bryson, let me ask you
The
this,
Raiders
Bryson.
are a top 10 passing
Bryson,
defense, bro.
quick
I don't
scenario.
understand what you don't get about that.
A quick scenario for you, Bryson, just so I can
Yeah,
gauge
just
where
their
you're at.
total defense is bad.
And
Yeah.
this also,
Yeah.
again, goes back to the point I'm trying to make about the Jets comparing, how our performance against them as opposed to a team like the Chiefs. Let's just say that debacle at the end didn't happen, and we tie up the game and we go to overtime.
What
right
debacle
against
for the
Chiefs.
Raiders? We're talking about the Raiders game.
Let me just finish the scenario. So we go to overtime with the Chiefs, right?
Okay.
Our defense balls out and gets a fumble recovery in field goal range,
Mm-hmm.
and we win the game in overtime on a field goal, 24-21.
Okay.
Would that tell you more or less about our team and our offense and overall as a package than what we did against this top-level defense today that carried that trash offense to a win against the Eagles? I submit to everybody that today's performance against the Jets defense should tell us more about where we're at as a team and an offense than eking out that win against the Chiefs a couple weeks ago.
Color.
Yes, Color.
This victory today, this game says nothing about the Jets defense, dude.
Yeah, I don't.
It says nothing about that.
What I'd say with
The Jets defense hasn't been the same in a month, Color.
I would expect a Bills fan to say that.
No, but he's posing the question to me, so I'd like to answer it. So
I don't know.
I would agree with you, Color, but for a different reason.
Is that Josh Allen is the next Tony Romo?
Well, we all know that
There's nothing. There's nothing you can take. There's nothing you can take with the Jets defense. It's not the same defense.
We just did this week.
No, the Bills can't.
If we're using the same argument for us, then the Bills will have to be using it for themselves.
No, I agree.
Neither team can use it.
No, crypto.
The offense has been on the field less than freaking 90% of the time.
There's nothing the Bills can take out of scoring 32 points on that defense. Nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Except that they have a better offense than the Chiefs.
No, they can't. You know why, Color? Because the defense isn't the same for the Jets. There's no value whatsoever in beating that Jets team right now. None.
Yeah,
it's terrible, Color.
It's a divisional game. What are you talking about?
No, dude. There's no value. There is no projection. There is absolutely zero projection beating that Jets team right now.
It's been the
It's
same value
as winning a game, and it's more because it's a divisional game. That's going to
No.
matter with tiebreakers.
That
That's going to matter
Jets
for you
team,
guys.
that Jets team.
For you guys,
you talking about
really
really lost? Well, the Jets officially
that Zach Wilson
eliminated from the playoff
team.
contention.
The Jets team is done, dude. They were done weeks ago.
They're pretty much mathematically gone.
They were
No,
done
I'm saying their
the moment
spirit.
they got
When the
their
Bills,
seventh
when the
loss.
Bills beat, when
They
the Bills,
were done the moment they got their 7th loss today.
no, Color. That game that the Bills had where they scored that it didn't mean anything. Their
They went
spirits
from
are
10th
their
to 11th
spirits.
overall, I guess.
Their spirit is completely crushed,
They
Color.
changed- They,
But
they
you
changed
understand
they
that
went
that
from 10
loss
to
you guys
11
took to the
from
Jets could be the loss in your tiebreaker because it's a divisional game. You understand that? Because that's a tiebreaker when it comes to head-to-head. If you guys finish 10-7 and other teams finish 10-7, if they have a better divisional record, they will get that spot over you guys. So
Of course, getting the win matters. No, dude. Of course, getting the win. The win matters.
Wait a minute. They had 6 losses going into today. There is still a whole swath of teams at 5 or 6 losses that they could get a wild card over.
Color. It's a historically bad offense.
And it's been that way all year long,
Color,
bro.
They are not the same defense. They're not. You're not being intellectually honest, Color.
Okay.
No, I think that
I still
defense
think the
is the
defense
same.
is good.
I mean, they're still good, but then that's like what they.
I just think they're
now.
exhausted. It's hard. It's grueling playing your
The
ass
offense
off.
made them defeated.
And the offense just not. I mean, look at the game.
When you
today.
get a
It
pick
was
6 and
3
bring
out
it within
3
4
and
points,
3 and out.
Yeah, but
and next thing you know, your offense gives up a touchdown like that.
None of you all making that argument when I was telling you our defense has been good for the last 4 years, but no, they can't sit on the field all day long.
Color,
when I
all
was
I'm
making
saying-
that argument, no, it's all the defense's fault.
Color. Like from a Bills fan,
Atlanta,
from a Bills
Jacksonville, and all these teams we lost to that year.
Color from a Bills fan
Color, I've
perspective,
always
like
been
Color,
a
I
big
wasn't
Rodgers
blaming Boyer. I wasn't on that blame Boyer train. You
there
know me.
there are
No, I'm
there are a lot
talking
of Bills
about. I'm
fans.
I wasn't
talking about.
blaming Boyer.
I'm talking about 2021 when we lost to the Falcons and the Jaguars, and everybody wanted to blame the defense, as if we could go out there and give
Yeah.
our offense the ball back 10 times without them scoring.
I think the very tight game versus the Chiefs
Oh yeah, the
says
Jaguars game and
it
Falcons. That was
says
totally the
that
offense's
says
fault. Defense
that
held them
gives
under 20 points.
no, but I'm saying I think that gives the Dolphins way more credence than anything with this Jets
Yeah,
game.
but the thing is, my thing about that game is your offense can't be asleep for a whole half. That's just my thing. Is like, and
Well,
then
you know
they
what? But
come
you know what,
back.
Bryson?
you
But
can't do
Bryson, you
that.
know what that
If
says,
you're
though,
all telling
Bryson?
me about the Jets and their defense, then who cares? Why not? Let's
Well,
go play
Kansas
a half
City
a
offense
game and
was
beat
sleep
them.
for a whole half as well. You don't forget about that part.
No, because Color, it's like
I don't
there's
even know what we're
I
saying.
can't.
no.
Well, you
I'll,
guys
I'll,
go back and
I'll
forth
clarify
from.
it.
You
No, I'll
guys go back
clarify
and
it.
forth from. Oh, they're all good. They're all get paid to win until you're the Jets and the Dolphins beat you.
No, I'm
Now
saying
it's
this.
they've checked
Color,
out
I'm
on the
saying the
season and their
same thing.
defense ain't the same. And
Color,
I'm the
I'm
one being intellectually dishonest.
no, I'm Color because I'm applying the same standard to myself. I'm Bills fans, for example, after they've
That
killed
don't
the
mean
Jets.
no, bro. That's an appeal to what? Something. That's a total fallacy. Just
No,
because you're admitting
Color.
the same thing about your team,
No,
don't make it
Color.
accurate about my team.
This is what I'm saying, Color. This is just my opinion. We're just talking. I'm saying there are a lot of Bills fans that were saying like, "Oh, we're back. Our offense is back on track after they blew out
And
the
I
Jets
would
and
have
everything."
disagreed with them.
And I completely disagree with that. I think that Jets game I think the Jets are finished. I think it was their defense is a joke now because their spirits are broken, and it will have nothing. You'll have no indictment on the Bills
Why
versus the
would their
Eagles
spirits get broken at 5 losses when they're playing the Bills with 5 losses?
because they can't get a first down. Color.
That's because
It's
you
more the
guys have a
offense.
good offense.
No, Color. They're done. They know they were done weeks ago.
I mean, let's stop talking about the Jets. It don't even matter, dude. I think what I was to get back to
You're
your
trying. This is,
scenario,
but
Color,
you can't take any value out of that game, man. Just like the Bills can't.
At the end of the day,
I took
That's your
listen.
personal opinion,
Josh Allen is the
opinion,
next
but I
Tony
don't agree
Romo.
with that.
You guys aren't gonna come to agreement, so just move on.
no, but Color, to answer your question
Now you
before,
could probably take value if you guys was to beat the Eagles.
Yes, I
That's
agree.
the only
Yep.
value you will have to take value from.
Color,
Yep.
the scenario you offered me earlier, my answer
So
to
if the
that.
Bills beat the Eagles, did that make the Jets defense good again?
No, the Jets were
No,
done
it
weeks
makes
ago.
the
Color.
Bills offense good again.
Oh, you guys play this
Because
weekend,
the Eagles
dude.
defense
Damn, I forgot
has
about
been
that.
shutting
You guys
teams
play the
out.
Eagles this weekend.
You see
Oh,
how
that's
they
gonna be a
roll,
fun
Tony,
game.
calling me intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, it's,
Well, the
Like,
Jets
really?
wouldn't be. It had nothing to do with
So,
the
I
no,
wouldn't
I
take
want to
Bills and
know
Eagles
the
game.
if the
names on
Bills
people.
beat the Eagles, does that make the Jets defense good again?
How does that make? What does that have to do
What
with
do they
the
got to
Jets,
do with the
though?
Jets?
Because you're sitting here telling me that the Jets have checked out. That's why your team had any success against them last week.
Correct.
So if you guys beat the Eagles, what does that mean?
It will say that the Bills
That
actually
means they
got on
beat
the
a
right
good
track
team.
versus the Eagles, dude.
And maybe the Jets still have a good defense.
but that
Color, it's
yeah.
not the same defense, dude. Did you
Bro,
not?
you're totally going in circles now. So we'll move on until we find out what happens Sunday between you and the Eagles. This is gonna be funny. I love it.
Well, I mean, if the
Do you
Bills
have
lose to the
any
Eagles,
early
no, Color,
predictions?
wait.
Because
No, hold on. If
do
the
you
Bills
have any
lose to
early
the
predictions
Eagles,
about 20 points being scored, like you kept bringing up again when we played the
What if the
Bills?
Bills lose 45-41 and it's a hard fought battle on both sides?
well, it will say that the Bills are in big trouble. That's
It
what
would
it will
also say you all have a good enough offense to destroy the Jets' good defense like you did last week.
Well, but the Jets' defense isn't good, Color. Not
But
right
if
now.
if they, what he's saying, if they put up the same numbers against the Eagles or probably better numbers against the Eagles,
What he's
then
saying
you
is
can't
they're
take
not a
away
good
the
defense
credit that
because the
y'all
Dolphins beat them.
that
That
y'all put
means
up
you
numbers
played against
against
a
the
good
Jets
defense because the
defense.
Eagles is a good defense. They not tapped out.
Exactly.
They
So
have a
if they
lot to
go
Right.
up and
That
they put
means
up
I'm more
numbers,
likely to give you guys credit for what you
yeah,
did
because he's
against the
taking away the
Jets and
credit for
not
how they
their
performed against
collapse.
the Eagles. Crypto. That's what Color is trying to say. Like you're trying
Yeah.
to take away the defense credit, saying that the Jets are broken, and your offense put up good numbers. But if they go out and put up good numbers against the Eagles, which is also a good defense, then you still going? Are you going to take a credit from the Eagles and say
No, no, it will say it will
a not broken
no.
defense.
It will
Right. The
just
Eagles
say
are a
at that
not
point,
broken
because
defense.
the Eagles
Yeah,
is not
because
checked out.
their
He's
defense
not
not
claiming
broken.
that they
So
checked out.
Whether
if they
whether
do
the
good against the
Bills,
Eagles,
let's say the
The
Bills,
Eagles are in first
are you going to
place.
give Buffalo credit for doing the same thing against the Jets, which is also a good
no,
defense, or are you going
no,
to say the
whether
Eagles
the
are broke as well?
no, well, no, the Eagles aren't broke because they're 9-1. Whether the Bills beat the
But
let's
what
say
the
the
record
Bills,
got to do with what the defense is doing?
because if the
If they
Bills,
score, what if Buffalo scores twice as many points against the Eagles than they did against the Jets?
it will
What
just
then?
mean that the Bills have a great offense. It is irrelevant to what the Jets
Oh,
defense is now.
wow.
That makes sense, Color.
No
That's
shit,
logical.
Sherlock. That's why I'm giving you double the points. What if you double the production against the Eagles than you had against the Jets?
It will say that the Bills at this moment turned it around with Joe Brady. That's
It
what
would
that will
also
mean.
suggest that the Jets have a better defense than the Eagles do.
The Jets do have a better defense than the Eagles. Not right now, though.
Oh, not right now.
Just
Okay, I
move on.
got you.
Hey, Cutter, move
I
on, bro.
think
Just move on, bro.
I think what he's saying. I think is what he's saying is that the defense.
Color, the Jets defense. Look at what happened
I'm trying
week
to help you
one.
out, brother. I'm trying to give you some ammo. I'm
What
trying to
did
resupply. What he's trying to say is the defense is still talented. I think what he's trying to say is they're just exhausted from a shitty offense leaving them on the field. Is that what you're trying to say?
And that's fair.
Yeah,
That's fair to say.
I'm just saying,
they're
like,
gonna eventually break. They bend, and then boom, they break.
Which is
Because
understandable,
hard.
but that don't
that
mean
Jets
that's a
defense the
shitty
Bills
ass
faced.
defense.
That Jets defense the Bills faced week one is completely night and day.
It's not
I
though.
take no. Yes, it is,
From
dude.
the one they played yesterday. I
They
mean, last
forced
week
3
from the one week
turnovers
one.
today, bro.
How many turnovers did Buffalo have that game? 2 or 3?
I think the Bills had 4 turnovers.
And you're gonna say that defense is broken? Like you don't get no credit for that? Like
You mean
that
the
don't sound like a
no, the
defense
Bills?
that laid
Put
down.
30 points on
Their
them,
offense
too,
is
so.
no, Tony. He's saying their offense is inept. They can't get from not turning over the ball.
Right, but exactly. The same thing I say the reason that Buffalo scored that many points is because they got so many turnovers on that offense as well, and they
we got the same amount of turnovers on them today.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
I
I think no. Buffalo got 4 against them.
Yeah, and we got 3.
Yeah,
we almost
had
had
3,
a fourth
yeah.
one.
But I'm not. But what I'm not doing, Crypto, is saying that if we cannot take nothing away from that victory because that defense is shit. No, hell no. That defense gave us fits. We just
No, they're not. It was a 4-point game, but when the offense is terrible,
right, so
they should have just took it in halftime and made it a 4-point game.
Excuse me, Josh is being a little dishonest here too. Because
why do you say that, Howard?
I don't care. Wait, so you guys just beat? Wait a minute. What game am I looking at? Oh, that was. Hold on. Let me get on the right page. Go ahead,
right.
continue, guys. Let me come back to me because I'm on the wrong page.
No, I was saying that it was a 4-point game with 2 seconds to go. Andy Reid takes that ball and takes a knee and go into halftime and allowing his defense. That's what happens.
Wait, Crypto, you're talking about right the Javon Holland play right before the half, or
yes? Or
well,
your quarterback's strong enough, he's not throwing it to the 1-yard line. He's throwing it in the end zone.
I'm not saying
at least his receivers has a chance to catch the football.
Nobody's saying the Jets defense is like dog shit. I'm just saying it's just not. It's not the same.
If you know your quarterback has a noodle arm, why even attempt a Hail Mary to begin with?
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess they were. I knew once Holland got to the 20.
The purpose of a Hail Mary is to get the ball into the end zone and catch it in the end zone.
Those plays can be dangerous because there's nothing but fat people in front of them. You know what I mean? So once he got to like the 20 or 30, I was like, oh, he's going to score.
Jets defense outperformed y'all's defense last week, by the way. In most categories except for the scoring and like yardage. Like when you look at total tackles, 76, 52 solo tackles, 1 sack, 7 tackle for loss, 3 passes defended.
How many total?
4 QB hits. On Buffalo's side, you got 57 total tackles, 38 solos. Now you got the 6 sacks, so you definitely outperformed there. 5 tackle for losses, 5 pass defended, and 8 QB hits.
What was the
Josh Allen was 20 for 32, 275 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interception.
And he had
Now,
2 big plays.
Yeah, that's
One
a decent
was
stat line.
Yeah,
but
that was
that's not
pretty
like,
much Tua's
that's
numbers.
not a Josh Allen stat line.
And let's not forget
Against
he
the
had
shitty
like
Jets.
100 and something on 2 big plays. One was like 58, and the other one was I don't remember the exact number.
But Color, like, let me ask you this question because, I'm just
Basically, those
That's
numbers
not
are
a-
almost similar to
Bro, that's
Tua's
not a
numbers.
stat
Correct.
line that Josh Allen would have against a defense that's checked out, bro. Sorry to tell you.
you don't think Josh Allen had a really good
No,
game
if
versus
the
just
Jets defense was checked out, Josh Allen would have had 4 something, 5 touchdowns, and y'all would have had a 50 burger on the board.
I mean, that may be true. I mean, the game was over. A lot of
It is
it,
true.
a lot of
It
it,
is
too,
true. You know how I
Well, no,
know it's
the
true?
context-
You know how I know it's true? Because Miami had a defense that was checked out when y'all put 56 on us with that same damn combination. So that's how I know it's true.
the Miami defense was checked out.
The day you all put 56 points on us, it was.
I mean, that's a different. I mean, you guys had to win that game to get in the playoffs. That's an indictment on
matter.
something else.
I'm trying to give you an example of what it looks like when a defense checks out against a Josh Allen-led football team.
But Color, why, as a Bills fan, am I looking more forward to this Eagles game as a real testament to turning things around rather than the Jets game? Why am I saying?
I mean, you can look to turning things around all you want, bro.
Because that's a better team. That's why.
Because it's a better team. That's why.
Yeah, that's
the team that's
really
in first
why.
place in the league.
It's the Super Bowl.
Why am I not
the
saying
best team in the league right now?
Why am I
Against
not
another
saying?
team that's 11th? That's a big difference.
But why am I not saying, man, the Jets arguably have the best defense in the NFL? I think we're ready to roll.
That's
We weren't talking about your team.
Wait
We
a
were
minute.
talking about our struggles on offense.
Stats wise, the Jets are their team defense is
Why
rated
wouldn't
better
you
than
want to
Eagles.
beat the Eagles?
Their defense is rated higher than the Eagles on every category.
I'm saying right now,
He's
based
asking
on
us. Wait a
I
minute.
think
He's asking us why his fan base is not assessing these 2 games different. Who cares? We were talking about why we're struggling on offense and whether today says more than beating the Chiefs would have. That's what I was talking about.
I think the Chiefs game is. I think it's more of a positive, even though you lost the game.
You're saying if we eked
beating
out
the
a win
Chiefs
with
would
our
be
kicker
obviously.
against the Chiefs, that would have
Yeah,
said
I
more
gotta
about
agree.
than
We
playing
only
this
average-
Jets
I gotta
defense
agree. A lot of
the way we
people-
did
I think even losing a tough game versus the Chiefs, Color, I think that says more about the Dolphins' credibility in a good way.
That we put 14 points on their top defense.
Well, I think the Chiefs' defense right now is better than the Jets' defense right now. Right now.
That's fine, but you
But that
still
is,
can't
though.
be asleep
Yeah,
for
it
an
is right
entire
now.
half.
In total defense, the Chiefs are number 4. So yeah, they are, and the Jets are at 10.
But I think a number of weeks ago,
I don't care
are.
what the
That's
ranking
what's
is,
carrying
you
the
can't be
Chiefs for the
asleep
most
for
part.
an entire half and be
Right.
We
proud of
know
it.
this, bro. We
No,
know
but that's
this.
what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
you-
You
if
said
you're
that
asleep
it
for
was
the
but the
entire
Chiefs,
half,
hold
then
on,
you
wait a
will
minute. The
lose
Chiefs
most of the
offense
time.
was asleep for an entire half also. The second
No, but
half, they did nothing.
it's not the
I
same
don't care about
psychology. It's
that.
not the same psychology, dude. Because
I
the
don't care
the
about
Chiefs
their
always
offense.
their
Their offense,
defensive
bro.
the Chiefs defensive players
Well,
always
shit,
think.
our offense
You
was
said their
asleep, and their
offense was
offense was
shit. So
asleep.
if both of our offenses are asleep for an entire half, what do you mean? You just said their offense.
Then what's
is
the
shit.
tiebreaker
20
then?
minutes
Then
ago.
what becomes the
Their
tiebreaker?
defense, the
Do you
reason
think
that they did that. They
if
had a
Tua
turnover.
doesn't
Then what
fumble the
becomes the
snap in that
tiebreaker?
Chiefs game,
We had a
and we
turnover.
tie
and
up the game, do you
Tiebreakers are
think we tie up
offense
the game on that
fucking
drive?
wake the fuck up and play how they know how to play and not stop making
Josh,
stupid
do you
mistakes.
think if Tua doesn't fumble that snap, do you think we tie up the game on that drive?
Oh, at the end of the
Fourth
Chiefs
down and 10?
game.
Yes. Do you think we
Yeah, of
tie up
course.
that game?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. So that still wouldn't tell me as much.
You think?
Because if you think we were already going to do it, if you think we were already going to do it, that's saying the same thing as we can comfortably say we did it.
If we
This is-
tied
don't
it
have
up
any
and
plays.
we
This is
won
the
like
point
we
I'm
did,
making.
Other than a botched snap, we did it.
Color. This is the point I'm making.
I
Regardless of,
don't know because we don't have a play that's 100% like the push tush. So
I know,
I
Crypto.
can't
I'm making
say
a
that.
positive. I'm making a.
I'm embellishing here.
I'm making a
you know,
positive
well,
point.
Cedric Wilson was fucking running wide open though. Crypto.
I'm making a positive point for the Dolphins in the sense
Well,
that
that's why I say that's why nothing's certain.
regardless of like how this game went with the Jets, it was pretty weird at the end of that first half. But regardless of that, looking at how like wide open the AFC is and the Chiefs, how they're struggling, and all these teams have flaws. Like to me, this Jets game, like you got the W, you pulled away in the end. I don't take, if I was a Dolphins fan, I don't really take anything out of this Jets game. I just realized, hey, we went toe to toe with the Chiefs. And when we get in the playoffs, you know, based on how everyone's playing, I have no fear of any team. That's all I'm saying. All I was saying is
I just disagree, man.
I would
If
never
we pulled
think
it off,
for
you
a
don't take
second-
but Bryson, you
I
don't
would
take
never
more
think
value
for a
out of that
second
Chiefs
that if
loss.
we
You don't take.
No,
It means I have nothing to
Look,
worry
this is
about.
my
won,
thing,
yes.
though. I
Nobody
don't.
was making
I don't
that
think
argument.
this team.
Yeah, right, Tony.
But my thing is, and this
I'm
is
over
going
the
to be
more
super
victories.
unpopular, and everyone's
no
going to
more
get pissed
I've
when
been
I
a
say
fan
this.
too long.
Yeah,
I don't think this
again,
team.
nobody here was saying that this victory against the Jets means we don't have to worry the rest of the way. Nobody was making that argument.
I don't think this team can go
No,
toe to
why
toe
would they
with the
do
league's
that?
I
It's
best.
only
simply
until they
11
said it
prove
games
tells
in.
me
That's my
more
point.
about our offense than eking out a win against the Chiefs would have.
Was Ramsey in the Chiefs game or no? But is he?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Was
That's
he?
part of the
Yes,
reason
he
why we
played.
shut down Kelsey.
Yes,
Oh yeah, that's
he
right. That's
played.
right.
We had a full complement of everybody on defense.
Yeah, but they already said everyone else does it, so it don't matter. So
No, but Bryson doesn't going toe to toe with the Chiefs mean way more than whatever this Jets game was?
no, because we didn't win, and I don't think this team, until they prove it to me, can go toe to toe with the best teams and win. That's just my opinion. That's just my personal opinion.
There's
I
nothing
think we
wrong with
make.
that
Right.
because
We have
they
to
I
have
think we
eventually
make
go
I
toe
too
to
many
toe and
disagree.
eventually
mistakes.
win the game.
I think
I
that's
think
being,
we
That's
that's
what
being
Bryce
too
is
black
saying.
and white.
Bryce
I
is
think
saying
that's
eventually we're gonna have to win doing
we
the
gotta
toe to
win
toe
them.
stuff.
Yeah, I
Just
think we
playing
make
teams
too many
close is not good
mistakes on
enough.
offense, and I think we just
Right.
we make
You know
we
what
make
would have
way,
told me more beating the Chiefs than this Jets game
we have
is
too
if
many
we don't
turnovers.
botch
Beating
that
them
snap,
37 to
we
10
tie up
like
the
everybody
game.
was
Hold
predicting.
on, Crypto. We don't botch the
37
snap.
to
We
10.
tie
Damn.
up the game. We go to
Yes, people
overtime
were
and we
making
take
those
the first
predictions.
possession right down their throat for a touchdown. That's what would tell me something different than this Jets game told me today.
Yeah, if they
That's not
I
how we
will.
would have beat the Chiefs.
If they tied it up and there was no mistakes on that last drive, even the Cedric Wilson thing, the miscommunication, whatever the fuck that was, I don't even know what it was. But they go and they just like butter through that defense, then yes, I would agree.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
to lose,
But we
Yeah,
weren't
it
going to
was
win
it
that
was it
Chiefs
was a
game that
struggle
way.
getting down
We
there
weren't going to win it that way.
on that.
We were
second
going
to
to tie
the
it up,
series.
and we were going to battle back and forth until we kicked the game-winning field goal. That was going to be the only way we were going to win that game.
I think it was. I
Now,
forget who said it.
if you're telling me that we tie it up and then we take the first possession in overtime and drive right down their throats for a touchdown, then yes, it would have told me more than today's Jets game. But that's not what happened.
Well,
So today's Jets game
Well,
told me
we're
more.
most likely to play the Chiefs than to play the Jets in the playoffs. To be
And that
honest.
is a fact. That's why
I agree
would
with you,
took more
Color.
credit if we would have beat that team, not just playing them close and having a good game. No.
Exactly. Now, today we beat a team, yes, crappy divisional opponent, but with a good defense, and I don't care what anybody says. You know damn well these boys wanted to beat us today.
Clearly, yes.
They probably did in the first freaking 30 minutes of the game.
I'm being
You know-
honest, Color. That might have been. I'm not trolling. I'm just being real. Like I'm being 100% honest. That might have
That
been.
Javon Holland pick six broke their back. It broke their spirit. I'm
that might
telling
have
you
been-
right now.
That
Say
might
what
have
you
been.
want.
That might have been the worst.
They know they didn't have enough offense to come back.
That might
Yeah,
have
I
been the.
think that
A
is
10-6
true.
game is totally different.
That might have been the worst offensive eye test I've ever seen for one game. And I'm not. It was that bad, dude.
Our
For us
offense
or
is their
them?
offense.
No, for the Jets, Color. Obviously,
Yeah, I might
Okay.
agree with you there. That was pretty bad, dude. I
That was
don't.
terrible.
is that? Do you guys think I'm like? I'm not.
They are historically bad.
It might have been the
mean,
worst
historically.
eye test I've ever seen for one game by an offense that I've ever seen.
Like, I honestly think we could have spotted them like 21 points.
When you were up 10, Color, when the Dolphins were up 10-0, I was talking to my pops about it. I
We
said,
saw this coming.
if the Dolphins just run the ball every single play after that, you would have won the game. Every single play. That's how bad they are on offense, dude. I mean, it is fucking atrociously
Yeah,
bad.
they're bad. They're really bad. I mean,
Yeah, we
when
didn't
you
even really
got
have to throw a
fucking
single pass
Boydell as
after
your
the
starting
Javon Holland
quarterback,
touchdown.
that tells you everything you
Yeah.
need to know. That dude was the third stringer on the Lions 2 years ago when they went like 5-12 or whatever the fuck they did. If he's a third stringer on a 5-12 team, that should tell you what kind of quarterback he is.
Yeah, Bryson. That's why I caution everybody about crowing about how the Jets defense was playing against crappy quarterbacks last year, and it
Not
was
gonna
going to
lie,
come
they should
around,
have
and we
probably
was going to
played
do it.
They
Simeon
were
today.
3-13. I'm
Not
sorry,
gonna
they were
lie.
What's
3-13
good, everyone?
that year. They were
How y'all doing?
3-13 the year he was their third stringer.
It looks like.
Even more.
Wait, let's
That's
see.
why I was like,
No, Tony's
"Be
back
quiet,
in.
y'all."
There, oh,
What's good with y'all? How y'all
there you are,
doing?
Tony.
That's the MCJB, man. The
What's up,
That shit
sombrero.
kicked
MC?
me out. What the hell?
Sorry about that. It probably
Yeah,
just
the
happens. Sometimes
sombrero.
it gets disconnected
MCJB
real
got the
quick and it doesn't auto
sombrero.
add you back in all the time. That's
How
what
y'all?
Shake and I are here for, man. Make sure everybody gets
Mm.
ushered back in properly.
Hey, how y'all doing? How y'all feeling after this W we got from the New York
Pretty
Jets?
crappy, I guess. I don't know. I was loving it, but
No, just the stage is
You
set.
got
We're
you
back
got
to where we
mixed
were
feelings
last
about
year.
this victory.
I was all happy until Pete got here.
Yeah,
Man,
get some
Oh
mixed
man,
reviews up here.
let's cry about this. Is the only fan base I know that cries over wins. I tell you.
Well,
God,
goddamn
we're
it,
I'm
we
just
regularly
we
getting
concerned.
be
I
30
ain't
demand
burgers,
crying.
perfection.
I'm
guys.
just
And we're like,
concerned.
when was the last time we did
Right.
like, I mean, shit, man. How many 30 burgers we got this year, bro? Seriously.
Yeah, we demand perfection. We're not satisfied with just a win.
Yeah, there's a reason we're
Yeah,
scoring 30 and a half points a
professionals.
game because we get a 30 burger every fucking game.
If you
You know
draw
what's
30
weird though?
with 3 turnovers, just imagine if you don't turn the ball over.
But Tony, you know what's weird? Like sometimes
That's
Tua will,
exactly what I've been trying to say, Tony. Fixable problem, first world issues. You know what I mean?
but I keep saying it to Dolphins fans. I've said this about Tua for 2 years now. He'll throw some dumb interceptions sometimes, but he doesn't lose his decisiveness even after he makes a boneheaded mistake. He doesn't go into a shell. He doesn't get scared.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's true. That is true about him.
That's a great. I
He
know
doesn't
it's.
play
I know
bad.
that's. I know
Plays
some of those are
better.
bad interceptions, but that's a great sign, man. I can't.
Mm.
I just don't
Yeah,
understand
no,
how people
Yeah,
pick
I
up on
have
that.
to give him
I
credit for
know
that.
Tua's
I
the guy.
absolutely
I
have to
just
give
want
him
him to
credit for that.
fucking.
That's
I want
becoming
him to
a
stop
trend,
making these
like a
boneheaded. Like
serious pattern.
that pick six was just. I mean, that was a
And
rookie
I think
mistake.
a lot of
That
that
pick
has
six.
to do with the Dan Marino
Jake, how you
influence. You know, I
doing?
mean, the
Hey,
guy's got Dan Marino in his ear. Dan Marino would go out, throw 4 picks, and still win a freaking game. I mean, it's just, you know, and it's
I
a
don't
good
know.
mentality to have. Absolutely. It is the
Jake,
Miami
you all right?
mentality.
He was
My
laughing after the pick six color. He was like, fuck. You
Yeah,
got me.
like good for you. Watch
Good for
this.
you.
Hold my beer and
Right.
put 2 more touchdowns on
Jake,
him. You know what I mean?
Jake, it looks like the
Well, there's a
turkey
reason
got
he
you.
was
listen,
laughing after
color.
that because the Jets' offense was on the other
Hey, color.
sideline.
I'm gonna check
They
out. You
couldn't
want to?
make him pay
Can you
for it.
still hold it down or what?
What time we
Yeah,
at?
Shake look
10:41. Yeah, I
like
can
the
go a
turkey
little
got him
longer, I
a little
Time
suppose.
for
bit.
a
All right, I'm gonna check out. Listen, y'all have a good night. I'm gonna go cry myself to sleep over this win. Good night.
All right.
Hey, you look
All
like
right,
you
Shake
crying
Buddy.
from the
Call me a
turkey.
river, Shake Money.
Shake, go get some
Later,
sleep.
Shake.
Put some cheers in the bucket for me.
hey
And
crypto.
I'll hold it
That man
down as
looks
Yeah.
long as
so
you all
exhausted. I
will
think
help me out with one mic tonight.
I think
You
the
know what I
turkey
mean?
got into Shake.
Hey crypto, you got the turkey sandwiches going yet?
Yeah. I mean,
I
I
might
got
make
them.
a. I might make. I
Just
might
ain't
make a
eating none
turkey
today.
sandwich. I might make a big turkey sandwich
When I
here.
get back home, I do it. Yeah.
Where's it? Where's El Capitan?
Yeah, I mean,
He had a
Yeah.
big family friend neighborhood poker match tonight
I got you.
for entertainment purposes only.
listen, I'm happy we're 8-3. I just think this offense has to show they can step back up to their potential to make a deep playoff run. That's just my thing. I'm focused on the playoffs. Like these wins are great. I love it, but I just
Me
think
too.
there's a couple things this
That's
team
where I'm
has
at.
to show and prove me to be confident in the playoffs. Right now, I'm not. We're gonna make the playoffs. I'm just not confident we can make a deep playoff run now. But that being said, I do think we have plenty of time to make the tweaks, make the changes to make that playoff run. I just want to see them show it before I believe it. That's my whole thing.
But Bryson, why do you?
Time is running out slowly but surely.
Don't you think Bryson? I mean, obviously, it's a valid point you're making. You know,
That's where I'm at.
some
Playoffs.
improvements on offense, but don't you also take like comfort in realizing how wide open the AFC is?
No, I don't care
Aaron
about
Rodgers.
that.
Aaron Rodgers is not in the playoffs. Deshaun Watson's not in the
I
playoffs.
could
Joe
care.
Burrow's not in the playoffs. Justin
Okay,
Herbert's
you
probably
just
not
named
going to be in the
like two
playoffs.
guys I'm not scared about. Yeah, that's fine, but I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, the Jaguars, they played very well in the playoffs last year. Yes, they lost their second game against the fucking Super Bowl winners, but they played outstanding. They came back from a 4-interception deficit. They threw 4 interceptions the first half, and then they came back and won the game. The Browns have an elite defense this year. The Texans are on fire. CJ Stroud is balling. That
I would take the Dolphins over all those teams right now in a playoff match.
That's fine, but my thing is, I haven't seen my team yet go toe to toe with the league's best and make them embarrass them or win that game. And I think we can do that. I just don't want to put my faith in that till I see that, because the Dolphins, I have put faith in them in the past on what I think they can do, and they never fulfilled that, my hope, or whatever you want to say. I got the wrong words here, but I'm more, you got to show me, then I'm going to have faith in it. That's just how I've been, just from Miami Dolphins PTSD. That's just where I'm at.
You don't think? But I mean, what about? I know the Chargers have a losing record, but they were healthy, and Herbert's still Herbert. You don't think that was a good?
I don't think that. Well, like I said before, I don't think this offense is the same offense. I think that we've regressed. I think we need to get back to the offense that played the Chargers. If we go back to the offense that beat the Chargers, dude, there's not a team in the league we can lose to with this defense.
So,
If
what
we
do you
get the
guys think
offense from
about this? I just went to the New York Times playoff projector, and just by winning this game with no other action played Sunday yet, we are now greater than 99% to make the playoffs. We have virtually clinched the playoff berth.
I don't want to be the
still
bearer
gotta
of bad
go out there and win
news.
the games,
We were
Color.
in the 90s. We were in the 90s at 8
In
and
the
3 this time
90s
last
is
year.
different. Hey,
Oh,
in the
no.
90s is different than it's saying greater than 99%, bro.
Hey, Color,
This is
I'm
like,
not
Yeah, but
there
if
are
it's not
things that like,
100,
okay,
it doesn't
wait,
happen.
hold on. Reverse it, okay? Our chances of not making the playoffs are the same as a 7-2 offsuit winning a given poker hand. Less than 1%.
Anything can happen at
I
any
get all that.
given game.
But
Like,
once
that's
again,
all
we
I
were still
feel.
north of 90% this time
I
last
hear
year.
you.
Until
I
that
Right,
hear
but
playoff
you're
you.
spot is
telling me
locked
that,
in, I'm
Crypto,
not
as if I
buying into none
didn't
of those
just
numbers.
state that it's just like having 7-2 in a poker hand. You can still win with that. That was the point of me pointing that out.
Yeah,
I
but
hear you.
I think the interesting question is,
If
it's
you
like
want to
Bryson
put
was
your
saying.
money on less than 1% to not make the playoffs, then go right ahead. Shit happens. You're right.
It's how it's how
Don't
it's like
use my
Bryson said.
money.
I mean, it does.
It's like Bryson said. How far do you think they can go in the playoffs? Though, that's the legitimate question.
It's not as if it says Miami 2%. I mean, damn, man.
But color, I would take
color.
I would take the Dolphins. I would take the Dolphins over the Texans right now.
I
In a
will
playoff
only be
matchup.
I will only be happy if it said 100.
I'm pretty sure a mathematician that did the
Crypto.
projections knows that it's not 100%.
I would take the
No,
Dolphins
Color,
over the
I know
Ravens.
I know this team's a playoff team. I'm more talking about, winning and going
Super
to the
Bowl
Super Bowl.
contender.
I know we're going to the
Yeah,
playoffs.
my
It's
measurement
more,
is
can we step
is
up?
playoff wins.
I think
Okay,
we,
but yeah,
I think we
before you
win the
guys
first.
jumped on me, there was a point I was actually trying to make when I brought it up. Who
Yeah,
said
go
it?
ahead.
That the AFC is wide open. Josh, you said it, right?
Yeah.
That was my point to illustrate that. We're scoreboard watching for seeding. We've
Yeah.
made the playoffs, guys. I mean, damn.
Well, I won't say that
Yeah, well,
until
we gotta
that.
keep it up
I'm
because I
calling
want a
it.
home game.
Like
Color
Bryson,
commentary is
it's
calling
weird.
Hey, what letter
for
is it that they
himself.
put beside
Miami
your name when you
Dolphins
make
have
the playoffs?
clinched the
Y,
playoff
Z, or
berth.
X?
If I'm wrong, then
Until
I'm
we
just
get
going
one
to
of them
memory
that say
hole it
clinch
just like
playoff
the
berth.
AP does on election night,
It's
bro. That's all I'm
normally
saying.
an X or a Y or
It's,
Z.
it's the X,
It's the
right? So
letter.
until
Right.
I see that X or that Y by our name, we ain't making it yet.
No, Tony,
Right.
I'm getting the early call like the AP on election night, bro. You know, I'll just memory hole it if I'm
Oh, he
wrong. You
calling
know what I
it
mean?
in. All right.
Yeah, I'm calling it. Color
conceding.
commentary is calling it. The Miami Dolphins have clinched the playoff berth.
I'll hold my judgment to at least minimum after we play Dallas Cowboys.
If I take my and the thing is, if I take my Bills
No,
hat
because I
off,
think if we do what we got to do, crypto, by the time we play Dallas, that game should at least clinch us a playoff spot.
Well, let's see if anything can make it 100%
Right,
this
then the
week.
X is there.
Real quick,
Yeah,
let's
that's
see
what
if
I'm saying.
anything can
Until they
make
get
no,
that
nothing
X
can
next
make
week.
it 100% this week. I don't think.
no, I think it.
Nope,
No, 'cause
nothing.
there's too many
Until they
games
get that
involved.
letter, it's gonna always be a question mark for me.
Yeah, there's a ton of teams that have 4 or 5 losses that, you know, are really in the running. I mean, you could really see the Broncos make a run. I mean, that's really a likely possibility if they keep winning games. I know that sounds crazy, but the Broncos really could if they. I mean, that's how open the wild card spots are.
Nobody's a win or get in scenario this early because the first
No,
seeded
not yet.
first seed team is only
We
2 games ahead of the 7th seed.
well, we go to Washington, right? And then we come back to Tennessee. And then after Tennessee, it's the Jets again, correct?
Yep.
Or is it
And
Dallas before and then Dallas after the Jets?
Dallas
then,
after the Jets.
yep.
So
That's
that's
the
what I'm
home game.
saying. So that around that time should be able to at least be able to clinch a playoff spot if they do what we think they should do.
Oh yeah, take care of business in
You
the
get what I'm
next
saying?
week.
Because that'll be 4 more victories and that'll be 12 wins. So that's why I say I'm gonna hold my judgment until after the Dallas
Yeah.
Cowboy game.
I'm telling you, there's going to be a weird AFC Championship this year. It's going to be something weird like Miami versus the Texans or Buffalo versus Miami
That'd be
or
awesome. Well, not
Case.
the
It's
Buffalo part, but
or
that
Case
would be awesome if it was
or
Miami versus Texans. I
or
would
like
love that.
a KC versus the Browns. It's just going to be. I'm feeling it's going to be weird.
Oh, I got a good question. Hey, based on the
Team
way
that somebody didn't see.
this
Come out
is
of nowhere.
for hey, based on the way our team been playing, right? And we see how we play coming up a bye week. Would y'all prefer the first round bye, or would y'all just prefer the second seed?
I'm gonna. This is
Number 2
unpopular.
seed.
I personally would prefer the second seed because I don't think this team plays well after a bye. I just historically, I just don't think we do play well after
Completely
a bye.
That's
overthinking it.
crazy though, Bryson.
But
Completely
that's just my
overthinking it.
personal
Take the
opinion.
damn home field advantage in the bye.
Yeah, dude. Because it's
mean,
it's also not just about
Like
the
I
bye.
said,
It's about the
unpopular opinion, but that's
you're gonna
fine. You know.
you might face the 7th. You know, you're
Alrighty, Bryson, I'm kind of with you at that, bro.
But you're gonna, yeah, like you said, you're
Yeah, I
gonna
want to keep the
place the
momentum
7th
going
seed
in the
as the
playoffs.
second
I don't
seed.
want no
You're gonna
breaks.
play the 7th seed as the second seed. And honestly, the
Mhm.
only game that you're not gonna have a home field advantage is if you get to the AFC Championship. And with this year, it's very likely the number 1 seed loses before
Could
then.
sim-
And even
could
if it
lose before
doesn't,
then.
yeah, and if
I
that
think if
AFC
he gets the AFC
championship
team,
goes
I
through
don't care.
Arrowhead, we're done.
Why would you say that, Carter?
I mean,
Yeah, I
bro,
mean, he's got a point. Arrowhead's
it's
tough to
Well, the
win.
Arrowhead, bro.
temperature, and then it
Arrowhead
will
is
be
the
like 2
hardest
degrees
stadium to win in the
outside,
playoffs.
and they got the sea of red. Yeah, it'll be
Now,
difficult.
that's a good
I'm not
point.
gonna lie, I
And
would
and the
love
fact
to
there
go
will
there
be
for a
2
playoff
degrees.
game.
If
That
you
was a
can
heat
prove to
wave we
me
played in
that the
Buffalo
Chiefs are not,
last year. Arrowhead will be about 30
if you
degrees colder.
if you can prove to me that the
Really?
Chiefs are not the number 1 seed,
Yeah,
I take the second
with
seed
the
all
wind
day.
chill, it will be 30 degrees colder.
Oh, I didn't even think about
When
that.
we
I
played
mean,
Buffalo and it was snowing, that's a heat wave
You
compared
also
to
got
Arrowhead in
a whole
January.
less game to
oh, okay, I
play.
didn't.
A
I
whole, I
was
mean,
unaware
you
of that.
guys got to remember how
Mhm.
tough it is. I mean, like, man, I know
I
you
know,
don't
but
want no break
color
in
when
the
you
action,
do
but the
start
players
after you
do.
when
Trust
you
me.
do start playing color, the team you're playing just came off a playoff victory, so they're hot and ready. And
Yeah, they're also
I just
sore as
haven't.
a motherfucker.
Sure, but that don't matter in the playoffs. No one cares about that.
Yes,
I
it
just
does,
don't.
bro. Yes, it does. It
I mean, I
absolutely
just
matters.
Mm.
You know when it
this
matters,
team
bro?
looks.
It
This
matters
team
in the
doesn't look
AFC
good off their
Championship game.
bye.
That's when it matters.
Yeah, you
Sure,
want that
I still
AFC
think this team
Championship in
looks good
Miami.
after a
Because
bye.
what happens is if that team that's on the bye comes into the divisional round and gets their win,
Right.
now they're going into the championship game with the same kind of momentum you got, except they're a whole extra week healthier.
And it's 90% of the time, Bryson. Like if you get the 1 seed, right, that divisional opponent that you're facing, it's usually like a weird, not a good team. It's going to be like
Well, sometimes it could be as high as the 4 seed that's played. Yeah.
It's typically the 4 seed or lower. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Actually,
you want?
I think the highest it can be is the 4 seed. The
Right.
highest it can be is the 4 seed. Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, listen, I'll say this caveat: if we get the 1st seed, I am not mad at all. I'm happy. I'm stoked. I'm gonna brag about it. I will be concerned about the bye with coming not as hot. I just think this team isn't the greatest after a bye. But hey, it's the playoffs. Things are
That's
different in the regular season.
Minutia, but it's not the same in the playoffs, man.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
bye
So
week is
maybe
not
it's
the same,
completely
dude.
different. Because I mean, last year both 1 seeds went to the Super Bowl. I don't think the year before it happened, but last year, I mean, recency bias, both 1st seeds went to the Super Bowl. So
The thing is,
I'm not gonna
Bryson.
be mad.
Yeah.
The thing
I
is,
just gotta
the
get my
reason,
unpopular opinion.
Bryson,
they broke that trend, like you said, because Tampa Bay won the Super Bowl. They was a 5th seed.
Yeah, they were the 5th seed. Yeah, correct.
the reason I would be more optimistic, Bryson, as a Dolphins fan, like if I'm taking my Bills hat off, is in the playoffs. And I'm not saying anything you don't know, but I'm just trying to reiterate the point. When it's in a playoff game and every single play matters, and you have guys like Jalen Ramsey and Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, like these aren't good players. These are blue chip, that elite. And when you have that type of top end talent, those are the types of players that come through in the playoffs, dude.
Agreed. I do agree with that. I'm just hard on myself and my team. That's just how I've always been. I'm going to be more critical about the team than some other people's might. Now I'll defend the team, of course, but and you that is a good point. I didn't even think about that. Jalen Ramsey has a Super Bowl ring. Tyreek Hill has a Super Bowl ring. These players are going to be leaders in the locker room come playoff time, and that's a big deal. Plus, they're gonna have cameras around them. Hard Knocks is gonna be going till the end of the season. So not that should make them more or less motivated, but we're going to get to see that inside scoop, which I'm actually pretty excited about. I want to beat a team like the Cowboys, and I want to beat the Bills at the end of the year. I know they've been lackluster this year, but the Bills
beat
still
everybody,
have played
bro.
really well against us our whole
Why you
time.
being so
Josh Allen.
discriminatory, bro? I want to
Some of
beat
that stuff-
everybody.
I'll give you a story, Bryson.
Yeah, we're gonna have to win that game.
The 99 Rams, I think, had one of the worst, like easiest schedules in NFL history.
Yeah,
but then they still kicked.
Turf.
But they still kicked everyone's ass in the playoffs. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah,
listen,
they
I
got
was a
lucky
year
on
old,
the
2 years
freaking
old.
Or the
when
NFC
that
Championship was
not
close.
getting in the
Yeah.
end zone.
So I can't really speak on that. I
But you
just
get what I'm-
Yeah.
I want to see. I
But
want to
look,
see
we had to
some
go back
guts
damn near
from this
23
team. I
years
haven't
just to
seen
find that
guts
one
yet.
team though that didn't have a
I
quality.
haven't seen
win
this
and won a
Dolphin
Super
team
Bowl.
get smacked in the face and smacked back. That's what I want to see. Because the
Bro,
team that
all I
gets
know
smacked
is
back
we put up
can win a
70
playoff.
points on an NFL team in Hard Rock. I don't want no playoff game being played anywhere but Hard Rock. That's just me, bro. Personal preference. I don't care if we got to sit home for a
that's
week.
why there's an unpopular opinion, which I totally understand why you feel that way. And
I'm not gonna understand
listen, like I
because you won't
said,
want the rust.
I wouldn't be
You don't want
upset
the
if we had the number 1 seed by any margin.
Yeah,
would
you don't want the
concern me
rust.
being rusty. That's my only thing.
I get all that, but if rust is standing in our way of a Super Bowl, then we don't deserve a Super Bowl. Just all
That's a
there
good
is to
point.
it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Color. That is a very good point. That's a very good point.
You know what? Yeah.
I think the Dolphins should sign Melvin Ingram or Jason Pierre-Paul. That's what I would do.
I would love to sign Melvin Ingram. I
if
loved
you-
Melvin Ingram when he played with us
Big
last
time.
year.
I'd be a big
1
fan,
through
huge
7,
fan
you
of
should
bringing
be a
Melvin Ingram back in.
Melvin
simply
Ingram,
because we'd be bringing him back in, and secondly, he worked with
He knows the
Fangio as
team.
well out there in
Yeah.
Denver. So
We need to go to
I would
and we
love-
need to
that's a good
organize.
idea. I completely forgot about him.
We need to organize as NFL fans going to grass, guys, because this is ridiculous. I mean, we got it. This field turf thing was a good experiment. I thought it would be pretty cool, but it's clearly
Listen, there's a
fucking
reason
dangerous.
soccer plays on regular grass. There's a big reason. And the NFL has more than enough money to fucking play on grass. The Miami Dolphins, Stephen Ross owns a whole grass farm for our field. I mean, that should be a thing across the league. I mean, like they have billions of dollars. Everybody should have grass. I don't understand this whole turf thing. I mean,
When you have a
it's really
player
a
that's
problem.
barely just planting and they blow out their Achilles, there's something wrong with the turf, dude.
Well,
The
and
same thing happened to Trey
injuries.
White. The same thing
Do
happened
we
to Trey
have
White.
any? Do we have any update on an injury report? I feel like we're still guessing on what happened, man. I know
So,
not.
no one's.
I'm not
I
trying
mean,
to discount
The
your
right
guess
Achilles
there,
injury.
Josh, because
Yeah,
I
he
thought
has
the same
Achilles
thing as
injury.
well during the game. But have we got any confirmation on what they're looking at here? I mean,
it's definitely been reported that it is an Achilles. They don't know
Achilles.
how bad it is. But
Then,
from what Twitter doctors or whatever, I mean, if you watch the video, it looks exactly like Kirk Cousins' injury and Aaron Rodgers, like the way the calf just ripples. It looks exactly the same.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
that
So
doesn't necessarily mean.
it's at least stretched enough that he's likely done for the year.
Yeah, I think he's done for the year. But like you said, I mean, until a doctor says it, it's not true. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sure we'll find out in the next 24 to 48 hours.
Well, I just hadn't heard anything yet because I've been on the show here, so I didn't,
Yeah, no, they did
it
it.
could have
I
very well been a sprained ankle for all we know. Like, I don't
Yeah, it
know.
is an Achilles injury. We just haven't been. Nobody's reported on how.
ESPN put
That,
it out.
now I will say, Derek Barnett from the Eagles, he was their first round pick in the 2017 draft. He got released today, so that might be the Dolphins might be in the market for him as well. So
Carlos,
the guys out there they can pick up.
Me and my brother looked at the free agent defense on Spot Track. I think Carlos Dunlap, who was on the Chiefs Super Bowl team last year, is a free agent. I don't know what kind of shape he's in, but
And listen, I don't even think we need to pick up a starter. I think we have the starters there. I just think we need a little bit more depth with this loss. I think AVG was playing outstanding when Jalen Phillips was injured previously in the season.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, Agba played really good today. I know that was a bad O-line, but he played very, very good today. So I'd love to
RD coming up here earlier. Yo, you're listening to what Big O's saying? It's like, bro, I'm on a show. How the hell am I listening to Big O?
I do like Big O.
That's like calling up Bill O'Reilly and being like, "Hey, are you listening to Rachel Maddow right now?" Like,
yeah.
No, bro.
Why
I'm
were you
doing
guys
a
saying
show.
like similar things, Color, and you just didn't know? Is that what was going on?
No, he comes in talking about Tua. We were talking about something completely different.
Oh, I got you.
And he's like, "But Big O, you heard what Big O is saying right now?" I'm like, "No, I'm on a show, bro. Like, how would I know what Big O was he saying if he's doing his show right now and I'm doing mine? Like, how the fuck would I know?"
Yeah. I typically listen to Big O's interviews in the car. I like to hear what the beat reporters say and stuff.
It'd be like calling up Letterman, going, "Did you hear what fucking Leno just said?" He's like, "No, telling my own jokes over here, man."
Guys, have a good night. I'm out. Enjoy.
Hey man, you have a good one.
You too, Winners. Appreciate you coming by.
Man,
See you, Winners.
We'll see you around, man. Hey, you going to the Commanders game next week?
No, I'm going to the Buffalo game at the end of the year.
Nice, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good game to go to, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm going to
Hey, Winners, you have a good night, brother.
Ravens and
Appreciate you, brothers.
Yep.
Take care now.
Take it easy,
Good
Winners.
job.
Take it easy, man.
And beating the Jets. Yeah. Ain't really much left to say. We got 65 of you still watching at 11 o'clock. It's likely because it's a Friday night and everybody's still got so much energy after winning. So I'll keep going a little longer if y'all want. If not, we can start, formulating some final thoughts.
Do we know what happened with Holland?
I think Holland said he was fine.
Okay.
Oh, Lester Cotton?
No, Holland. Javon Holland.
He said he was fine.
What do you mean? Yeshui Colin?
Javon Holland.
Oh, Javon Holland. I didn't even know something was wrong with him.
Yeah, he was out towards the last part of this game.
I see. I just thought they took everybody out. It was our whole backup squad in the secondary towards the end there.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but he did have an injury. Before they did that, he was out. It probably was only like a series or so.
Oh, right. Nene's saying everybody is at the high school game. So, yeah, everybody probably flooding in right now. Still got all kinds of energy.
You know who I got to give a shout out to? And I said this before the season about the Dolphins in my assessment, that the offensive line was nowhere near as much as a concern as people thought. Not only that, but the depth has really come through, man. Like, I think people, Chris Greer, man, he was right about it. He got a lot of heat for all offseason during the draft about the O-line. And they've really, especially the depth, man, has held up really well for the Dolphins.
Speaking of,
you know,
color commentaries, game ball, post game, Jets versus Dolphins. This is the first installment of Colors Game Ball.
I like it.
My game ball goes to, and I want everybody to hear this loud and clear. Great. Dade. What's up, Dade? Dade County's in the house. Everybody say hi to Dade.
What's up,
and
man?
it's perfect timing, Dade County, because I'm about to award the color commentary game ball for this week. And I want somebody like you to witness it. Not that it's coming at you, but you'll understand why I want you to witness it when I say who it is. And I'm going to say it loud and proud. This week's game ball, color commentary game ball, goes to none other than the Oak Mountain himself, Liam Eichenberg, baby. Liam, getting chippy. I mean, totally locking guys down all game, bro.
Also, they kept the driver
all
alive.
kinds of good freaking
That
hand
intangible
moves
right
and
there.
maneuvering to keep his guy locked up. Oh, just great performance today by
Liam really has turned
Liam.
I'm happy about it.
The Oak Mountain Eichenberg.
Mascot Holland. But yeah, I can see Liam. But yeah.
Game ball of the week, color commentary.
He had an
game
intangible
ball to Liam
forced the
Eichenberg.
defensive against a stout defensive player. He baited him into a stupid penalty that kept our drive alive.
And who do you all think when those counter traps that Mostert runs work for 15 yards? Who do you think when he sidesteps the tackler? Who do you think he's sidestepping? He's sidestepping Liam Eichenberg, making that block, opening that freaking lane.
You know what it is though, Color? It's as fans, our evaluation process is so impatient, dude. We shit on these guys when it's an incredible jump from college to pro. And it's just sometimes it takes time, man.
I think honestly, Josh, I'll say this. I think a big reason was coaching. Because as soon as we get better coaching in this O-line room, everybody's taking leaps. Austin Jackson.
You sure, Bryson? I thought that Greer was holding on to him because he didn't want his draft pick to be a bust.
Right. That's what
even though we were shopping the quarterback for some reason, but not the guard. You know what I mean? God forbid if we shop a guard.
As soon as we add Butch Berry, Isaiah Wynn, before he has injury, he had a career year. Austin Jackson's having a career.
I had to add that,
Liam,
Crypto, because that was the point I was at. Crypto, I had to add that because that was the point. Bryson, hold on just a second for me, buddy. Crypto, I had to add that because that was the point I was trying to make when I got rudely accused of making everything about Tua and then kicked out of the freaking Twitter space by people wearing superhero pajamas, okay, telling me that I make everything about Tua when I was simply wanting to know the answer to the question, why is it that we couldn't, if it wasn't political, if it wasn't about bravado and making Greer wanting his pick to be right, then what is it about Liam Eichenberg is why he's still on this roster when we were making secret yacht meetings to get rid of our quarterback? What, no secret yacht meetings to get rid of the guard? We have to make sure the guard. We have to make sure the guard preserves our reputation, but not our quarterback. That was the reason I brought up the quarterback. Had nothing to do with Tua. Could have been anybody at quarterback.
Color. The thing is, these are.
But I got kicked out of his space and censored over that shit.
Fans
and I never even got to. I never even got to make my point, which was the point I just made. Why are we holding on to Liam Eichenberg as if it because? And the answer is always because Greer wants his draft pick to be right. Well, if that's the case, what was the point of the secret yacht meeting?
You know what it is too, Carl?
Greer didn't want to be right about Tua. Greer didn't want to be right about Tua. Only Eichenberg.
Well, that yacht wasn't the
Only
yacht meeting
Eichenberg. He only
before
wanted to be
we
right about
drafted him?
Eichenberg. He didn't want to be right about Tua.
Well, that yacht meeting was before we drafted Tua, I thought. That was when Ryan Fitzpatrick
No.
was the quarterback.
Mm-mm. It was
Yeah,
after.
It really doesn't
yeah.
even matter, Bryson. The point I'm trying to make
It
is
doesn't. You're right.
if I'm
But I'm just
saying
saying.
I ain't getting rid of this guy, even though the whole fan base shits on him and thinks he sucks, I ain't getting rid of this guy because I want my draft pick to be right.
Right. And he can
But I
flip.
was shopping the quarter, but the 5th overall pick.
Yeah.
People, dude, Chris
But nobody
Greer,
wants to admit. Everybody wants to put their head in the dirt and not listen when the organization literally admitted to shopping Tua.
right?
Yeah. They came out and said it in the press conference.
But not Eichenberg.
They were shitting on
And I
Chris.
think the answer is what
Yacht
you
was
hit on, Josh. Or I think it was you. Maybe it was Bryson. You hit on the answer to the real answer to the question. It wasn't political. It wasn't, I got to have my draft pick being right. It's that he trusted in the offensive line coaching that we brought in to get him right.
Right.
And nobody wants to admit that he's getting right.
He
They want to
is.
keep
He's
spitting
getting
on
it.
him.
Butch Berry deserves a raise today, dude. I mean, come on. He has made that line look outstanding, even with injuries. Even with injuries. Everyone's having career years.
Even Keon Smith came in.
If Greer wanted to be right about anything, it was about who he hired for offensive line coaching.
Well, and the thing is, Color, I think fans, and I'm included in this many times, is they give up on things so fast, and that's why fans aren't in the business. That's why Greer and all these other guys are in the business, because you have to trust the system. And
Bro, it's so funny you say that because that's literally why I brought up the Tua thing. Because I know it. I recognize it, Bryson. You know how? Because I did that to Tua unfairly. I did that.
Yeah.
I gave up on him. Not because of Tua, but because of how it was sold to me and the expectation that was set.
Right.
So when that didn't pan out, yes, I am one of those that was guilty of giving up on Tua.
We all are guilty of.
So that's how I can
recognize
recognize it when they're doing it to Liam Eichenberg.
For sure. And listen, I was
they
guilty with the
giving
Liam
Eichenberg the same
Eichenberg. I was guilty. I was like, dude, this guy sucks. And I mean, I was completely wrong.
See, I actually learned from my mistakes. I have a lot of them in life. I don't care. I'm not going to sit here and kowtow to some Tua and ear because Tua got better when I had no faith that he would have. Likewise, they don't have any faith that Liam Eichenberg is going to get better, but it's perfectly okay to sit here for weeks on end shitting on the guy.
People in this fan base were calling for Vic Fangio to be fired this season. They were being called week 3. They were calling for Vic Fangio's head. And we were like, whoa, chill out, dude. And then people were like, what has this guy done recently? He's never done anything. I was on a Twitter space and trying to defend Vic Fangio. And they're like, no, he's never been a good coach. He was just blah, blah, this and that. And I was like, dude, chill out. Give the guy some time, bro.
Well, you know, Bryson, they never wanted me to apologize for being wrong because I was never wrong. I said, this X, Y, and Z is what Tua needs to do to get better. So Tua goes out for a couple off seasons and does X, Y, and Z. And as such, he gets better. How was I wrong? What I was wrong about was not having faith that he would. And I'm sorry. I will never, ever, 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 till the day I die, apologize for not having faith in somebody. Not. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think the thing that matters is
he ain't never done nothing for me. What the hell has Tua ever done for me or shown me that I should have faith in him up to that point?
Well,
now I still don't have faith in him, but what I do have faith in is that we can win with him.
Right.
Yeah, you got a good point with that.
Once you hit on the quarterback, man, it's pretty much gravy at that point.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's
the thing of
quarterback
it is,
and
bro, the
O-line.
reason I'll never apologize for not having faith is because we do not choose what we believe. You can tell me till you're blue in the face that we do, but if you're choosing your belief, you're faking. A belief is to be convinced of something. A disbelief is to be not convinced of that thing. We do not choose what we are convinced of. You're either convinced or you're not. There may be evidence or facts or fake evidence or abstractions that convince you. But you don't control what you're convinced of. You can't just arbitrarily say, I'm convinced that the sky is purple.
Yeah, but you can lean into it.
You can choose to want to be convinced of something or not.
Yeah.
And so you might leak in a little bias that causes you to be convinced, but you're not choosing to be convinced ever. It's not something we choose.
I guess the question...
I'm not saying we don't have free will. That's a different argument. I'm saying when it comes to our beliefs and what we're convinced and not convinced of, we do not choose our beliefs. We do not have free will when it comes to choosing what we're convinced of. It just happens or it doesn't.
The way I look at
if you force yourself to be convinced of something without any valid evidence, that is called faith.
The way I look at
just don't have it.
Well, but the way I look at quarterbacks, color is like there's obviously different levels, but I just simply ask the question. Like you can rank them 1, 3, 5, 7. I just ask the question: do I legitimately believe? Like would I put money on the line that this person could, not they will, could win a Super Bowl one day? And if the answer is yes, then I don't need to like, oh, he's the third best quarterback. Oh, he needs these types of, you know what I mean? That's the more nuanced conversation about different levels of it. And I think
still don't believe. I'm still not convinced. I'll say it like this. I am still not convinced that without this chance and what we've got going on here, even if it changes and morphs because of time going by, I don't think it can happen anywhere else for Tua. Like, I'm not convinced that Tua can do it without this particular environment, this particular coaching staff, like not just the whole staff, but just like, I don't know if other places, I think
He's no Patrick Mahomes where you can probably do
because
it anywhere.
I'm not one of those people that believes in the slander of Brian Flores. So like,
right.
I just think Brian Flores is a different style coach. Not for everybody. Fine. Oil and water personality wise, it was never going to work out. But what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of teams that still are in that traditional mindset that obviously didn't work well for Tua. So I just don't know if another organization would necessarily understand him other than maybe the 49ers. Like, I think Tua could make a run with the 49ers just like he's making a run here.
They'd probably win the Super Bowl with Tua.
Let me ask it this way, Cutler. Like, this is maybe a better way of asking it. Like, would it shock you if Tua won the Super Bowl one day? It wouldn't shock me.
No, absolutely not. Because the thing of it is, bro, when we execute at an upper level, partly of that is to do with Tua executing at a high level as well. And when he does, he's one of the best that's ever done it. I've never taken that away from him. But again, I can go out in the backyard and put a football on a fence post from 20 yards all day long, over and over and over again, consecutively.
Like people,
am I a good NFL quarterback?
People shit on Dak Prescott, for example, right? But if someone if someone asked me a question, would it shock you if Dak Prescott won a Super Bowl? I'm like, no, it wouldn't shock me.
It wouldn't shock me either, to be honest. But I'm a Dak fan. I'm a big Dak fan.
Is Dak as good as Mahomes? No, nobody.
Well, mainly, it wouldn't shock me because I've been watching football for so long that I've seen so many championships and runs being made because simply the stars align the right way for a team.
I also think,
let's say there was years where again, people forget this, but there was a lot of years when those Tampa and Ravens teams that won with inferior quarterbacks. People forget that there was a lot of people injured, a lot of star players injured on other teams that year. Yep. These are the stars that have to align. So I've seen anybody win a Super Bowl, bro. You know what I mean? Like, the Seahawks did it. I think the year they might not even been over 500 the year they won one of theirs.
I just think that quarterbacks like Dak Prescott and
got
Tua,
pretty deep.
Tua,
it has
they
to be
need
that way in
more
the
to win a
playoffs.
Super Bowl than someone like Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes won a Super Bowl with a bum ankle and a subpar wide receiver core. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
like
there's
quarterbacks like
levels
Patrick
to it.
Mahomes, they
Yeah,
can
as far as
elevate their
needing to.
team to a Super Bowl team. But I think when you have quarterbacks like
But see, that's
Tua
the
and
thing, though.
Dak,
That's the
they
thing,
need
though.
more to
Most
win a
teams
Super Bowl.
don't have that, and most teams in that
Exactly.
situation would have a competent enough backup to do the job. This is why Buffalo made runs, because Frank Reich was actually a legit number one playing number two. You know, a couple others throughout the league I can't think of it off the top of my head, but they're,
I would say Nick
Earl
Foles through the playoffs
Morrill
elevated the
for us in
Eagles.
'72. I mean, the fact that Patrick Mahomes played injured like that is a credit to him, first of all, but it's a superpower for the Chiefs, not for Patrick Mahomes. It just means that they don't have to hire a competent backup.
Look at the quarterbacks that aren't in.
Well, Chad Henne did play some minutes for him in that.
Well, yeah,
In
but you
that
know what I
year,
mean,
he
Crypto.
won. He did well when he
I'm talking
played,
about a
too.
backup that would almost play to his level. You know, like
Yeah,
where
that's
you could
impossible.
take him out
Yeah.
real quick. No, in other words, kudos to Patrick Mahomes. Their superpower out of him is the fact that he can play on a bum ankle like that for a minute and still
and
light
win
up
and
the
beat
numbers. You know what I
the
mean?
Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, that Philadelphia Eagles team last year was one of the best football. I mean, it was an outstanding
For him to
football team. They had
overcome
the
that.
best O line, the
what
best
I was
D
getting
line.
at was that I know it's a short season. I know when it comes to records and wins and losses, it's a short season, but it physically for what they have to endure, it's a long season. And I think that's a really big advantage for a guy that can play injured like that, because that's one thing that separates the teams that go deep and the teams that actually win the Super Bowl is the ones that are healthier, and the ones that, if they're not healthy, they're playing through it. You know what I mean? Like
Bengals, man, when they beat
they needed Patrick Mahomes to win that Super Bowl, so Patrick Mahomes stayed on the damn field.
I thought that when the Bengals killed the 49ers and beat the Bills, and right before that Ravens game, look at the bad luck there, dude. They looked like they could easily go to the Super Bowl.
I also would
Ravens,
like to
yeah.
know how
You
many
talking about the
drugs
Ravens, right?
Patrick Mahomes was on in that second half of that Super Bowl, because that dude was jacked up with some juice.
Yeah,
I
they
bet.
probably.
Well, no, a
He probably got
beautiful
a couple
example
injections.
would be the Eagles against the Patriots with Nick Foles. If that isn't a more beautiful
Yeah, that's what I
example of
said.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
If Carson Wentz
All
could
you
play
need is
injured, they
one
wouldn't have
team.
needed Nick Foles. But lucky they had Nick Foles, because even though he never would have turned out to be we all know he wasn't the guy, he still was good enough in the moment as a quarterback. The guy does have talent.
Well,
To
the
beat a
last 4
really
games
good
of the regular season, and then to go
Patriots
through the
team too.
playoffs.
That was a really good team that year.
Yeah, because in the
Yeah,
moment he actually
they
is top
overcame
5 level
Brady
type
throwing
quarterback.
500
He just
yards.
never the guy is one of those types. If you kind of do a little deeper dive on Nick Foles, he just doesn't prioritize football and winning at football in life. That's not what does it for him. He's like all into his religion, and it doesn't define him.
He's
And that's
like
why
most
he's
people.
not a true starter, even though he kind of is good enough to be. You know what I mean? If he really if he
doesn't
was
have
really
Chip
married
Kelly.
with a good coaching system and all that, where everybody had the will to win, he just doesn't care. He does in the moment, like in that moment, that season. You know what I mean? And you got the best of what Nick Foles could offer, and it won him a Super Bowl.
He took the bull by the horns. Pinned
The
the elbow
alternative
Tom
was
Brady,
Wentz playing on bum ankles.
which was good. Because I needed him to win that one, because we were trying to keep Brady from racking up all these wins in the playoffs. That helped. That was Brady's best performance, and then it came in an L. That's what was so good about that full Super Bowl. That he handed the arguably the GOAT a loss in his greatest ever performance on the biggest stage.
Yeah. Well, and the
I
Giants.
couldn't
That's
believe
what
Nick
was so
Foles was
great.
on the waiver wire in fantasy that year. He won me
The
my
same
championship that year, bro.
and
Yeah.
Crypto, the same division, the Giants, they beat arguably the best Patriots team to ever exist when they were
That ever
undefeated.
existed, right? Then the Giants did the
You
same thing,
know, the
right?
same division,
Same division.
bro. And that's the
Yep.
East.
Right.
That's the NFC
But if
East,
I'm
bro.
not
We got some
mistaken,
love over
NFC East,
there.
right?
if I'm not
Right.
mistaken, who was the head coach when Jalen Ramsey carried Blake Bortles to an AFC championship game in Jacksonville?
Was it Tom Coughlin?
I think
Still
it
that
was
coach then?
Tom Coughlin.
It was Coughlin. Yeah.
You know what? It wasn't. I don't think it was Coughlin as a head coach, Crypto. I think he came back to Jacksonville and acted as their GM or something, or
'cause I know
their
he was in the
advisor
management.
to the coach or whatever. You know what I mean? He had all the
Yeah.
power basically. But I
Right.
think the coach might have been Doug Marrone,
Right, because Coughlin beat
or
them in
maybe
the
still
Super
Jack
Bowl.
Del Rio. Maybe it was
He
still
was
Jack Del Rio.
he ended up being a Giants coach that did beat them in the Super Bowl.
Right,
So
right.
he
What
do
year
have a
was
win
Jalen
against them.
Ramsey drafted?
Oh, Ramsey was drafted in 14 or 13. He came in with DVP year, didn't he? Or no,
I
before
think
that.
I think it was his
Was
rookie
it
year
before
that
that?
they went to the championship game.
Yeah, it was either 14 or 15. I think him and Parker. Oh God, were they in the same class?
I'm looking right now. I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah. Either before or after. I want to say 1 year
26.
separation.
You know what would be
2016, he was drafted by
16,
Jacksonville.
okay.
Color,
So
you
it
know,
was after. So we had
He
Mike
got
Wallace
he got
that year.
AP Defensive Player Rookie of the Year.
color, you know what would be
Yep.
crazy.
So it was his Ramsey's. He's 8 year.
Obviously, you want the Dolphins to win the Super Bowl, but I'm saying if they didn't, you know what would be nuts is if CJ Stroud won the Super Bowl as a fucking rookie, dude. That would be,
Yeah,
dude.
that would be.
He would get so many media endorsements.
Oh
I think it was
God.
his second year
Yeah, it
when
would
they went
be.
to the
If
playoffs.
he run it as a rookie, yeah.
Guys, I think it
that
was
would be
his
Ben
second
Roethlisberger
year they
category.
went to the playoffs.
Imagine being a Panthers
They would literally
fan
be like
if
Ben
the
Roethlisberger.
fucking CJ Stroud won the Super Bowl.
God, Bryson,
Oh, imagine being a Falcons. Yeah, of the
A Panthers fan.
Panthers.
Talk
That
about-
would be
Oh
the
my
worst.
God.
Yeah, they would be the sickest franchise
Dude, I'm
right
telling
now.
you, the Bryce Young and CJ
Oh,
Stroud
snap.
comparison
Oh,
will
look
be
at
the
this.
next two in
Right.
Herbert.
Hey, yo. The
Yeah, it
coach
would
was
be.
Doug Marrone the year. It was Jalen Ramsey's second year in the league when they went to the championship game and lost to the Patriots.
Yeah.
Doug
They just should have
Marrone was
handed
their
that
head
one.
coach. I will
They should have never won that
man,
game.
I want to put up a prize for this.
They was up
People are
by
gonna
10 points
Google
in
it
the
too
fourth
quick though.
quarter.
Guess
Lost that
who?
game.
Guess who was their offensive coordinator? So this is with Blake Bortles at quarterback, who had some games where he only threw for 50-something yards. And they went to the AFC Championship game with that defense, which included Jalen Ramsey in his second year.
Was it Chan
Who
Gailey?
was their offensive coordinator?
It wasn't Chan Gailey, was it?
It's gonna blow y'all's mind.
Nathaniel
Hackett.
No, are you serious? That is hilarious.
That's a heart attack, bro. It's on Pro
So
Football
now he's in
Reference.
charge.
That is hilarious.
2017 Jacksonville Jaguars OC Nathaniel Hackett.
So what he couldn't do with
Nathaniel
Bortles, he's having a
Wow.
worse historic offensive performance this year with this team. Wow.
That's hilarious, dude.
That is crazy.
He's known for having a defense that try to help out his offense, but now he's getting that experience in New York.
You know what's so weird?
Wow.
Always these narratives.
Blake Bortles had 230
Jackson-
yards per game passing.
There's always these narratives in the offseason.
That was terrible.
Stay healthy, this, that, and the other. Well, look now. Look who can't stay healthy. Joe Burrow.
Everybody else says what you call it.
Nobody talks about that either, bro.
Nobody. It's completely the script.
Nobody talks about that. And I love Joe
The whole
Burrow.
AFC been
I'm a
disrupted.
huge Joe Burrow
Universe
fan.
been disrupted.
But he
Yeah.
can't stay healthy.
You got to be about it, dude.
And Josh, I strongly, intellectually suspect Josh Allen in his shoulder. I'm standing by it, bro. I think the guy's been injured all year. I think his shoulder's really hurting, and he's been playing through it.
That would make
I
sense.
think that's why you're seeing sub 300-yard games, even when they're winning. You know what I mean? Like, I just honestly believe his shoulder is toast right now.
They better figure it out Sunday because the Eagles are a very physical team. So.
Color, I didn't even think about that. That would make a lot of sense. And I mean,
I've
if you
been
look
saying
at
it
it,
all
like
year. It's nagging from last year.
They don't want to.
It also has to do with the elbow when he slammed his elbow on the
he's
dude's
also a
helmet last
guy
year.
that puts heat
It's all
on every ball.
It's all
you know?
coordinated. It's all together, man.
I don't care how big you are. If you put heat on every ball, dude. Drew Brees, I just read this article the other day. Drew Brees says he can't throw with his right arm. If he throws a football with his son, he throws with left-handed because his right arm doesn't work anymore because his shoulder's so jacked up. Bro, if you throw the ball enough, bro, your shoulder, it's just gonna jack up, man. That's just how it is.
Yeah, I think Allen's career.
Plus, he's dealt with that injury.
His career will probably come to an end when he's like 35, 36. There's no way he's going to last till he's 40.
I think it'll be like a Cam Newton situation where he was very good when he was healthy, but as soon as he's the tackles are going to rack up. It's just going. to happen.
Exactly. And Josh, that's also the reason I think his rushing numbers are down. They not only does he not want to, but they do not want him putting his shoulder into a linebacker right now. That is also a part of the little bit of evidence that I'm gathering that something's been wrong with his shoulder. You know what I mean? But Bryson's making a good point.
Last year, in the last year too.
I just don't. I think that when I tried to bring up the shoulder stuff, people laughed at me and didn't want to engage. So I made a joke about it, like when I said, "Hey, like I think at one point I had your name at Josh Allen's shoulder is the next Carson Wentz's ankles or something like that." Right? That was your name for a while, by the way. I don't know if you ever heard it, but because I firmly believe that, like, when it comes to the comp Bryson just made, I'm more of the Carson Wentz thought. I think if he don't get it right and it continues to nag him, his shoulder could be the end of him, just like Carson Wentz's ankles were the end of him.
And don't forget, Carson Wentz got paid too. He got the biggest contract on the market too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying it's going to happen as fast as it did Carson Wentz, but as soon as those injuries hit, and there's no stopping it with the quarterback that's as physical as Josh Allen is. Carson Wentz was just as physical as well. I mean, he would go out and run the ball.
If you remember, a lot of the young quarterbacks too, like John Elway, people don't really remember John Elway. It's not like he was
Trust me, I remember him.
It's not like he was a bad quarterback when he got into his mid-30s, but he wasn't the same quarterback, and his running game carried him in his last 3 or 4 years. So I think
he's a typical mobile quarterback.
I mean, Allen's still only 27, but I think once he gets to like 31, 32, they're going to have to fundamentally change, how the offense is.
Well, they need to change how the offense is now. They're too like needing Josh Allen to carry them. Like, that's the problem. Is if Josh Allen is not having a hero game, you guys lose.
Right, and that's kind of what I'm meaning, bro. I mean, if they're not going to, I know this is kind of cliched nowadays, but if they're not going to surround him with more talent, then what is he supposed to do? I mean,
and it looks like Stephon Diggs is not happy. I mean, I don't really know what's happening in the building, but it's Stephon Diggs is outstanding receiver.
He could easily find himself being Carson Wentz at Washington.
I can't go
or Indianapolis. You know what I mean? Not Carson Wentz at Philly.
Yeah, I mean, I just think Carson Wentz started to fall off in his 3rd or 4th year in 2019. That's when
they paid him. Yeah. They paid him a big contract. It was like
right, and it started with one ankle. Then that one he got the swelling because it got to a point where it healed, but it was swelling, and he'd get the swelling down. Then the other ankle, same thing. Now he's got both ankles are like on and off swelling. So you could literally find out game day he can't go.
Color, he injured both ankles in one play when he played for the Colts. One play,
Right,
he
and it's
injured
not
both
that
his
he's a bad.
ankles.
I mean, look, it's not that. Look, he's just not elite enough to stand there with ankle braces like a Dan Marino and toss the football around. His arm's strong enough, but
Right.
what's between the ears ain't good enough. And I think it's the same for Josh Allen. That's how I feel about the guy.
I don't know, man.
Never been a believer. I think they harnessed a big arm as much as they can, and some big legs and good sturdy body, and his shoulder ain't agreeing right now.
Do you
That's
think?
all I'm saying.
Do you think
Or
Wentz?
he'd be putting it into more linebackers, and his yardage would be way more up for it would. I mean,
Yeah,
bro,
what are
I
his
don't know where
yards?
he's at right now, but
I'm gonna look.
I know his rushing yardage is way down.
I think
This year.
I'll look for you.
Without looking. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but
I have a question for you, Color. What is our percentage right now for the AFC second seed or AFC first seed?
the first seed, we jumped to 26% after winning today. That's without any action that has to play out Sunday.
Wow.
We were at like 13% or something like that last week.
So I got yards per game. So the last 2 years in
We're
2021,
talking overall rushing yardage for this year so far is what we're looking
yeah,
for.
I'm gonna do yards per game just so that we have like a stat we can like align to other years. 2021, which was his biggest rushing year, 763 rushing yards, averaged 44.9 yards a game. The following year, 47.6 yards a game. He's down to 23.7 yards per game rushing.
That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
I get it, but that's what made him so great, in my opinion, is that he had that dual threat. He's rushing a lot less this year.
Well,
I get it. They want to keep him healthy, but in my opinion, I think if you look at those years,
Yeah, he's at 261 yards this year. So he's on pace, but that's after 2 years of 700 plus. So he's getting back to where he was like his third year in 2020. He only had 421 yards rushing.
He'll be in the he'll be like in the next 2 or 3 years in the 300 to 350 yards rushing mark. He'll never run for 750 yards again, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, his yards per game is at 23.7. That's half.
But the goal is
been the last 2 years, and it's right around where he was in 2020.
This is what the goal
is. What was it about 2020 that is similar to now, bro? That's what I'm wondering. Because the rushing yards and yards per game is almost identical pace wise.
2020. That's why he had a huge. 2020 is when he got Stephon Diggs. That's why he had such a good year that year.
No, I'm saying his rushing totals were down.
Rushing.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure about that, but if you look at all his stats,
then they doubled for 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
But this is what you would do. Like if
now they're back down.
If Josh Allen was on the Dolphins, this is what you would do in the next 5 years. You would limit his rushing, like in the regular season. You would probably cut it in half. Mm-hmm. And when you get in the playoffs, that's when you unleash it. That's when you unleash it.
Yeah, I mean, but there are games in the regular season that you need to win where you would want to unleash it. You know,
he might do it versus the Eagles. He might run like 10 times,
and he probably should, because in my opinion, you guys need to win some games if you want to get in these playoffs. I mean, currently you guys are on the outside looking in, just currently as it states. Now, doesn't mean that's what it's going to be at the end of the year. And I think they might probably sneak in. But you know, you got to win some big games, and you guys don't have an easy schedule at the rip.
I'm telling you right now, as a Bills fan, I'm just being honest with you, okay? Even if the Bills get out of Philadelphia with a win, but if I was putting money down, I don't think they're going to beat Philadelphia. But if they do, the harder game is going to be Kansas City. You know why? Because Kansas City, with all these other quarterbacks hurt, is going to do everything in power to keep Josh Allen from getting into playoffs. You're going to see
his yards per game passing is on pace on par with what it's been his whole career. That's not down. His sacks are down.
Not just that, though. Not just that. You guys have that Chiefs game's your second game on the road against two tough opponents.
Yeah.
His
Hold
sack
on, hold on, hold
percentage
on.
is
Hold on.
way
Two
down,
teams
so
that played the
he's
Super
not getting
Bowl. If
pressured.
y'all can come away
We
with
not
that 2-0, then that would be
we,
crazy.
It's brutal. But
exactly. So we not just gonna
That
skip
would be
over and
crazy.
disrespect the Bills like that. I think the Bills
I
are gonna
will.
beat Kansas City, and I think it's gonna be right up my
I
alley
support the
where
Bills
I
all day
think the
long.
Kansas City Chiefs are gonna lose around us,
Hey,
and
look,
we're just gonna
hold
sneak
on,
into the
Sharif.
first
Number
seed.
one, two things can be possible. I can disrespect the hell out of the Bills, but they can still kick Kansas City's ass because we need them to.
But guess what? I think they're
Yeah, if
more
they beat
urgent.
Philly too,
They
then
they have urgency.
they will be a lot of confidence. If they beat both of them back to back,
I mean, they
And
got
guess
they
what?
can't worry
Guess
about. Hey, they got to focus
I
on this
think they have a
Eagles.
bigger letdown because they're starting off late. They're already really out of the playoffs, and if they beat Kansas City, they still could not make it to the playoffs. I
Right, and
just
guess
think
what
it's too
happens if
late.
they beat
It's too
Kansas
late to
City? That
start
little
the engine for the Buffalo
that little
Bills.
top seed percentage you were just asking me about earlier goes up if they beat Kansas City. So
Exactly. Don't they have
if
three
they beat
losses now?
Philly and
Kansas
Kansas
City?
City, they playoff chances
They
go up
can't be
dramatically too.
they can't be overlooking
So
the.
they got the
I
Cleveland
get
and
tiebreaker
the
on them.
Pittsburgh Steelers are
right,
not
but we
going to keep
still need
winning.
Kansas City to lose one more.
Right,
Sharif.
because they got the tiebreaker,
I,
right?
I I would bet if Buffalo do the unthinkable and beat the two teams in a row that participate in the Super Bowl, they playoff chances go up dramatically.
I will say this though, crypto. If Aaron
But
Rodgers,
all it takes is the Jets whipping again to the Buffalo Bills, and then they're out.
listen, if Aaron Rodgers is not in the playoffs, and Josh Allen is not in the playoffs, and Joe Burrow is not in the playoffs, and Justin
They
Herbert,
already played the Jets. Totally.
Yes,
no, but I'm saying all those good quarterbacks aren't in the playoffs.
that was in last year, right?
The
They were in last year.
Dolphins got it. Like you know how Color said the stars align. The Dolphins got to do it then, dude.
I get it, but I'm still
You're
not like.
all the way if all those quarterbacks.
Unless you have somebody that do what the Ravens
I'm
did in
still
2004 and win with
concerned.
the
I'm still
quarterback that
concerned with
nobody
other
even
teams,
thought
though,
could win the
man.
Super Bowl.
I'm
yeah, dude.
still concerned. I get what you're saying, and like
Currently, one thing I hadn't spoke
That
of
would be the
tonight was
Browns,
winning the
actually,
division. We are
or the
currently
Steelers.
94% probability to win the division,
Bryson, that's
according to the New York Times.
good quarterbacks not in the playoffs. That's
sorry,
just.
say that again. You broke up. Say that one more time.
I'm saying that's never going to happen again. Where all those good quarterbacks aren't in the playoffs. The Dolphins have to. That would be the perfect situation
You
for them.
definitely have to
If
capitalize, especially because I don't know if this team is going to get better in the offseason this year, just with current contracts.
No contract.
I
Yeah.
just,
So
I
this
still,
will
that
be
doesn't matter though. We still are
our window
facing
to do
top
it.
end teams.
I think if the Jets,
And
like if
Right.
Aaron Rodgers never got hurt and their offensive line never got banged up and stuff, I think they're better than the Bills and the Dolphins. If
I
Aaron
don't know
Rodgers
about the Dolphins, but I'm sure. I mean, I
way
don't know.
different.
I've been saying no. I've been saying since the offseason. I might not have said it up here. That O line has been a problem for the Jets since last year. I
Yeah.
knew that it was going to be a
if
problem. I didn't think Aaron Rodgers was going to get hurt that early, but I knew it was going to be a problem for a 40-year-old man
38-year-old
to be
Wayne
behind that O line.
Yeah.
Why did they do that?
I don't know. I mean, they keep reporting that regardless if they're in playoff contention, he's going to come back. If he comes back, he's probably going to re-injure that.
that's
There's a
complete
difference of being
bullshit,
healthy
dude.
and football ready.
How is a 6-loss
No.
team supposed to sell tickets to their fans, bro?
Well, I
That's
mean, if
complete bullshit. Even the thought that he was ever coming back this season.
Yeah, he's not coming back. That's silly.
No.
I'm
Yeah.
calling
I
their
agree
He'll
bluff,
with
be
is
back
what
in
I'm
week
saying,
one
bro.
next
I'm
year.
just
I
calling
see
their
what you're
bluff,
saying.
Bryson.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
But real quick, if the Bills
Yeah,
lose,
he's going to be back week one next year.
if the Eagles beat the Bills Sunday, and the Giants take care of the Patriots, we will be 99% to win the division by Monday morning.
I will say this, Color. If the Bills lose versus the Eagles, I don't think the Bills are going to make the playoffs. I mean, and maybe they could, but if I was 51% of me would say they're not going to make it.
Yeah, the
I think
chances
this is the
around.
middle road game where
But if
it's
they
like
do the
kind of like
unthinkable and win
the.
2 weeks in a row,
I
So, like
think
right
this
almost a
now, if I
certainty
just
will
if I
they
do
will be
nothing,
guaranteed to make the
so we
playoffs
already won today, right? And there's been no action for Sunday. So if I do
because they're going to beat
nothing
the
but
Chargers.
click the
I
drop
think you
down
guys
and
are
click
beating the
on
Chargers.
win the division, it puts us at 96%. So then I go down and I click Eagles beat the Bills. right? And I click Giants beating the Patriots, and it's showing me 98% right now.
Yeah.
For the Patriots, because the Patriots have to be mathematically totally
Josh, I
eliminated.
think I
then
think
week
that Eagles
13.
game.
So then week 13, we beat the Commanders, and if the let's see who the Bills are on a bye week next week. I think finally, yep.
Yeah, they
After
are.
next week, they'll be on the bye.
So we
They get
can't,
their bye.
we cannot clinch the division in their abstention. But it shows right now if we beat the Commanders, we're at 99%. Then week 14, we beat the Titans. The Chiefs beat the Bills, and now it's showing greater than 99%. We still can't clinch it, but now it shows the greater than sign in front of it. So that means less than 1% chance to not win the division by week 14. That's that's the best case scenario that we could be in for the division.
If the Bills lose their next
Division.
2 games, the division's wrapped up. The Dolphins got it.
Not quite. It's less than 99% chance, or greater than 99% chance.
Yeah, I mean,
like Crypto said, it would have to be mathematically before it hits 100. They wouldn't, because if they still have enough games left for us to lose and them to win enough, then yeah, it can't be 100% until that happens.
Right. Right. It has to be greater than the amount of games
Like
played.
Tony was saying, and shout out to Tony for coming by. If he still got us on in his ear, thank you much. And I'll reiterate
Tony
something he
always.
said. We ain't clinched nothing until it shows that little Y or X or whatever they put next to our name on the standings list. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. True.
That's what
Yeah,
he's
I think
looking for. A little
I think that
little
Eagles
letter next
game.
to our team name.
I think that Eagles game is kind of that turning point for the Bills. If they win that game, it
And
can
that
be huge. But if
And
they
that
lose
X
that game,
didn't
it's
come
over.
until we beat the Jets last year. Unfortunately, it didn't come until then. No, it didn't. It didn't even come until we beat the Jets. We had to wait to the final score of the Bills Patriot game. So even then it didn't come. We had to wait for the freaking Bills to beat the Patriots in order for that X to finally come.
As far as the top seed goes, our path is clear. We have to win out. The Chiefs have to lose, and we have to beat the Ravens, which is part of winning out anyway. If that happens, we win out and the Chiefs lose one, we got the top seed. That's bottom line, our path.
The only hope I have for the Bills, Bryson, and
if we win out, it's likely that will happen, that the Chiefs will lose one. You know what I mean? So we just got to win out to get the top seed, basically.
Yeah. The only hope I would have as a Bills fan.
Because if you don't win out, then the Chiefs has the inside edge, which means
they would have to
they're
lose
gonna eliminate
twice, and the Ravens would have to lose again after us beating them. Or no, we might still be able to beat them and take them out, even in that scenario. I might be wrong, but yeah, because we would tie their record if we beat them, and we'd hold the tiebreaker. So yeah, but yeah, the Chiefs would have to lose twice again if we lose another one. So yeah, our path was clear. Win out. And it's really likely that the Chiefs lose another game. They got to face the Bills. They got to face who else?
So the last game of the year for the Chiefs.
Chargers. And they got to face the Raiders twice. They got to face who's the other one?
They play the Chargers.
Well, Bengals.
That is
Although the Bengals are obviously,
Bengals.
unless this guy Browning does something, which we all probably doubt,
the Chargers
the Bengals shouldn't be a problem for them.
That is a weird team.
That's the problem. They got way too many division games.
And see, I'm looking ahead for the Chiefs too. In fairness,
I'm
I'm keeping the same energy. I'm looking ahead for the Chiefs. I'm sitting here saying they should have no problem beating the Bengals, but the Bengals could steal that one from them. I'll tell you what, though, I'm looking at this. I am rooting hard this Sunday because this Sunday is probably the one chance of a bad team beating the Chiefs one more time in the Raiders, because it's in Vegas. And you know, all they got to do is score more than 24 points, and they can beat the Chiefs. So I mean,
That's I don't know. That's impossible.
Might be a tall order for whatever, but I don't know. But
It's just this is the time of the year Andy Reid doesn't.
I just look at it, crypto. I look at it like this: if the Broncos could do it, the Raiders could do it in Vegas.
But the Broncos did it in a non-November month where they
and they
barely
also have
lose.
Russell Wilson. I know,
And then
all
what you
that,
call
but
it?
whatever. You never know. I'm still gonna be rooting hard, man, because it's a divisional opponent. Anything can happen, man. That would be awesome. Because if
the universe was that on a line where the Chiefs can lose a
here's the
December
thing.
and a November game at
If the
home to a
Raiders can
division
steal
opponent,
one,
then we're guaranteed to lose our next two games. If the universe
but bro,
is that
if the
realigned.
Raiders can steal one for us, bro, that gives us a buffer to where we can lose a game and still get the top seed realistically.
I don't have no faith in
that loss cannot be against the Ravens, though. You know what I mean?
Because if the universe was that realigned where the freaking Chiefs are going to start losing meaningful home games and away games against their division in which they're 26-1 against,
You
that
never
means
know. They're the ones
that
scoring
means
20
we are guaranteed to lose the next two games.
They're the ones scoring 23 points a game. They're the ones that could have a 5-game collapse like we did last year, not us.
I wouldn't hold my breath. It's not happening in the Andy Reid era. It's not happening.
Hey, remember what y'all just saying about the defense only being able to play for so long before they give up on the offense?
Well, the Kansas City's offense and quarterback ain't that putrid. No one like the Jets quarterbacks or the freaking Raiders quarterbacks.
Listen to Crypto. I'm gonna fire him up, man. I ain't gonna do that to you, Crypto. I'm just kidding, man. I don't think the Chiefs are gonna have a problem beating whoever we were talking about.
The announcer in the Jets Dolphins game said that the Jets' third down offense is it's the worst in NFL history.
What the?
It is. Like they were 0 for 19 before they finally broke it.
Before they finally broke it, yeah, 19 straight. It's like
that's going back to their last game.
Only scoring.
That's going back to their last
points. 20.
I'm telling
you, was it
bro,
like 26 quarters in a row? They didn't score an offensive touchdown.
It's injured and awful.
Bad.
It was awful when it was healthy. That
26 quarters without scoring an offensive touchdown. It's historically bad.
Oh, that's another thing, Josh, that I didn't point out earlier. I'm gonna revisit a little bit of the debate we were having earlier and pretty much just end it at the same time because how many turnovers did y'all get last week?
I think it was 3 or 4.
Yeah. And what do turnovers normally do?
Give you points.
Well, what else though?
If you score.
What else though? What else though? What's the key to that happening? What's the key to the score happening? Where'd the turnover happen?
The field position, yeah.
Right. So you're gonna tell me that what I'm trying to say was if the Jets defense really checked out, you all would have put up 50-something points. And the reason I know this is because it's likely that a few of your points came off short fields. You can't blame a defense for that.
I think
that's not the defense checking out on the season. That's them getting a short field a couple times and likely 14 points coming off of that.
That might be true. I just think once you get up.
But the thing is, I don't think their defense scored.
What I'm saying is, the fact that the Jets have a top 10 defense is the reason you all didn't put 50-something on them.
I mean, there might be some validity there. I just think once the game was.
I don't think they checked out, bro. I just don't think that, man.
The Bills.
And so what if they did? Whatever.
The Raiders I can't say the Jets defense checked out. I can't say the Jets defense checked out. But I could damn guarantee you that the offense been checked out long time ago.
No, that's true. That's true. But I still maintain that, a lot of what we did was perpetrated by them.
Right.
They got a good defense.
Right. Their
You
defense
know, a
might
lot
not
of
be
what we,
checked
you know,
out,
there
but it's
was a
damn
lot of
certain that their
what we
offense
did
is checked
to
out.
shoot ourselves in the foot. You know, like
You know what
turnovers.
Color, you know what I will say about the Jets defense that I actually think is a little bit overrated? Tell me if you agree. Now, don't get me wrong. He's a really good player. I think Sauce Gardner is a little overrated, dude.
Oh yeah.
I've been
Oh, he
saying that
came out strong with that big
since he
time.
got drafted, dude.
With that big
I'm
time
not going down
corner
that
Bro,
blitz
hill.
he's
on Teddy. You know what I
handsy and
mean?
he gets no holding calls. I mean, Waddle cooked his ass
He
today.
does.
I agree. Gardner's good. He's a good cornerback, but he holds and
Bro, not
grabs.
gonna lie, I think it was a terrible decision. But what a freaking throw, man! Oh my God, was that throw through triple coverage something else or what, man?
That's
You're
what I'm.
talking about, like.
Tua keeps pushing the ball down the field even when he makes mistakes. There's so many quarterbacks in
No,
college.
I'm talking about the one he completed, bro. The one that was like,
The
dude,
one
if
where
it
it
would
just
have been like,
dropped in. Yeah.
if it would have been
Yeah.
a picosecond later,
The
that
dime.
shit would have been
Incomplete.
deflected, man.
Yep.
like,
I
like a
remember that play.
picosecond.
Yeah.
That was a great. I mean, what a throw.
I don't even know if pico is something smaller than micro or nano, but I think it
I don't
is.
know
So
about.
I'm going with it. It was a picosecond later, and that thing's deflected, man.
Deflect all them arms and them long arms are getting to the hand on the ball.
They try to make Sauce Gardner out to be like Deion Sanders. He's not that. He's not that level of
No,
corner.
it's not Deion Sanders. He's just as good as Darrell Reeves. I'll tell you much. And Darrell Reeves played the same style. He was handsy too, and he get aggressive, and you're gonna get away with it. If you're not timid in this league, you're gonna get the calls go your way. That's just the
But I
way it
think
is.
Revis
You
was
can't
still
go out there and
better
play
corner.
timid against elite wide receivers or
I
wide
still think
receivers
Revis was
and not
better
take your chances.
than Sauce. Sauce is just overhyped.
No,
Yeah, we'll say it like this: if it
Revis
was
played the
if
same
it was
style,
10,
same
listen,
over aggressiveness, grabbing people and pushing
That's
people just
fine.
like freaking,
That's
hey,
fine.
just
But
like
we'll
Revis,
say it
Ty
like
did.
this.
Ty
We'll say it like
style,
this:
a Hall of
Darrell Revis
Famer.
style, and Sauce Gardner
if it
style
was
is no different.
if it was
That's fine.
10
Just
Revis
my
is a Hall of
opinion.
Famer. Sauce is
if it
not.
was 10 to the
Yeah, he will
negative
be eventually. Let him
50
keep
He
on
won't.
playing, and he keep on
seconds
getting the receivers he
later,
doing
the
against.
shit would have been deflected.
If he have a lot of freaking
But he
repertoire against the
currently is
receivers that he
not.
play,
So
he
I
will.
can't say he's as good as Revis. That's fine. But currently, he has not shown the play that he is a
He's playing the
Hall of
same
Famer.
style.
So let me ask you this:
Doesn't
He's
matter,
grabbing
bro.
and bumping people the same way. And if he
Just
gets
because
the
you play the
same
same style
accomplishments,
doesn't mean you're gonna.
he'll do it.
Crypto?
He'll get the same
I mean,
accolades.
Cater
Just like
Cove,
that
who plays
touchdown
that same
against
style, doesn't mean he's gonna be a Hall of
the
Famer.
Chargers
He's
did
No,
win
he
the
doesn't.
game.
He doesn't play
If
it the
that
same
shit
way.
was like a plank length closer to that dude's helmet, man, it would have bounced off the guy's helmet.
The style isn't the answer to the Hall of Fame. It's the production.
It is exactly his production. Did you see
Like
his
I'm pretty
production? He's
sure that
ranked freaking
football
top,
was trading
freaking
magnetic
three
fields
corner
with
in the league.
fucking with that helmet,
I
dude.
saw
That's
Waddle cook
production.
his ass today. I saw Waddle cook his
Yeah,
ass
what for
today.
130-yard play?
No, but hold on. Let me ask you this question, Crypto, because I get what you're saying, and he's a fantastic.
Okay, he got cooked by freaking damn the Jets. I mean, your guys, our Secure or whatever his name is, Secure, on the 80-yard crosser or whatever it was. Okay, good corner. Dion got burned on a couple of times in his day by Jerry Rice. He's going to get burned every now and
I'm
then.
just not
But
ready
it's
to
the
put
overall
him on
body
those
of work.
level. I'm just not ready to put Sauce on the level of Jerry on these
I'm not
guys
putting.
that
I'm
you're
just
talking
saying the
about.
trajectory is there.
Sure, but that doesn't mean the consistency will, because that's the thing about these players.
Okay, this is his second season. Whoop-de-doo.
Well, no,
Not
for
enough
sure, you're
body
right.
of work.
Crypto, you're right. The
It's
trajectory
his
is there.
second
I'll agree with
season.
that. But the thing about Deion Sanders and
Jalen
Revis Island and all these
Ramsey was
guys,
carrying a guy like
were-
Zach Wilson to the AFC Championship game in his second year.
yeah, that's what I'm saying though. But those guys, they consistently play well. I want to
Well,
see
I would say Blake
Sauce,
Bortles is 10 times better than freaking Zach Wilson.
but I want to see Sauce Gardner play well.
You only can
before we
carry a
start
quarterback so much.
gifting
Bro, I
Eventually,
don't
the
want to have
quarterback's
that
got to
debate
do
right
something.
now. It's too late for that debate right now, but I will gladly have that debate with you one day, bro. I'm gonna do my
I'm
research.
almost
I'm gonna
certain it's
come
easier
hard
to
'cause
carry Blake Bortles than it
Blake
is to carry
Bortles is
Zach
pretty
Wilson.
fucking bad, dude.
Deion Sanders couldn't carry freaking Zach Wilson.
Crypto, who would you rather have in their prime, Sauce Gardner or Darrell Revis? You have to make a choice.
he hasn't reached his prime. I can't make that choice. It have to be the guy
That's
that
true.
has the
He
longer
hasn't. That
playing
is true.
time.
But Revis
I have
is
to.
the
I have to
answer.
wait. I have to
Revis is
wait
the
to
answer.
Sauce
I don't even
Gardner
want to
play
know
at
what his
least
prime
7,
is.
8
Revis is the
years
answer.
before I can make that kind of a choice.
Based on your trajectory to what you think Sauce will be, who would
There's another one. Wasn't Darrell Revis carry butt fumble into the playoffs?
No, they had a pretty decent offense.
Yeah, but wasn't it Mark Sanchez the quarterback when Revis was there?
because I think Revis is
So
Yeah,
I think he was
they had
older.
a good. They had a hell of a defensive coordinator too. That was more than just
Yeah, well, that
Revis
was
on that
their Rex
defense.
Ryan was their coach.
Yeah,
who was better,
but he called their defense.
who was better, Champ Bailey or Darrell Revis in your opinion?
I would say. I mean, both of them was pretty good. I preferred the attacking style of Revis.
You know what it is too. This is a hard question because a lot of it with rating the corners is the era that you played in.
Bailey was just optimistic,
Revis is just a
but
stud, dude. I
Revis
mean, that
more
guy.
initiated the
Played like
point
in
of contact.
the 80s when you could grab
His
receivers.
nickname too, Revis Island, bro. I mean, that's a badass nickname.
And that was back during an era, when you really can rough up the guy in front of you more
Bro,
than you
you know
can
he made Chad
nowadays.
Ochocinco cry
You
on
can
a
rough up a
podcast
person more.
because the both games that he's played against Revis, he had awful game. And he told Revis, he said, I got my cleats in the car. Let me get one more rep. And he's crying. He's like, let me get one more rep. And Revis is
Just
like,
look
hell
at the
no, man.
shit that Ty Law used to get away with. Y'all
Yeah.
want to cry about Sauce Gardner? My God, you guys didn't see Ty Law play football, did you?
Grabbed the shit out of Marvin Harrison.
The crap that he used to do
Yeah, that was
to
a different
receivers.
NFL back then. That was a different NFL.
I bet you about one video reel of Ty Law in his heyday, and Rodney Harrison, those guys, and then you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I agree
Those
with you,
guys
Crypto. That was a different
destroyed
NFL. I mean,
the
I know,
opposition.
right? Rodney Harrison has to be like the
it just
meanest,
more
nice guy ever to live, dude.
it just the Crypto, the thing about
Yeah,
me
he
with
is the
Sauce
meanest nice
Gardner,
guy.
the thing that frustrates me about Sauce Gardner, he's a great ball player. The problem I hate though is that he gets treated differently than other cornerbacks. I've seen cornerbacks give less touching and grabbing and get called for PI than Sauce, and Sauce doesn't get called for it. That's where I'm getting frustrated. Is the hype surpass? I feel like this NFL is whoever's hyped and whoever the NFL likes,
No, they're trying
they
to bring
get
it
less
back. That's all.
calls.
No,
You know what I'm
I think
saying?
they're trying to. I think they're just trying to bring a little bit of aggression back.
And I hope
The
so.
offense
I
is
just
controlling the
want it to
football.
be
You know what
the
I'm saying?
same across the board. If you want people to be handsy, I'm fine with that. But you got to call it across the board. That's just my point.
See this article right here. It says,
I would
here's
agree with that.
exactly how
They're just
aliens
trying to
could
change
use
it
black
back.
holes to generate energy. And I'm thinking, the fuck's it got to be aliens for? Like, if they can do it, why couldn't we? Like, what makes them so damn? They're still operating with the same laws of physics we are. Like, why does it have to be aliens? Why can't we just do what they
To do
suggest?
black energy. Mm.
They just assume if it's something unscientific, they assume it has to be aliens that have the technology to do it. Like, why do we assume that? Like, maybe that's why we haven't been contacted, because everybody's working with the same shit and nobody's figured it out yet.
Damn.
We probably haven't been contacted because we're just too.
Nobody has overcome the light barrier, bro. There's no way. Any contact with an alien's race would be likely done by communication through, code, through radio waves of some kind, at least. And that would still be like they sent that message like a million years ago.
I don't know. They're already here though, Color. They just don't. They just stay away from us. You know what I mean?
Right, but why?
Because
like, in other words, and
it's like giving a child
advancement of technology and all that. Like, I don't know, what is it about their brains that help them think of the solution that we can't think of?
Assuming that the aliens are real, I think the technology they have, they wouldn't want to share it with us because we'd be too dangerous with it, dude. We can't even.
Yeah, they know
No,
each
I
other, but
understand that. What I'm trying to figure
we'll
out
kill
is
each other with it.
People,
like
humans want to kill
they're
each other.
working with the same laws of physics.
People yell at each other, yelling about the dolphins. Why do you think an advanced species would want to even communicate with that?
I mean, we're still. I mean, we
Well,
almost have an idea of what like the biggest structure
mm,
Think about
looks like that we're floating in, right?
there are human
That's still not considered the whole universe, like the big strand of galaxies that's just somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, and we haven't figured out how to at least send a message faster than light.
I get what you're saying, Color. I just don't like in a bigger scale. I just don't have any hope for humanity that they'll be able to. It's like the point I just made, man. People will start yelling at each other and screaming at each other over the dolphins.
okay.
How
Like I'd want at least like a pen pal
Well,
that's an
well, the
alien. You know what I mean? Like let's start at least communicating faster than light. You know, which we're getting to when you talk about like the quantum
He
computing
probably
experiments
didn't hear
going on and all
in,
that
in
stuff.
color.
But
He probably didn't hear about the medieval time. If you think it's rough now in our
but we
attitude,
didn't have the transistor in medieval times. We didn't understand
listen,
quantum physics in medieval times.
yeah, but we killed people because a woman wanted a John the Baptist head on a plate. So it's like kings died every
What?
month. Like someone
I
was
missed that
poisoning
story.
or
That why
assassinating
don't
on top
nobody
of
ever
you.
make movies about them kind of stories? Like
in order
that
for
would be interesting.
in order for aliens to contact us, there'd have to be a serious like ego death in human
Like
beings.
we're out there creating
Are we
movies
really
about
gonna go open up this
we're out
can
there
of worms?
creating movies about fantastical realms with all these different
yeah,
kingdoms and stuff. You know what I mean?
right.
And we're basically telling the same story of real human history through that medium. And it's like, why don't we just make a movie about real human history? It's far more interesting.
But the thing
That'd
is,
be too
we don't
boring.
really
They won't
see.
do
We
that.
No,
don't.
but like
What
there's
we don't
parts of
do is
history like that we don't the average person doesn't learn in school, like that's really fascinating.
Yeah.
Like
But color, all
you
I
know,
can
even
say
stuff
is,
that happened like thousands of years ago, like you know, that they could easily make movies about certain
but color,
characters.
certain
Just,
things
you
are
know,
just it's said in movies, but we have to have an eye opening to pick up. Like I don't know if you ever watched the movie John Carter. Like that relates to me. Like I believe we can just use a portal and go to home, right? And when we reach home, like we find that we float instead of dropping off a building and dying, cracking our skull, right? It's like we belong to another planet. And when you watch the movie John Carter, you kind of feel at home, right? Of course, he had to get used to jumping 2 miles, but you get my point. So I believe that we just haven't tapped in to portals yet. We've forgotten how to use them. I think you mentioned that earlier. It is what it is.
Plus, I think if there is an advanced like intelligence, I think it's going to be some type of AI. It's going to be an AI that keeps progressing more and more. Not it's not going to
What
be
it
like
is, it's a social security number. It's the fact that you have a passport and you're tied to a society where you have to get bills paid. And so your time that you go by, you live linear. If we live non-linear, then you would find that you'd tap into the technology that was always in your ancestors and in you. You'd
right.
start to remote view. You would start to use psychotelekinesis, telepathy.
coast to
You'd
coast
start,
tailgate, ladies and gentlemen. After hours, the time is 5 after
right. So
midnight. Thank
I
you
mean,
for
color
y'all
who's
still
been going
hanging
on
with
that.
us here at Coast to Coast Tailgate.
Color, I used to
Please hit the like button and
Color said we
subscribe.
forget half the shit that we once knew, right? Like, if anyone knows what an unk can really do, an unk
I
is
just,
something you
I just,
can.
I just personally don't. I just personally don't believe in. I'm not convinced, I should say, that AI has the ability to do anything to threaten us.
We
No
freaking
matter
do
how
things.
intelligent it gets.
let's do this. What if let's just assume a hypothetical.
Like, if y'all understood how fast human language changes, there is no way that AI could ever be fast enough to keep up with human
You
context.
think that any of these coders are gonna not put a fail safe in the thing? You think
It's
the
not
AI
that, bro. It's not
is gonna
that, man.
override the fail safe?
It's not that,
Wow.
bro. It's a simple matter of we don't even know what constitutes intelligence, like what constitutes a mind. Like, we don't even know how the brain works. Like, we don't even like the point I'm trying
You
to make
need to
is
watch Ex Machina.
like you and I could with just looking at each other can change the entire context of what we're telling each other. How is an AI gonna track those changes and adjust to those changes?
Exactly. It's like the robots they had at the Chargers Dolphins game in week 1. They weren't responding or noticing or having emotion to crowds or plays or anything. They just was there feeling and noticing. And I'm like, exactly what you're saying now. How could they uh have initiative or even know the context of things when we change things
Right.
by the
Our
second?
words actually evolve in the mouth physically without us even knowing it over hundreds and thousands of years. Like, we're literally speaking the same language we've spoken since Proto-Indo-European, and it's just changed in the human mouth. Different ways in different parts of geography.
I mean,
The language we're speaking right now is it comes from the same root that that the language the Iranians speak came from, and the language that Indians speak. Like Sanskrit is an Indo-European language.
right. Color, maybe the Indians already visited us like a long time ago. You know what I mean? That's cool.
Well, the other thing is, like, you'd think that, like, I mean, honestly, like, I just don't think I mean, they would have to leave. You would have to literally leave everything twice. Like, to go faster than light to travel somewhere, you would have to go there.
Color, what
and you would arrive there almost within minutes, but everybody behind you is already dead and gone.
Color, what if
And then when you meet a bunch of people there and you leave them to go back home to the dead and gone planet, all of those people are going to be dead and gone by the time you get back to Earth, even if you're there in minutes.
But Color, what if there was an advanced civilization on Mars millions of years ago? You see what I'm saying?
Well, what if?
I don't know.
What does it matter?
That's what I'm saying. The aliens, maybe they visited us a long time ago. They came from Mars, but it was just millions of years ago. You know,
Well, why'd they have to though?
maybe because Mars was dying or something.
Right, but we're you mean like just
They're called angels from
transferred
heaven.
here, basically.
They're
But the
called
only
angels
thing
from
is,
heaven. my
for
man.
a civilization like that to be able to transfer over to another planet, there would be evidence of that advanced technology
And
somewhere
guess
on the
what?
planet.
There's more realities of us. Believe it or not, there's a reality of color, crypto doing something else. That's why there's a matrix. You have to break the matrix, the stick man, the passport, social
So
security number.
there's
And
this
That's
your
what
guy,
I've
leg-
always argued,
Sharif.
Sharif,
Hold on,
that we
Sharif.
have a parallel
There's this
universe.
scientist. Hold on. There's
It's
this
actually now.
scientist. This is not getting in too much into the realm of crackpot science. Actually, there's a scientist that
Might as
I
well say
forget his name.
92.
Hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. But he has this, he's one of the simulation theory guys, and he says that space time is a headset.
Like time
basically,
does
we're
not
like in
exist,
some
bro.
form of VR headset machine, and that's what space time is.
Do you realize that we physically adapt in our bodies? And because of time, because someone made a clock, and
Yeah, but
because Caesar made it.
if that's
Hold on,
true,
Caesar
if
made
that's
a
true,
calendar,
Sharif,
right?
if that's
So that
true,
we start
then we all
aging
could have
because
been
Caesar
created.
made
We all
a
could have
calendar.
been created 30 seconds ago and had the memories of everything we've ever known implanted into us.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of
But Caesar, remember now, Caesar remade the calendar, and we
Oh wait,
started to go.
10
and
more
get
seconds
older.
went by. Were we created 10 seconds ago, right when I said that, and had all the memories of our whole lives implanted into us? I
Well,
mean,
let's
when do you end it? You
put
could
it
pick any time in the past if you
Why,
go with
why
simulation.
should
There,
we be
like
afraid of death,
we could have
though?
literally started 1 second ago as I'm saying this.
But why should we be afraid of death? When I'm coming through another woman's womb, when the minute I close my eyes and leave this body, I'm
Let me ask
entering
you this,
another.
Sharif. Wouldn't it be logical to assume that whatever we
That's
experience after death
reincarnation,
would be
Sharif.
the same thing of what we experienced before we're born?
Well, maybe we just don't
Well,
remember it though, color. You know what I mean?
well, guess
That,
what?
Well, Sharif's talking
If
about reincarnation.
yeah.
I
and
mean,
guess
before
what?
we're
If
conceived,
I
before the
and now the
sperm
thing
ever
about
meets the egg, what were you experiencing?
well, the thing is, right? If
Whatever
you
that
come,
is what we're going to
okay,
experience after death.
let's just say this color. You supposed to meet Sharif online on YouTube Dolphin Talk, and some things that you're gonna say to me are gonna change my life. Your job is done. Guess what? You're not gonna reincarnate anymore. You're actually gonna rest. Now, the people who did not do their job, if crypto has to change some lives more on here, then
Crypto,
crypto
you need to be doing your
isn't go,
job better,
crypto
man.
ain't going
Do
nowhere.
better, crypto.
Crypto, that means crypto has more time here. Reincarnation is to
What?
those who are not
That
finished.
means I'm going to be a widow spider after I move on to the next life.
Listen,
The
we've been a
minute I
couple
get
of
hit by a bus, I will be spinning a web in another
you won't
life.
even know. You'll be coming through a womb again. Someone will be spanking your butt, call it doctor.
Okay, we might come in that form too.
That's funny.
I just
And
thought
you won't
maybe
All
and
right,
you
yeah.
won't but
I'll be an insect or something.
but I
Somebody's
can
going to crush
almost
me, and
bet
then it starts the
you've
process
had
all over
deja
again.
vus. Everybody in this chat right now in the comments have had deja vus of their past lives or things they know they will see again, and then they
Yeah,
go and
like
live
deja vu of last season. We're
it.
8-3. That's exactly what crypto's been
And we
trying to
started
say.
to shit the
Right,
bed about how, and this is the time we started to shit the bed. Yeah.
right. God,
Anyway,
we're gonna
that's where
come out
we'll
of
end it
another
tonight.
womb.
Thanks for the off the wall, coast to coast talk, Sharif. We appreciate that.
Yep,
Yeah, man.
Josh
we
Allen
do.
is the next somebody. Crypto
By the
and
way,
Sharif. I appreciate you guys hanging with me. Everybody in the audience, appreciate you still being with us after midnight. We gonna turn
that
this
means
shit
that
off.
means we're confident in the Dolphins because
Oh
we're
wait, I gotta
talking.
wait. I gotta wait 7 seconds. We can't curse 7 seconds before the show ends.
Oh man. Oh
You
yeah,
know
the
how it is.
YouTube
Algorithm and
You
all
got
that.
the
Yeah.
delay.
YouTube payout.
Delay
Algorithm
game.
and shit. Oh, there I did it again. We gotta wait another 7 seconds now. God dang it, man.
Yep.
Anyway, fins up. We got the win. We got a whole weekend of football to relish in it. The boys get a little extra time off after
Yep.
winning
I
2 in a
gotta get
row.
ready
That's
for next
great.
week.
Real
Yep.
quick, Jalen
I
Phillips.
got
No word. Possible
no
Achilles
official word. The
problem.
Achilles is
That's next season, man. He's gonna be ready for the end of next season.
he'll be ready for next season.
I think we'll be all right. Sharif, I'm thinking the Van Ginkel thing is, while it's good and all that, I don't know if it's sustainable for the long run. You think Cam Good
Look
is
like
finally going to get some time, or what? You think Cam Good's finally going to get in that main rotation?
I think Cam Good is gonna get it. But the thing is, Ogba actually
I
played
know.
up
He
to
saw him on the edge tonight. That was pretty nice.
he actually played up. You know, one thing he can do from Patrick Graham and Flores days is set that edge. He never had the speed to finish off a sack, but that mother effer can set the edge.
Oh, good. I almost thought we were going to have to wait another 7 seconds.
No, you're gonna get paid.
All right,
You're
guys.
getting
Everybody
paid.
have a great night. Again, recapping the Dolphins 30, what was it, 34 to something win over the Jets? Something like that.
Recap.
That's how confident
34
we
to
are.
13, was it? Y'all
We're
remember?
talking face to face. Teams are losing around us, and we're just slipping into top seeds.
Where are we?
There we go.
Didn't I tell you
Anyway.
this is how it would happen?
Jets suck. As always, Dolphins won. Y'all have a good night. Fins up.